Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 34, Puppeteer's Insights Part 1, Taijutsu. Early July. Land of Whirlpools, Uzushio-gakure. Since the marriage alliance with the Land of Night was finalized, the Uzumaki clan, as the ruling power of the Land of Whirlpools and Uzushio-gakure, naturally received a great deal of assistance from Yayoi. Not to mention the large sums of borrowed capital, which could be said to have no interest at all, just the finished chakra metal transported to Uzushio-gakure, as well as various ninja tools made from chakra trees, such as blank ninjutsu scrolls, explosive tags, and other series of important strategic resources, were sold to the Uzumaki clan almost at cost. Even the transportation costs and labor fees were generously covered by Yayoi himself. To Yayoi, things that could be solved with money and resources were not difficult at all. This outflow of resources would not pose an obstacle to the overall development of the Land of Night. The influence of that general is somewhat startlingly large. With all this chakra metal and auxiliary tools made from chakra trees that we've taken in, it's enough for us to use for several years, with some to spare. But financially, it's a difficult problem. A red-haired elder shook his head with a bitter smile, looking at the large amount of red ink on the financial report. The Uzumaki clan's reserves were truly running low. There's no other way. Both the country and the village have just been established. Let's work a bit harder for the next period of time, we'll get through it sooner or later. At the high-level meeting of the Uzumaki clan, many elders were whispering among themselves. Some were happy, some frowned with troubled expressions, and some expressed a certain degree of optimism about the future. Speaking of which, among the things brought this time was a medical ninjutsu gifted to us by the general. I took a look, and honestly, his understanding of medical ninjutsu is completely unconventional. A red-haired old man in his 50s, who was proficient in medical ninjutsu, took out an unrolled ninjutsu scroll, which recorded an advanced medical ninjutsu with a difficulty level of A rank. Life regeneration technique. It was an original advanced medical ninjutsu created by Yayoi. The meaning was simple and easy to understand. It was a medical technique for emergency treatment of those who were critically injured and on the verge of death. Even if the body was partially mutilated, or the spirit was on the brink of collapse with only a thread remaining, as long as the body and spirit did not die instantly and retained a sliver of life, this technique could be used to firmly lock in the patient's final breath. It was an advanced medical ninjutsu whose resulting medical effects might even exceed its difficulty rank. When the red-haired old man, who was proficient in medical ninjutsu, saw this incomparably overbearing medical technique, he was both appreciative and unable to resist the urge to complain. Because the operational logic of this technique was simply too bizarre. The immature parts were too immature, and the brilliant parts were too brilliant. It was as if various messy things had been forcibly mixed together. To describe it in one sentence, this general's medical ninjutsu was too wild. In some places, it even violated the basic common sense of medical ninjutsu, making him seem like a layman. But the absurd thing was that the technique's operating procedure actually started running normally on its own. Haha, should I say he's exceptionally gifted, or that a newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger? The way this technique operates truly violates the common sense of medical ninjutsu in many places. Another red-haired old man, also proficient in medical ninjutsu, couldn't help but chuckle. If it were an ordinary medical ninja, they would probably have cursed him as a quack long ago. Only ninjas proficient in medical techniques could see the value of this technique. Moreover, no matter how absurd a medical ninjutsu seemed, as long as it could save people, it was an excellent medical ninjutsu. If this technique violated basic principles but could still be used to save people, then it meant the principles themselves were not entirely correct. So, who will go to the Land of Night next? According to their request, they need our Uzumaki clan to support them with a group of medical ninjas to help them cultivate the scarce medical ninjas there. Clan leader Uzumaki Ashina spoke up. As the Uzumaki clan, famous for their sealing techniques, the techniques they could use were not limited to sealing. There were also many ninjas in the clan proficient in medical ninjutsu. In the medical field, the Uzumaki clan was also an outstanding ninja clan. In terms of the architecture of the medical system, compared to the amateurish, unconventional methods of the Land of Night, theirs was undoubtedly much more complete and systematic. I'll take some people there. It just so happens I haven't been out for a long time. Uzumaki Reimei, the red-haired old man who had been complaining earlier, volunteered to lead some of the clan's medical ninjas to the Land of Night. That's fine then. I'll leave the matters of the Land of Night to you, Ling Ming. Ashina nodded with satisfaction. As one of the top medical ninjas in the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Reimei knew deeply how to construct a medical system and also had great insights into the cultivation of medical ninjas. In the field of medical ninjutsu, there were few in the entire ninja world who could rival him. Moreover, Uzumaki Reimei was steady in his actions, and Ashina believed he could handle the special relationship between the Uzumaki clan and the Land of Night well. Next is the second matter. Following that, Ashina began to discuss the next important item, and time passed unknowingly amidst the discussions of the many Uzumaki clan elders. Tenchikaku. Yayoi rarely appeared here, because for more than a month, he had been cultivating the 7-star seal, a special advanced seal technique. The time needed to learn the sealing technique was a bit faster than Yayoi had estimated. He had basically mastered it in less than 2 months. The remaining task was to improve his practical proficiency with the sealing technique and to test the specific level of power it produced. This was to avoid any uncontrollable mishaps when applying it in actual combat. As a cautious person, Yayoi would not allow himself to make such an obvious mistake. However, there was no rush for this. The 7 tails was sealed beneath the shogun's manor, so testing it at any time was not a problem. Compared to testing the effect of the sealing technique, the assistance the Uzumaki clan would provide to the Land of Night was what he was most concerned about. Constructing a complete and mature medical system. It could be said that this was a major investment project that consumed an enormous amount of time and resources. Although the medical department had already been established under Yayoi's leadership, its degree of completion was basically no different from an empty shell. Among over 1,000 ninjas, there were only a dozen or so formal medical ninjas, and half of them were only basic, low-end medical ninjas. If this number of people were put into the entire military system, facing over 1,000 ninjas and thousands of samurai, it wouldn't even make a splash. And because of this, he had solemnly invited the Uzumaki clan to perform a certain degree of completion and correction of the Land of Night's medical system. And this kind of invitation naturally had to be paid for. After all, friendship was friendship, but when it came to matters involving the interests of various parties, Yayoi felt it was better to settle things clearly. Furthermore, they had only confirmed the marriage alliance with the Uzumaki clan and exchanged marriage contracts, but the bride had not yet officially joined the family. With the support of the Uzumaki clan, the development of the medical department should, barring any accidents, mostly be able to get on the right track. The intelligence department also has Orochi building it up, and it has been quite effective recently, though the coverage is still insufficient, and then there's the cultivation of puppeteers. Yayoi took out a blank scroll and a pen, his movements pausing as he showed a rare look of deep thought. The profession of puppeteer, honestly, was not very popular during the Sengoku era. The reason this profession's reputation was now rising was entirely due to his own individual leadership. The hidden sand village, which served as the cradle for puppeteers in the original story, currently had basically zero progress in cultivating puppeteers. In other words, he was the founding father of the puppeteer field. If people like Chiyo, Sasori, and Kankuro in the future still walk the path of the puppeteer, they would have to call him Grandmaster if they met him. Setting aside such distant nonsense, even now, because of him personally, many ninjas in the Land of Night were beginning to develop a deep interest in the profession of puppeteer. Yayoi felt somewhat gratified to see such a scene. In his eyes, although the profession of puppeteer was different from most ninjas, if developed well, it also had a boundless future. Thus, he couldn't help but consider the plan of compiling puppet ninjutsu textbooks and starting puppeteer courses. Let me think about how to write the first sentence of the opening. Let's go with this. Puppeteer's Insights Part 1, Taijutsu. Yayoi began to write his own perceptions of the puppeteer industry on the blank ninjutsu scroll. After combining theory and practice, Yayoi discovered that what a puppeteer should value was not just the puppet as a weapon, their own taijutsu also needed to be trained. When controlling puppets in battle, a ninja's excellent neural reactions, dynamic vision, and physical strength were the keys among keys. These things, if not innate, could only be improved through a great deal of hard work and practice. In short, the ninja themselves should not become a burden to the puppet weapon. When the ninja was no longer a burden to the puppet but instead fought in coordination with it, then that would be the final complete form of a puppeteer. Yayoi looked at the once blank ninjutsu scroll, now filled with densely packed characters, all about how to scientifically and effectively practice taijutsu and explaining the benefits of practicing taijutsu. He also noted how a puppeteer could cooperate with their puppet after training their taijutsu well, and the various offensive and defensive tactics they could perform after the two were paired together. The puppeteer themselves would no longer be a representative of weakness, but could also be another fatal blade to strike the enemy in battle. After checking it over twice, and finding no errors or omissions, Yayoi nodded with satisfaction. After all, this thing would be for all future generations of puppeteers, so whether it was practice or theory, there could not be the slightest mistake. Lord husband, what is so pleasing? A young girl in a white kimono with twin tails tiptoed over, a hint of curiosity flashing in her pure white eyes. This young girl was naturally Yayoi's consort, Hyuga Aoi. Currently accompanying Yayoi here were only her and the other consort, Hyuga Rinko. After the focus of their work shifted to Tenchikaku, they had gradually grown accustomed to the work atmosphere here after their initial lack of experience. Their efficiency in organizing documents and stamping files was also significantly faster than before. It was also thanks to the two of them that Yayoi and Irori saved a lot of time, at least for many miscellaneous tasks. He and Irori did not need to do everything personally. "Oh, I'm compiling teaching materials on how to become a puppeteer. I'm not sure what the effect will be when the time comes." Although his words were humble, Yayoi's tone was full of confidence. Even though the puppeteer teaching materials he compiled increased the difficulty of becoming a puppeteer, relatively speaking, if all the subjects he mentioned above were completed, the strength of the puppeteers trained this way would definitely be more than a level higher than those who appeared in the original story. Since it's a textbook compiled by Lord Husband, it must be the best. Rinko, who had shoulder-length short hair and was still wearing a maid-style white kimono, brought over tea and snacks, gathering her courage to chime in. After officially becoming Yayoi's consort, her originally soft and easily embarrassed personality had also changed quite a bit. After all, with Lord Husband as the pioneer of puppeteers, I feel it's a very remarkable achievement. Aoi remarked with emotion. Being only a chunin, although she couldn't fully understand what being a pioneer for puppeteers represented, through guessing, she also knew that someone who could become the forerunner of a ninjutsu system was destined to leave a mark on history. But there are still too few puppeteers in the ninja world now, and most of them are concentrated in the Land of Night. It can be said to be a niche within a niche. To develop this industry and gain recognition from others, it won't work without 10 or 20 years. As a puppeteer, Yayoi knew deeply how niche this industry was. At least before his rise, the puppeteer as a branch of ninja could be said to not even have the qualification to take the stage. Many puppeteers controlled puppets not for combat, but to perform magic tricks and plays to earn living expenses. Let's not talk about that. Where did Irori go? I haven't seen her since a moment ago. Yayoi changed the subject and then realized Irori was not here, asking where she had gone. She went to the intelligence department. It seems there was some important information that needed her attention. Seeing that Lord Husband was busy, she didn't want to disturb you and went there alone. Aoi tilted her head as she answered regarding Irori's whereabouts. Yayoi nodded. Perhaps he had been too absorbed in compiling the puppeteer textbook just now to notice Irori's movements. Then let her be. Next, you two go and get busy. I also have to handle today's official business. Yayoi rolled up the ninjutsu scroll, let Aoi take it and place it on a nearby bookshelf, and then began his work for the day. Future, Deidara captures Gaara, Kankuro pursues. Kankuro, Sasori, it's lucky that you defeated my puppet, but it's also pathetic. Let me show you my second stage. Since becoming a jonin, I haven't fought in this form for a long time. After speaking, his black clothes were torn apart by his muscle-bulging body, and the erupting chakra instantly blew away the surrounding rock and sand. Sasori remained silent, simply removing his clothes to reveal an indestructible steel body. Will the art style of future puppeteers definitely become very strange? Chapter 35, The Hoshigaki Clan and Samahata. In the afternoon. Irori had just returned from the intelligence department and personally relayed a matter to Yayoi. You mean the Hoshigaki clan? After hearing Irori's account, a look of surprise couldn't help but appear on Yayoi's face. Yes, father. Well, do you want to meet the clan chief of the Hoshigaki clan? Irori's expression was tranquil, with a soft smile on her face, as if it were difficult for anything she encountered to cause much emotional fluctuation. I remember the Hoshigaki clan is a ninja clan from the Land of Water, right? Why would they appear in the Land of Night? Yayoi didn't understand this. From the family name, Hoshigaki, one could tell that this was the clan of Kisame Hoshigaki, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village and a member of the Akatsuki organization in the original work. In fact, before learning the name of the Hoshigaki clan, it was the first time he had known that Kisame Hoshigaki actually came from a ninja clan. According to the clan chief of the Hoshigaki clan, because their facial features and bodies are so different from ordinary people, and the clan itself isn't very powerful, they have long been marginalized and oppressed by other clans in the Land of Water. Furthermore, now that the Hidden Mist Village has been established, many ninja clans in the Land of Water have been merging into the village one after another. Because the Hoshigaki clan faced discrimination, they were somewhat worried about what would happen after joining. Irori roughly explained the difficult situation of the Hoshigaki clan in the Land of Water. I see. Long ago, when Yayoi learned of the existence of the Hoshigaki clan in the ninja world, he had specifically investigated some matters regarding this clan. He naturally didn't know much specific information, but he did know that the physical appearance of this clan was indeed different from ordinary people. The ninjas of this clan would have gill-like markings on their faces and shoulders, their teeth were pointed, and combined with their differently colored pupils, it was inevitable they would receive strange looks from others. And thanks to this appearance, all the ninjas of this clan were primarily of the water attribute and could breathe underwater for long periods. It could barely be considered a physical type of secret technique legacy. But to be honest, this specific trait was not considered powerful among secret techniques. Because this special physique only allowed the Hoshigaki clan ninjas to breathe underwater for a longer time, but it didn't provide much of a boost to water release itself. Therefore, although the ninjas of this clan were primarily of the water attribute, powerful water release ninjas who drew attention were rarely born among them. In contrast, the Hozuki clan, who were also skilled in water release, produced many heroes and were a top-tier, first-rate ninja clan. According to Yayoi's estimation, there were at most 5 or 6 jonin in the Hoshigaki clan. They were slightly stronger than the Kusanagi clan he had wiped out, but in essence, they were still a third-rate ninja clan, barely touching the edge of being second-rate. In that case, let's have a meeting. Regardless, the current Land of Night is very short on talent. This way, there will be 4 families with secret techniques. Yayoi spoke in a good mood. In addition to the Aburame clan and the Hoshigaki clan that was now joining, among the ninja clans gathered by the Land of Night, there were 2 other ninja clans that possessed secret technique legacies. Namely, the Kumatori clan, which focused on in release and excelled in genjutsu, and the Kamamitsu clan, which possessed physical anomalies similar to the Hoshigaki clan and primarily used wind release. 2 original minor clans. However, because these 2 ninja clans had fled here after being defeated in war, their strength was severely damaged. The number of ninjas in both families combined did not exceed 70, and they needed time to recover their origin chi. General Sama, I am Hoshigaki Suryu. I implore you to take in our Hoshigaki clan. This is a small gift for our first meeting, I hope you will accept it. The man named Hoshigaki Suryu was around 40 years old. Aside from his dark blue short hair, aqua blue skin, silver pupils, and the gill markings on his face, he was very similar to the Kisame Hoshigaki in Yayoi's memory. Clearly, these were common physical characteristics of the Hoshigaki clan ninjas, making it difficult for outsiders to mimic them. At this moment, he took out a blue ninjutsu scroll with a respectful attitude. Aoi walked up, took the ninjutsu scroll handed over by the other party, and placed it before Yayoi. She and Rinko were both a bit curious about what gift this Hoshigaki clan chief had sent, but they also knew this occasion wasn't suitable for asking questions, so they stood obediently to the side without saying a word. I'll accept the item. To be honest, I personally am very happy and welcome the Hoshigaki clan's allegiance. However, the necessary procedures still cannot be skipped. I need to conduct a 3-month observation period for your Hoshigaki clan. Yayoi didn't waste any words. For the ninja clans that came to seek refuge, he already had his own set of incorporation procedures. Unlike the Aburame clan, whom he had actively invited, whether it was the previous Kumatori clan and Kamamitsu clan or the Hoshigaki clan coming now, they had all come to his door voluntarily. So in the incorporation process, they needed to be differentiated from the Aburame clan. Yes. As the clan chief of the Hoshigaki clan, Hoshigaki Suryu had already roughly known how the Land of Night incorporated external ninja clans before deciding to seek refuge here. The reason they came to the Land of Night was, on the one hand, because the Hoshigaki clan was easily exploited by other ninja clans in the Land of Water. On the other hand, they also hoped for better development for the Hoshigaki clan. The Land of Night's national power was not as great as the 5 great nations, but anyone with eyes could see that it was one of the few strong nations below the 5 great nations. Its national power could not be called weak. In the Land of Water, if the Hoshigaki clan joined the Hidden Mist Village, the resources they could obtain would be very few. But in the Land of Night, a country where ninja clans were scarce, the resources the Hoshigaki clan would obtain would be far better than staying in the Land of Water. Besides that, the atmosphere of the Land of Night was relatively open, not as oppressive and closed off as the Land of Water. Especially since the general of the Land of Night was a powerhouse capable of subduing tailed beasts, that was a powerful force sufficient to protect a nation. After conversing with the Hoshigaki clan chief Hoshigaki Suryu for a while, Yayoi had Irori take him away to settle the rest of the Hoshigaki clan members. According to Hoshigaki Suryu's verbal account, there were a total of 61 Hoshigaki clan ninjas and over 400 non-ninja clansmen. Among them, there were 5 ninjas who could be rated as jonin. As the clan chief, Hoshigaki Suryu's strength was not weak. By Yayoi's judgment, he was slightly stronger than Kakuzu without the fusion of Earth Grudge Fear. Husband, will there be some kind of ninjutsu inside this scroll? I think it's possible that some kind of powerful weapon is sealed inside, just like the Kusanagi sword husband obtained. After Hoshigaki Suryu left, Aoi and Rinko leaned in, curious about what was actually inside the ninjutsu scroll Hoshigaki Suryu had handed over. Aoi guessed that a quite powerful ninjutsu was recorded inside. Rinko felt that some kind of weapon was sealed inside. I'm also quite curious about this. Why don't we play a game? If someone guesses correctly, we'll decide who gets to serve me first tonight, how about it? Yayoi weighed the blue ninjutsu scroll in his hand, and seeing the curious looks of Aoi and Rinko, he couldn't help but feel playful. That doesn't really count as a reward at all. Aoi couldn't help but complain. During the days when Kicho was unavailable, hadn't they been frequently doing threesomes lately? He also frequently made them wear all sorts of tattered and strange outfits while stacking together. Who was first and who was second, what difference did it make? Then how about this? If you guess correctly, Aoi, I'll control your twin tails tonight. Aoi. Control her twin tails. Why was there another strange way to play? Aoi subconsciously touched her black twin tails, her body unable to stop itself from heating up. Was this hairstyle really that fun? If Rinko guesses correctly, she won't be allowed to close her eyes tonight. Rinko's face turned bashfully red, her body feeling lightheaded. If she were made to keep her eyes open, she would definitely break. But what were these thoughts, with her heart pounding incessantly like a racing fawn? I've become a lewd girl just like Lady Kicho. Since you don't object, then it's settled. After Yayoi finished speaking, he untied the thin cord on the blue scroll and spread the scroll out on the desk. The contents were clear at a glance, it was just a very ordinary sealing scroll. It seems Rinko's guess was correct, there should be a weapon inside. You two stand a bit further away. Before being certain what weapon was sealed inside, Yayoi needed to treat it with caution. Aoi and Rinko were obedient and stood far away, but to see more clearly, they began standing on their tiptoes. Yayoi carefully checked the formula, then pressed both hands onto the corresponding positions on the scroll and injected chakra. Poof! A puff of white smoke appeared, and lying horizontally on the desk along with the white smoke was a greatsword nearly 2 meters long. The blade of the greatsword was wrapped in white bandages, making it impossible to see the specific appearance of the blade. If one didn't look closely, this didn't look like a sword weapon at all, but rather a large club wrapped in bandages. Samahada. Yayoi stared at this incredibly familiar bandaged greatsword and softly murmured its name. Long ago, the Land of Water was a nation where samurai and swordsmanship were popular. Just like the Land of Iron, it was one of the earliest birthplaces of the samurai. Even now, when ninjas occupied the mainstream, there were still many samurai families remaining within the borders of the Land of Water. In fact, many Land of Water ninja clans were transformed from samurai families. Therefore, the country of the Land of Water had, since ancient times, given birth to many ninja swords with strange shapes and bizarre functions. It was said that these were the painstaking results of ancient blacksmiths. As long as there is no clear time or creator, they are all considered to be made by ancient blacksmiths. The greatsword Samahada was exactly one of these strange ninja swords. The Hoshigaki clan doesn't pass down such a ninja sword, nor are they skilled in using swords. Was it obtained by accident? But regardless, it was his now. Only this way, won't the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist become the 6 ninja swordsmen? This thought suddenly flashed through Yayoi's mind. Chapter 36, Medical Department and Hataru. On the 3rd day after the Hoshigaki clan submitted to the Land of Night, the squad that set out from the Uzumaki clan, led by the Uzumaki clan elder Uzumaki Reimei, finally arrived safely in the Land of Night. Although I had heard that the capital of the Land of Night was a very magnificent city, I did not expect it to be this spectacular. Upon first entering Yomi City, Uzumaki Reimei and the group of Uzumaki clan ninja were all shocked by the magnificence and prosperity of the city. As Uzumaki clan ninja, they had not lacked experience with large cities, but a city like this, with such a high degree of integration between steel and earth/wood, was very rare in this era. Even the capital of the Land of Fire, one of the very few megacities in the ninja world, was mostly structured with wood and stone. Seeing this city was like witnessing an inevitable trend in the future development of cities with one's own eyes. As an old man from the Sengoku era, Uzumaki Reimei naturally understood what the emergence of this city truly meant. The Land of Night might not be as good as the great nations in terms of mineral resources, land area, and population, but its technology for resource extraction and smelting had undoubtedly reached a new height. On the way here, he had constantly raised his estimation of this Land of Night general's capabilities in his mind, but now seeing this scene, he realized he had still underestimated the other's ability. This newly born strong nation, which had only been in existence for 10 years, was advancing at a terrifying speed. Truly a country with infinite vitality. Uzumaki Reimei could not help but think of the land of whirlpools established by the Uzumaki clan. Compared to this place, it seemed no different from the countryside. Only Uzushio-gakure, as the national capital, was slightly more prosperous. Most areas of the land of whirlpools were very poor. Uzumaki Reimei became more and more certain that the marriage alliance with the Land of Night was an incredibly correct decision. Such powerful national strength could provide help to the land of whirlpools that Konoha Ninja Village could never compare to. And this was just the capital. On the way here, he had also passed through other towns in the Land of Night. Although they were not as gorgeous and prosperous as Yomi City, they could be called stable. At least the basic areas of food, clothing, housing, and transportation had begun to spread across most regions of this country. Under the guidance of the reception staff, the remaining ninja of the Uzumaki clan were temporarily settled at the state guest house. This was a place specifically used to accommodate foreign diplomatic personnel, divided into many living areas, each with dedicated personnel in charge. Besides the Uzumaki clan, there were also diplomatic missions from other countries staying there at this time. You have had a hard journey, Elder Ling Ming. Unlike how he treated diplomatic missions from other countries, Yayoi naturally chose to meet the Uzumaki clan's mission in person at the first opportunity. Not to mention the marriage alliance relationship established between the two sides, just the purpose of the Uzumaki clan's trip, to train more medical ninja for the Land of Night and build a medical system. Either way, it was worthy of Yayoi's attention. Not at all, this journey was not tiring. However, hearing it 100 times is not as good as seeing it once. Your Excellency the General is indeed young and promising. After shaking hands with Yayoi, Uzumaki Reimei expressed such a sentiment. In his eyes, Yayoi's age was not even as old as some of his children, yet he was already a powerful ninja who had founded a nation. Even the nation he founded had become one of the top powers under the 5 great nations. If the facts were not right before his eyes, such a thing would seem a bit like a fantasy to him. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while in a small reception room in the Tenchukaku, they chatted a bit about daily trivialities. It was nothing more than a simple understanding of the different customs and practices of the two countries. Uzumaki Reimei was very interested in the changes in the Land of Night, and many things he pointed out went straight to the point. In his words, there was quite a sense of seeking advice. Yayoi also had a good impression of this Uzumaki clan elder. The other party did not have the kind of attitude of relying on his seniority as an elder to put on airs before him. Naturally, Yayoi was also interested in the land of whirlpools, or rather, in the affairs of the Uzumaki clan. I did not expect Your Excellency the General to have such passion for past history. Uzumaki Reimei was a bit surprised. Generally speaking, most ninja did not seem very keen on exploring past history. Within the Uzumaki clan, people who studied and explored the truth of history were also very rare. History can serve as a mirror. I feel that observing past history allows one to comprehend many different principles. Especially the various myths and legends passed down from the ancient era, they seem to reflect the current ninja world. Yayoi nodded, never hiding the pleasure he found in exploring past history. At least he knew that some seemingly nonsensical myths were very likely a piece of history that had actually happened, just recorded and passed down by ancient people in the form of myths and legends. If he could fully grasp these things, then perhaps the secrets of the entire ninja world would be open to him. As an ancient prestigious clan, the Uzumaki clan had a history that was longer than many great nations. Yayoi had a very strong interest in the various historical documents collected by this clan. Because it was the first day of arrival, Yayoi did not discuss any serious business with Uzumaki Reimei. The topic soon shifted from history to humanities and geography, and he could even speak familiarly about some literary works currently popular in the ninja world. Uzumaki Reimei discovered that the knowledge possessed by Yayoi, this general of the Land of Night, was truly complex. If he were not certain that the other party was a ninja, he would have suspected that the Yayoi sitting opposite him was a scholar focused on the cultural field. I feel that ninja of the future era should not only focus on the cultivation of martial force. In cultural cultivation, we also need to keep pace with the times. Civilize the spirit, strengthen the physique. Ninja also need diversified development. If we cannot do this, ninja will eventually just be a knife that stabs people. If we always remain in the status quo, the era will not progress, and this is not a good thing. But aren't ninja just knives that stab people to begin with? Uzumaki Reimei wanted to retort. This general's ideas were a bit too unconventional. Some of the thinking and ideas were things that even he, an old man from the Sengoku era with wide experience, could barely keep up with. His head was buzzing. After communicating for about 2 hours, when the sun went down, Yayoi personally organized a banquet at the shogun's manor to welcome the Uzumaki clan ninja who had come from afar. For the next 3 days, Yayoi similarly did not mention any serious business, just letting the Uzumaki clan people first get familiar with the living environment of Yomi City. It was not until the 4th day that Yayoi took Uzumaki Reimei and 2 other Uzumaki clan ninja to the complex building where the medical department was located. Although the building was magnificent, and there was no lack of equipment and medicine in all aspects, but as for people, Uzumaki Reimei finally understood why Yayoi had to invite the Uzumaki clan here to guide medical ninjutsu. This department looked like nothing more than an empty shell. Medical ninja were simply rare animals here, and half were only at a half-baked level. If the medical department wanted to build a framework, it was almost equivalent to starting from scratch. How is it, Elder Ling Ming? Yayoi turned his head and asked. It's all right. Uzumaki Reimei's mouth twitched twice, and in the end, he gave a very tactful evaluation. However, this also allowed Uzumaki Reimei to see another side of the Land of Night. Although this country was developing at high speed and the nation as a whole was very rich and prosperous, many places were still a blank slate, such as this medical department. Unlike ordinary physicians among the common people, the training of medical ninja was very difficult and time-consuming. In terms of emergency rescue capabilities on the battlefield, medical ninja were far beyond what ordinary physicians could reach. Hataru, from now on, you will follow Elder Ling Ming and assist him in handling the affairs of the medical department. Yayoi's gaze swept toward the female ninja standing respectfully to the side. She was about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a female ninja outfit with a white lab coat draped over it. She wore her long hair in waves and dyed it honey-colored, making her look very trendy. She was none other than the medical department minister, Hataru. She was a veteran jonin who had voluntarily joined during the war of the founding of the Land of Night, and was the second ninja in the Land of Night, besides Yayoi, who was proficient in medical ninjutsu. She was originally from a samurai family, but her family was destroyed during her childhood, leaving her an orphan, and she was raised by an elderly shrine maiden. Her medical ninjutsu was learned by following behind the shrine maiden. After the shrine maiden who adopted her passed away, she began a period of wandering, occasionally treating people for free. This habit had been maintained even after joining Yayoi's team. Yes, Lord Yayoi. Hataru nodded seriously and bowed respectfully to Uzumaki Reimei, the old man who was skilled in medical ninjutsu. Just now, when Elder Lingming slightly revealed a hand of medical ninjutsu, she knew that this was a medical expert who could be called a great master in the field of medical ninjutsu, not someone she could compare to at the moment. Hee, let us just learn from each other in the future. Lingming smiled kindly, his attitude benevolent. With the assistance of Yayoi and Hataru, Lingming would naturally find the upcoming matters to be easy to handle. The only thing he needed to solve was how to train more medical ninja. Compared to the unconventional Land of Night, the Uzumaki clan had a relatively complete system for training medical ninja. Although the scale was not large, it could greatly accelerate the medical development of the Land of Night. After giving instructions for a while, Yayoi left the medical department. With the full support of the Uzumaki clan for this department, he believed that within a few years, it would be able to welcome a brand new change, like a rebirth. Before leaving, Yayoi also asked Lingming about Uzumaki Hizana. However, he did not find out anything specific, he still only knew that she had a large appetite and was good at sealing jutsu. Next, let's go find the Seven Tails and practice sealing jutsu. Yayoi remembered that after he had learned sealing jutsu, he had not practiced it even once. Now that the matters of the medical department had been eased, it was time to exercise the sealing jutsu, 7-star seal he had just learned. Thus, Yayoi walked towards the underground space level of the Shogun's manor. After that, he had a great time training with the Seven Tails. Afterwards, the Seven Tails' eyes rolled back, foam flowed from its mouth, and it lay on the ground, twitching. Yayoi, on the other hand, played until he was almost exhausted, covered in cold sweat. Chapter 37, Invitation. November. Yomi City was already covered in heavy snow. The hum of the floor heating system pulsed like a beating heart, operating non-stop 24 hours a day. After nearly a full year of turmoil, the commotion in the outside world had finally begun to quiet down recently. The internal conflicts within many small nations were drawing to a close, and small ninja villages began to spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. Under the one country, one village system, although the ninja village shoulders the heavy responsibility of national defense, it obtains development funds primarily from two sources. One is support from the nation's daimyo, who adjusts the military budget annually based on the level of development and changes in the international situation. The other is by accepting external mercenary missions, earning military funds from outsiders. It could be said that while ninja villages became the pillars of their nations, they still failed to escape the traditional mercenary model, they simply became more large-scale and hierarchical than the ninja clans. On the surface, however, they no longer interfered in the internal affairs or wars of other countries. Consequently, the ninja mission system began its rudimentary creation under Konoha's lead and officially went into operation at the end of last month. No one knew what the future would hold for ninja villages, but for now, both the great nations and the small nations with their minor ninja villages held great expectations for it. The occurrence of such events was within Yayoi's expectations. Compared to this mission mercenary system that was bound to emerge sooner or later, Konoha Ninja Village seemed somewhat unstable recently. Rumors suggested that a divergence in ideology had appeared between the founders, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The truth of this rumor was unknown, and no one dared to explore the reality. But just then, an invitation personally signed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was sent from Konoha Ninja Village to the Land of Night. Not just the Land of Night, every nation with a ninja force received an invitation from Senju Hashirama. He hoped that the ninja leaders of all nations, great and small, would come to Konoha for an important talk. Even if they couldn't attend in person, they could send a representative. Furthermore, the invitation expressed Konoha's willingness to draft alliance treaties with other nations. It was an alliance summit. It seems I need to make a trip to Konoha. The moment Yayoi received the invitation, he began making preparations. He had anticipated this situation long ago. As the first established ninja village possessing such terrifying military power, every move Konoha made would draw the attention of countless people. As the general of the Land of Night, he could not be absent from such a pivotal summit. "Do you want me to accompany you, father?" Irori knew the importance of this meeting, so she expressed her desire to follow along. "No, you stay here. Kicho is due to give birth in about 3 months, someone needs to look after things here." Yayoi shook his head without hesitation, refusing Irori's request. He then added, I'll just take Kakuzu with me this time. Since it's a meeting between ninjas, we should travel light. There's no need for the elaborate escort we had last time. But don't worry. You know Kakuzu's strength, he recently acquired lightning release and fire release hearts, putting him only one step away from his complete form. Besides, you know my abilities. If it really comes to that, I can use the summoning jutsu to call for you. Seeing Yayoi's firm attitude, Irori had no choice but to give up, though she was still somewhat reluctant. Yayoi stroked Irori's silver hair and gently pressed her forehead against his broad chest. Fa, father. Irori's face turned slightly red. She gave a token struggle but didn't really want to leave his warm embrace. Yayoi continued to softly stroke Irori's long silver hair, speaking in a calm, gentle voice. Irori, you are special to me. Only with you here can I truly feel at ease about matters at home. I'm counting on you. I understand. Irori nodded obediently. Please be careful on your journey, father. Carrying Irori's reluctant blessings and prayers, Yayoi turned and left the Tenshikaku. Freezing cold days were not ideal for travel. But for a ninja, there was no day that was unsuitable for travel. Chakra was something that granted ninjas the extraordinary ability to move freely in many environments. Yayoi was now fully armed, wearing black ninja clothes for travel with armor layered over them. A ninja forehead protector engraved with a spider lily pattern was tied firmly to his left arm. Besides the ninja protector, another one was tied to his right arm. Unlike the one on his left, while the spider lily emblem was the same, the band was pure white instead of the ninja protector's black. This was a samurai forehead protector. It represented his status as both the leader of the land of Knights ninjas and the leader of its samurai. His ninja tool pouch was fully stocked with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, scrolls, and other tools. Kakuzu, who was traveling with him, was equally well equipped. The two had set out from the capital of the land of Night a day ago. After a day of rapid travel, they set foot in the border forest region of the Land of Fire on the evening of the second day. Lord Yayoi. Not long after entering the Land of Fire's territory, Kakuzu, who was running, suddenly spoke. Yeah, I know. Yayoi came to a sudden halt in the forest. Leaves rustled in his ears as a cold wind swept in from the distance. It wasn't snowing here in the Land of Fire, but the weather was very cold. Especially at this time, it was already dusk and night was about to fall, so the temperature was even lower than during the day. Come out. Yayoi's gaze pierced toward a thick tree, its northern side could easily hide 3 to 5 people. Impressive, to actually detect my presence. The general of the Land of Night. The last time we met was when I was invited to Konoha for the first Hokage's succession ceremony, wasn't it? A slightly muffled voice drifted out from behind the tree. 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly revealed themselves as the voice spoke. It's you, Mu of the Land of Earth. But why have you turned into such a strange state? Is this some new art trending in the Land of Earth lately? Yayoi looked at the tall figure, a thin man. However, his body was wrapped in a large amount of white bandages, even his mouth and fingers were covered. Only his eyes were exposed. It was indeed the ninja from the Land of Earth he had met once before in Konoha, Mu. The Land of Earth has no such bizarre art. Over this past year, many things happened between me and that mustachioed fellow from the Hozuki clan of the Land of Water, though he didn't have it easy either. The bandage-wrapped Mu spoke with a muffled voice, glossing over the recent events involving himself, clearly unwilling to discuss them further. Yayoi nodded slightly and didn't press the matter. Then, Yayoi shifted his gaze to the short figure beside Mu. It was a boy of 13 or 14, about 1.3 meters tall, which looked quite unfortunate. The large nose in the middle of his face, combined with his dwarf-like stature, gave him a strangely comical appearance. If Mu's current mummy-like image was a forced form of performance art, then this big-nosed boy was a work of art in himself. Pfft. A strange sound came from beneath Kakuzu's mask. Hey, you green-eyed freak in the mask, what are you laughing at? Do you think I wanted to grow up looking like this? The big-nosed dwarf boy immediately began shouting in exasperation. Clearly, Kakuzu's behavior had deeply stung his pride. Kakuzu, don't be so rude. Yayoi glanced sideways at Kakuzu behind him, telling him to mind his manners. Judging people by their appearance was wrong. Ah, sorry. Kakuzu obediently lowered his head and apologized, indicating he hadn't meant it. Seeing the apology, the dwarf boy snorted in satisfaction. The future third Tsuchikage is just a green brat right now, he probably hasn't even learned dust release yet. Yayoi stared at the big-nosed boy and recognized him immediately as Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure who appeared in the 5 Kage Summit arc of the original story. A ninja who mastered particle style, dust release, which was even more advanced than a bloodline limit. However, as the creator of dust release, Mu's fame as a dust release user had only begun to spread a few years ago. At Inoki's current age, it was impossible for him to have learned dust release from Mu yet. Looking at this bratty young Inoki and recalling his elderly appearance in the future, Yayoi suddenly had the illusion of having traveled through time. "Alright, Inoki, stop shouting." Mu also scolded Inoki. Then, Mu turned his gaze toward Yayoi, the leader of the Land of Night. "Since you are here, I assume the Land of Night also received an invitation from Your Excellency Hashirama." "Correct. It seems our destination is the same. However, has your village's Tsuchikage not arrived?" Yayoi only saw Mu and Inoki, he didn't see the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. The Tsuchikage is occupied with a myriad of affairs regarding the village's construction and has no free time. "So, I am visiting Konoha as the representative this time," Mu explained briefly. There was no conflict of interest between the Land of Earth and the Land of Night, so Mu's attitude toward Yayoi was relatively peaceful. If he had encountered a diplomatic mission from the Land of Water, he would have blasted them directly with dust release. "Lord Mu, shall we travel together?" Yayoi asked, implying an invitation. Mu hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Inoki didn't object, though his gaze toward Kakuzu showed a hint of hostility. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow but didn't speak, he didn't take a brat like Inoki's hostility to heart. Currently, he only lacked a wind release heart. He had already mastered 4 advanced nature transformations: earth, water, lightning, and fire release. Dealing with a brat of Inoki's level would be effortless. The 4 of them then set out together, heading toward Konoha Ninja Village. After running for a short while, the sky turned completely dark. Darkness and cold enveloped the forest, bringing a biting chill. Moreover, this place was in the middle of nowhere, with no inns or villages nearby. It was a completely desolate area. "I remember there's an abandoned temple not far ahead. We can make do there for the night." Yayoi remembered taking this same route the last time he came to Konoha, so he roughly knew the terrain. Mu nodded and led Inoki to follow Yayoi and Kakuzu's pace. Upon reaching their destination, it was indeed a temple that had been abandoned for a long time. Under the dim moonlight, the structure's outline was blurred. Only some broken steps protruding from the ground and a rather dilapidated building remained, exuding an air of desolation and decay. But for a temporary night's rest, everyone could accept it. "Then tonight we'll stay." "Who's there?" Just as Mu was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something and looked at the building atop the steps. Yayoi and the other 2 were also startled, they hadn't sensed anyone else in this place at all. "Hey, you bandaged fellow, you're a sensory ninja just like that Tobarama." "To actually detect my chakra, how interesting." Accompanied by a steady set of footsteps, a figure walked out from the building. He finally came to a halt at the top of the steps, looking down at the 4 of them with a pair of crimson eyes and an expressionless face. His tone carried a naturally heavy air of superiority, as if in his mind, Yayoi and the others were merely dust that could be swept away at will. Chapter 38, Do You Also Wish to Dance? You are. Mu looked at the man appearing in his field of vision, his body inexplicably tensing up, even the tone of his voice unable to help but change, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In that instant, he felt like a wild rabbit being stared at by a lion, his body unable to stop trembling. Yayoi's expression was no better, a hint of gloom appearing. Because the man appearing here was the very person he least wanted to meet in Konoha Ninja Village, Uchiha Madara. His striking long black hair danced in the night breeze, and he wore layered crimson armor over his ninja attire, with a Konoha ninja forehead protector worn on his forehead. The crimson Sharingan looking down from above, the domineering gaze staring at everyone, was as if he were looking at a group of unmoving corpses. Still this arrogant posture, but he has the qualifications for it. Yayoi also faintly sensed this, although he hadn't seen Uchiha Madara many times, and there hadn't been any proper communication during those times. But the way the other party looked at everyone as if they were ants already said it all. This man, apart from Senju Hashirama, had no room for anyone else in his eyes. Your Excellency Madara, may I ask why you have appeared here? Could it be that Your Excellency Hashirama arranged for you to? Yayoi stepped forward, intending to ask about the purpose of Madara's appearance. However, just as his words left his mouth, Madara impatiently interrupted him. Do not mention that man's name in front of me. Do you want to be killed by me? Yayoi pursed his lips and stopped speaking. But Inoki, who had been standing beside Mu, was completely like a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger, and couldn't help but speak up. But, this alliance meeting was personally. Boom. The earth detonated and shattered in an instant. A deep blue sword energy suddenly split the atmosphere, crushing everything in front of it with incomparable momentum. A shocking, massive fissure appeared on the ground, extending deep into the forest. The rocks and trees along the way were blown away to places invisible to the naked eye by the shockwave caused by this incomparably domineering blue sword energy. In just a fleeting moment, this piece of land was brutally and savagely split in two. Gulp. That was the sound of Inoki swallowing his saliva, his soul still not recovered. At this moment, he was grabbed by the collar by Mu, brought to a safe place, and dropped, sitting on the ground with a face pale and bloodless, unable to say a word. If Mu hadn't pulled him away in time just now, he would have been split in two by the sword energy. Master Mu. Your arm. Inoki suddenly noticed that Mu's right arm was dripping with blood, staining the sleeve of his arm, and blood kept dripping onto the ground. Madara's attack just now was too fast. Although he was alert in advance, he was still a step too late and did not completely escape the range of Madara's sword energy attack. Moreover, carrying Inoki, this burden, was an important reason why he couldn't escape the danger in time. I am fine. Mu spoke in a low voice, although cold sweat was still beading on his forehead, his eyes showed no fear, but rather a kind of frenzied color. On the other side, Yayoi and Kakuzu had also escaped the range of the sword energy attack in time. Even so, both of them were left in a disheveled state. Especially Kakuzu. He had wanted to use the black blood vessels of Earth Grudge Fear to resist and delay the destruction brought by the sword energy impact, but the result was that it was shattered by the impact in an instant. At his feet were all black blood vessel tentacles torn apart by the sword energy. Lord Yayoi, honestly, I think at this time, we should strategically withdraw. Kakuzu's forehead, like Mu's, was constantly breaking out in layers of cold sweat, even soaking the mask on his face. Just a moment ago, he even felt the illusion of death, as if his head had been chopped off. That is a good idea. But unfortunately, the moment we were targeted, it was destined that we couldn't escape. Regardless, stop showing this disgraceful attitude, Kakuzu. Yayoi's face was solemn, and a large amount of chakra began to be refined from within his body, dispersing to every part of his body. He looked with a heavy gaze toward the looming giant blue chakra monster in the dust and smoke ahead. Susanoo. The nightmare power that only reveals itself from the eyes after opening the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is the natural manifestation of the Uchiha's highest power. The dust and smoke swirling around the giant chakra warrior slowly dispersed. Different from the time Yayoi saw it over a year ago, it was in a complete and standing form. At this moment, the chakra warrior enveloping Madara's body had no lower body and was no more than 20 meters tall. That being said, this giant warrior condensed from materialized chakra had a very high degree of completion, with near-perfect muscle lines, opening four arms, each holding a sword made of materialized chakra that exuded a chilling killing intent. The move that just blew everyone away with one sword strike was the power of just one of those swords. If all four swords were used. I already said, do not mention that man's name in front of me. You grains of sand are truly infuriating. However, I will still give you a chance to speak. Madara did not immediately make a move, but continued to stand at the very top of the steps, scanning the four disheveled figures below. Now, represent the countries behind you and immediately submit a surrender agreement. I can be merciful and spare your lives. This sentence was practically telling everyone that kneeling and surrendering now was a supreme glory, not a humiliation. This extremely arrogant attitude made everyone's expressions sink. Why? This is not what was agreed upon. We came to Konoha to sign an alliance treaty, not to. Inoki's body trembled. Although he was afraid, asking him to surrender on behalf of the land of Earth was clearly impossible. Mu did not speak, but his blood-stained, injured right hand patted Inoki's shoulder, silently supporting Inoki's decision. That man has his own way of doing things, and I, also have my own set of methods. Most importantly, Konoha Ninja Village does not need any alliances. You miscellaneous countries just need to submit to the power of Konoha. Madara stared coldly with his Sharingan and continued to speak. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Now, quickly tell me your choice. Is it submission, or do you intend to resist to the end? I will decide my attitude toward you based on your answer. A cold wind blew, sweeping away a cloud of dust and sand. Sorry. After a moment of silence, Mu's voice sounded hoarse and low, mixed with an irrepressible anger and unwillingness. His eyes were sharp, staring directly at Madara's body. People say that you and your Excellency Hashirama are the pinnacle of the ninja world. But I don't believe it. I want to challenge whether this so-called pinnacle of ninjas is well-deserved. Is that so? Then, what about you two? Madara turned his Sharingan to Yayoi and Kakuzu, asking what their attitude was. Kakuzu's body subconsciously tightened, his center of gravity sank, and he clenched his fists tightly. Yayoi did not speak, but bit his finger and formed seals with both hands. Summoning Jutsu. With a pop, after the smoke cleared, Irori's figure appeared beside Yayoi. Father. After Irori came out, she scanned the surroundings for the first time, somewhat confused about what had happened here, her voice filled with doubt. No nonsense, Irori. We are about to start a full-scale battle. Yayoi showed his attitude with his actions. Like Mu, he also wanted to know how much difference there was between himself and the pinnacle of ninjas. Moreover, with Uchiha Madara as an opponent, any probing was meaningless. He had to go all out from the start, otherwise, he might not even have the chance to make a move. Yes. Airori seemed to sense the heavy emotion in Yayoi's heart. Her expression turned solemn instantly, her long silver hair began to float, and a bone-chilling pale cold air quickly permeated the surrounding air, showing her stance for a full-scale battle. Seeing this scene, Madara was not disappointed. Instead, a near-terrifying, ferocious smile appeared on his face. It was as if he had long known that things would evolve into this situation. In his crimson Sharingan, the complex black tomo began to rotate. Very good. Then, the five of you, dance to your heart's content in front of me. Chapter 39, You guys, you danced beautifully. Ice Release, 1000 Killing Array. Airori started with Ice Release. Cold light flashed in the sky as countless weapons, spears, swords, and halberds made of ice, instantly took shape. They accelerated to break the sound barrier, creating a terrifying sonic boom as they frictioned against the air, launching a relentless barrage toward Madara's position. This ice release technique was Airori's fastest to form, fastest to attack, and had an exceptionally massive range. Furthermore, as her chakra increased, the power of the technique would undergo an explosive enhancement. Now, Airori was channeling her maximum chakra output to fully unleash the power of this ice release move. The ice weapons she created alone densely covered the entire sky. Each ice weapon could easily pierce through human flesh and shatter rock. The ice weapons exploded against the chakra-manifested samurai surrounding Madara's body. Chilly mist sprayed in all directions. The exploding ice weapons left the cold air with nowhere to go but to sweep out in every direction. Within moments, this intimidating cold current covered an area of several hundred meters. As more ice weapons exploded, the range of the cold air expanded rapidly. However, against the chakra samurai, this level of attack was still just a drop in the bucket. Madara didn't move a single step, protected within the chakra samurai. Even the steps beneath his feet remained undamaged. He merely looked up once, even against an ice release ninjutsu that would drive an ordinary ninja to despair, he didn't even show an intention to block in his eyes. Ice release, ice banquet corridor. Airori shouted out. The dispersing cold air quickly condensed, centered around Madara's chakra samurai. A grating, toothacheing sound echoed in the air. Large amounts of white mist appeared on the blue chakra samurai, quickly condensing into solid blocks of ice. In an instant, Madara and the Susanoo samurai were frozen within a giant block of ice as large as a small hill. Through the thick layer of ice, one could only vaguely see the blue phantom of the Susanoo samurai, its presence seemed as fragile as a candle in the wind. So powerful. To think it could instantly. Inoki's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected such a powerful ninja to exist outside the system of the 5 great nations. Especially a female ninja, which was very rare in the ninja world. However, before he could finish, the blue chakra samurai sealed within the ice, which had looked like a flickering candle, suddenly flared up like a raging fire. Boom. The ice layer exploded. 4 blue sword energy beams cut through and permeated from the ice from 4 different directions. Massive, thick chunks of ice crashed in all directions, knocking down rows of trees while letting out a rolling rumble on the ground. The earth groaned as if in an earthquake. Accompanying the scattered ice were 4 blue sword energy beams that followed like shadows, triggering a second wave of impact. Everyone was blinded by the flash of the blue sword light. By the time they reacted, the ground within 100 meters had been completely shredded. The rocks and trees that could have been used for cover had all disappeared. In the instant that blue sword light erupted, all obstacles on this land had vanished completely. Inoki, stay back. I won't have time to look after you next. The real battle starts now. Mu rushed toward Madara while warning Inoki to protect himself. The ensuing battle was not something Inoki could participate in at all. Even for a Jonin-level ninja, simply approaching the upcoming battlefield would be life-threatening. With the 4 blue sword energy beams swung by Madara acting as the signal for the attack, Yayoi and Kakuzu, who were observing the situation from the side, coordinated with Mu and advanced as well. The 3 figures moved so fast they were invisible to the naked eye as they launched their assault on Madara. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Seeing this, Madara's hands finally moved, forming hand seals. Under the protection of the Susanoo samurai, he completed his technique with absolute smoothness. Leaning his head back slightly, a massive amount of chakra gathered in his mouth, and then he exhaled the scorching flames accumulated in his oral cavity in one breath. It was a massive range fire release attack, different from the blue sword light. The intensely burning flames caused the surrounding atmosphere to warp. It swallowed everything in its path like a landslide or a tsunami. The scope of the impact was so wide and the speed of the sea of fire so fast that there was simply no time or space to dodge. Water release, water formation wall. From the rear, at almost the same moment, Airori clapped her hands. A purple hue filled her eyes, releasing high-intensity purple light that even took on a hint of cold, crimson color. As she opened her mouth, the sound of surging waves spread through the air. First a torrent, then it turned into a flood no less powerful than the sea of fire, pouring out from Irori's mouth, likewise howling across the land and shaking the cold atmosphere. Boom. The tsunami-like waves of water collided with the waves of fire. After a world-shaking roar, with a hiss, scalding white steam quickly spread in all directions, obscuring everyone's vision. Nicely done, person from the land of night. Now, this is my home field. As the only sensory ninja present, Mu activated his invisibility technique, hiding within the white steam. His body began to float upward without support, sensing Madara's chakra to lock onto his position. He spread his hands and aimed at his opponent, his eyes filled with killing intent. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world jutsu. A dazzling white light condensed between his open palms, then boomed into a continuously extending transparent cylinder, striking directly at Madara's position. If hit by this move, even someone at the pinnacle of ninjas would surely die. Mu was suddenly startled. He found that Madara's chakra had vanished instantly, and then in the next moment, it reappeared abruptly in another location. The transparent cylindrical barrier created by the dust release undoubtedly missed, only pulverizing the steps where Madara had originally stood into a near-atomic state. To think he could make me move my feet, not bad. Appearing in another location, Madara, seemingly teleporting along with the Susanoo samurai, gave an indifferent evaluation. The Crimson Sharingan was no longer in its basic Tomo shape, but a more mysterious and magnificent complex pattern. He is very fast, his taijutsu is likely very strong as well. If I don't restrict his movements, my dust release won't be able to hit him. Mu quickly assessed the situation in his mind. The Kekii Toda, dust release he created was indeed powerful, but if it couldn't hit the target, it was meaningless. Mu revealed himself and quietly gave a look to Yayoi's side. Yayoi didn't hesitate, sending a thought to Irori. Irori, use that move directly to seal Madara's movements and coordinate with Mu's dust release attack. Mu's dust release was the only move among those present that could deal a fatal blow to Madara. Conversely, both he and Kakuzu lacked such lethal means. As for Irori, her release techniques were indeed grand in scale, but trying to breach Madara's Susanoo head-on would also be extremely difficult. Moreover, Madara's movements were very flexible, his range of activity and speed had to be strongly restricted. This was something only Irori among those present could accomplish. I understand, father. Without hesitation, Irori clapped her palms together, making a crisp sound. Ice release, killing ice steam. Irori took a deep breath, then suddenly puffed out her cheeks and sprayed a torrent of white cold air toward Madara. This torrent of cold air was as swift as lightning. Before Madara could even react, it had already hit his Susanoo samurai, exploding into a massive amount of white cold air that enveloped the space for dozens of meters around. What a fast attack. Madara was also slightly surprised by the incredible speed of Irori's ice release ninjutsu. Susanoo's movements. Intending to swing the chakra sword in the Susanoo samurai's hand to shake off the cold mist, Madara found that this white cold air was completely stuck to the Susanoo samurai and could not be shaken off. Not only that, he noticed the Susanoo samurai's movements beginning to show obvious sluggishness. Even he, protected inside the Susanoo, also felt a bone-chilling cold that affected his body, causing a slight sense of stagnation. The sudden drop in temperature made him feel as if he were in an ice cellar, truly feeling the frostbite attack brought by the ice and snow. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Having already re-entered his invisible state via the invisibility technique and flying into midair, Mu aimed at Madara once more. White light condensed between his palms, preparing to end this legendary figure standing at the pinnacle of ninjas with his dust release. However, facing such a coordinated attack, Madara still didn't even lift an eyelid, a faint contemptuous smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. With no time to react, a blue sword light, grand enough to split the earth and forest, appeared. Just as the atmosphere groaned, the speed of the sword light exceeded the sound of the groan. The surrounding earth and forest were actually split in half by the blue sword light first. Boom. The storm caused by the explosion's impact then swept through and raged, practically scraping the ground 3 feet deep, flipping up thick layers of topsoil and revealing the reddish-brown earth. Rows of trees hundreds of meters away were also uprooted, turning into a rolling wave along with the overturned soil, being swept even further away. Under the pure white moonlight, the earth and forest trembled and cried out under the unbearable weight, the buzzing roar echoing endlessly. Ah! Mu let out a scream and fell from the sky into the distance. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, Madara's Susanoo samurai had at some point grown a lower body and legs, forming a complete humanoid shape. The magnificent chakra giant stood tall like a mountain against the backdrop of the earth and moonlight. Over the desolate and broken land loomed the terrifying shadow of the monstrous entity. The 4 chakra swords held tightly by its 4 arms had become more solid and heavy, and their length had increased by more than double. Just standing there, it gave off a sense of unbeatable despair. Madara stood calmly atop the head of the chakra giant. The white cold air that had slowed him and the Susanoo's movements had long since been completely eliminated by the sword light. I didn't expect I'd have to manifest Susanoo to this extent. You guys, you danced beautifully. Madara's tone, which had been cold from the start, began to show a slight fluctuation. Then I thank your Excellency Madara for the praise. In the smoke and dust that had not yet fully cleared, Yayoi's armor and ninja clothes had long since been slashed away by the sword-light impacts flying everywhere just now. On his sturdy and burly muscles, a layer of chakra-manifested armor was draped, blue flames flowed slowly over the surface of the armor like running water. He had officially entered chakra armament mode. But even so, he still couldn't withstand that sword light, which was powerful to the extreme. At his chest, a long, narrow slit had been torn directly through the surface of the thick and solid chakra armor, and a deep sword wound from the blade's strike appeared on his chest muscles. Even the white bones were clearly visible. Yet he was still smiling. The torn flesh and bone on his chest, without any hand seals, saw fresh sprouts of flesh wriggle and begin to rebond. Yayoi stood solemnly in front of Yayoi, surrounded by white cold air, showing a tenacious will to fight. Although she looked disheveled and her beautiful silver hair was stained with dust, her overall condition was much better than Yayoi's. What was exposed in the wound slashed across her abdomen was not blood, nor human flesh, but solid chakra compressed to the extreme, condensing at the site of the wound to heal the cut, eventually restoring it to its original state. Chapter 40. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, I, Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. I truly didn't expect this guy to possess a seal-less self-healing medical ability similar to Hashirama's. Moreover, to recover from such injuries in such a short time, there is no doubt that his level of medical ninjutsu has also reached Hashirama's level. Madara stared at Yayoi's body. Despite suffering heavy injuries, they were rapidly recovering in the blink of an eye. His gaze couldn't help but flicker, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Aside from Hashirama, his close friend and rival, he had never seen another medical ninja capable of reaching Yayoi's level without forming hand seals. And this little girl's body, it actually flows with the aura of chakra. Is she a tailed beast? Even with Madara's vast experience, he couldn't immediately discern what kind of creature Yayoi actually was. What is your name? Madara stood atop the head of the chakra giant and couldn't help but ask. Yayoi Oda, General of the Land of Night. By the time Yayoi said this, the injuries on his body had completely recovered, leaving not a single scar. I have remembered that name. I have only ever seen this level of medical ninjutsu on Hashirama. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, I, Madara, am willing to call you one of the strongest. Madara's words were undoubtedly the highest possible evaluation of Yayoi's medical ninjutsu. What an honor. Then, has your Excellency Madara had enough fun? Yayoi subconsciously emphasized the word fun. You actually noticed. Madara's tone was surprised. I have seen your Excellency Madara's full-strength state. More than a year ago, when you were hunting the Seven Tails in the Land of Night, I was at the scene. Yayoi paused for a moment before answering. Are you that ninja who used Earth Release, Earth-style wall on the edge of the battlefield? No wonder you looked familiar. It's a pity that beast was too weak, it wasn't even worthy of being my mount. Madara seemed to recall something and replied in this manner. If Yayoi hadn't brought it up himself, he would have almost forgotten about it, as it wasn't anything of great importance. So, shall we continue fighting? Even if it is your Excellency Madara, I will choose to accompany you to the end. Yayoi took a deep breath, the chakra cloak draped over his body keeping him in a battle-ready state. If he did not enter this state, he could be killed by Madara in an instant during the ensuing battle. The opponent didn't even need to use any technique, every sword strike from his Susanoo would be an unimaginably terrifying, fatal attack. Although that would be fine, my interest is gone now because an unpleasant fellow has appeared here. Let's leave it at that for this time. Madara formed hand seals. Poof. A puff of white smoke swept by, and Madara's figure vanished, along with the Susanoo, which dissolved into the air without a trace. This is... Yayori's purple pupils trembled slightly. Just as I suspected, the one here really was a shadow clone. Seeing this scene, Yayoi didn't feel surprised and smiled helplessly. From the beginning, he had found Madara's strength strange. It wasn't that it was too strong, but that the attack power was too weak. Now everything was corroborated, the one who came here was just a shadow clone. He just didn't know how much of Madara's original chakra this shadow clone possessed. As for why Madara knew shadow clone, one could only say that the Sharingan's copying ability was just too useful. For a B-rank ninjutsu with no special, rigid requirements, Madara could probably use it easily after just one glance. You guys are truly impressive. By joining forces, you were actually able to hold out against Madara's attacks for so long, and even forced out his third-stage Susanoo. A cold voice rang out. Yayoi and Yayoi looked toward the sound, and a white-haired man wearing a black ninja outfit covered by blue layered armor appeared. It was none other than Senju Tobirama. Your Excellency Tobirama, you've been here for a while, haven't you? Yayoi pressed his slightly sore neck, which let out a crisp crack, and dispersed the chakra cloak on his body. Madara had clearly sensed Tobirama's presence. Realizing that if Tobirama also joined in, the ensuing battle might become endless, he lost interest in continuing to fight. After all, no matter how powerful Madara's original body was, the strength of a shadow clone ultimately had its limits. I just arrived as well. Yayoi didn't believe a single word of Tobirama's. This guy had probably arrived long ago, but had been looking for a flaw in Madara, so he kept his chakra hidden and didn't leak it. But after Madara unleashed the third stage Susanoo, the attack range was too large, clearly involving him as well, which is what made Madara sense his presence. Master Mu. Suddenly, a cry of extreme pain from Inoki came from the distance. He was covered in blood and couldn't even stand steadily, but he was using all his willpower to try to get close to Mu, who was unconscious from his severe injuries. This kid is really lucky to have survived under such a move. Yayoi was a bit surprised by Inoki's resilience. He was surprisingly hard to kill. Although Inoki would be very strong in the future, right now, he was just a small fry who faced great danger to his life just by watching the battle from the edge. He used Earth Release at the last moment to hide deep underground, avoiding most of the power of the sword energy, otherwise, not even a scrap would have been left. Tobirama had observed everything clearly from the side and knew how Inoki had dodged the range of Madara's chakra sword attack. Kid named Inoki, don't force yourself, let me handle it. Yayoi used the body flicker technique to flash to the side of the unconscious Mu, stopping Inoki's strenuous efforts. Tobirama had also come over with Yayoi. His body flicker technique was equally masterful, easily keeping up with Yayoi's speed. What a troublesome injury, it's actually this severe. That guy Madara is too ruthless. Tobirama's brows were tightly locked. Just by glancing at Mu's wound, he knew the other person's life could be extinguished at any moment. His waist had been almost severed by the sword energy, one could even see the connecting flesh and bone. Fortunately, his vitality was relatively tenacious, and he was clinging to his last breath thanks to his immensely powerful chakra. How is it, Your Excellency Oda? Can you treat this kind of injury? Tobirama looked at Yayoi, using an honorific in his tone. Inoki, that sidekick, didn't matter, but Mu, as a representative of the land of Earth, would become very troublesome if he died in this place. Especially since Mu was a trusted aide of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, and was most likely being groomed as a successor. If this matter was handled carelessly, it could trigger a war between the land of Earth and the land of Fire, subsequently leading to the outbreak of a ninja world war. He knew his older brother, Hashirama, was wholeheartedly committed to maintaining peace in the ninja world and would absolutely not want to see a war happen. Madara's behavior had completely crossed the line. After all, no matter what, Madara was only an advisor to Konoha, while his older brother, Hashirama, was the Hokage who made the decisions. If one's natural lifespan has come to an end, there is of course nothing to be done. But this kind of injury is still within my range of treatment. Yayoi did not hesitate, quickly covering Mu's waist wound with his palm, and a ball of green chakra brimming with rich vitality gently wrapped around it. The bloody, messy granulation tissue began to wriggle and connect. The broken bones also reconnected and healed under the effect of the chakra. While Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but look solemn. The chakra used by this general is less like chakra and more like some kind of living creature, just draped in a layer of chakra skin. Madara's evaluation just now was not wrong at all. This was a medical ability capable of rivaling his older brother, Hashirama, which could be called the strongest level in the ninja world. In terms of medical ninjutsu alone, Yayoi had truly stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, becoming one of the strongest in another sense. That's great, thank you very much, Your Excellency General. Inoki also wept with joy, tears of excitement and happiness streaming down his eyes as he kept wiping them away on the side. On the other side, Irori had also found Kakuzu buried under the ruins and helped him lift the huge rock that was pressing down on him. The other party lay in the pit, not immediately standing up. His expression at this moment was undoubtedly one of questioning his life. Powerful to this extent, can Uchiha Madara really still be considered a ninja? He had been looking for a chance to attack on the battlefield just now, even if it was just to distract the opponent. But the fact was, until he was blown away by the shockwave triggered by the sword energy, he hadn't been able to find the best opportunity to attack. The advanced lightning release and fire release techniques he had just collected didn't even get a chance to be showcased. This sense of frustration left Kakuzu feeling very hurt. That guy is really miserable. Kakuzu stood up from the earthen pit and glanced at Mu's miserable state, his heart trembling fiercely. Fortunately, most of Madara's four sword energy strikes were aimed at Yayoi, Irori, and Mu, otherwise, he felt his own fate would not have been any better than Mu's. Because Madara's sword energy could truly cut and explode all of his hearts in an instant. That should be about it. Barring any accidents, he will be able to wake up tomorrow. After a while, Yayoi finished treating Mu. The bones and flesh that had originally been severed at the waist were perfectly connected, and even the burns that had remained on his skin were restored by Yayoi. These burns weren't left by Madara's attacks, were they injuries from the previous battle? Based on the principle of seeing a rescue through to the end, Yayoi had treated the burns on his body while treating Mu's waist wound. Compared to the wound where his waist was almost severed, the burns on Mu's body were, in his eyes, simply not worth mentioning. Follow me now. About a dozen kilometers to the south, there is a stronghold that our Senju clan once built. Tobarama said, telling Inoki to carry Mu on his back, preparing to lead everyone to the stronghold he mentioned to rest and regroup. Now that this had happened, going to Konoha would obviously have to wait until Mu woke up. Irori, you go back first, leave things here to me. The battle was over, so Yayoi let Irori return. Yes. Subsequently, Irori disappeared in a puff of white smoke, returning to the Tenchukaku in the land of night. Is this young girl really still considered a puppet? Tobarama stared at the spot where Irori had disappeared, unable to stop himself from bowing his head in deep thought. In fact, not long after Yayoi and Madara started fighting, he had arrived at the battlefield quietly, looking for a moment when Madara showed a flaw, so he could get Yayoi and the others out of danger. Irori's ice release and water release had left a deep impression on him. The formidable ice release that could suppress the first and second stages of Susanoo, and the water release she performed, could also extinguish Madara's fire release. This kind of strength was definitely not that of a mediocre hand in the ninja world. He had collected more or less information regarding Irori. For example, about half a year ago, she had demonstrated the powerful ability to freeze islands and sea areas in the northern waters of the Land of Night, thereby becoming famous. It's just that no matter how one looked at it, the other party did not seem like a puppet. Not to mention being able to act autonomously and possessing wisdom and thinking ability, the body that had been injured by Susanoo also exhibited an incredibly strange autonomous recovery ability. A tailed beast in human form. Tobarama silently made this judgment in his heart. In his heart, he had subconsciously labeled Yayoi for key observation. Chapter 41, The Pinnacle of Ninjas Shouldn't Be So Distant. The next day, just past noon. Hidden within a mountain stream was a secluded courtyard, with trickling water and swirling mist, possessing the atmosphere of a paradise removed from the world. Mu suddenly opened his eyes from the cold darkness, seeing an unfamiliar ceiling. Where is this? Mu supported his aching body, his bones creaking, and managed to sit upright from the floor mat, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. It was a relatively spacious quiet room, simply furnished but containing all the necessary furniture. It was also kept quite clean, making it a good place for peaceful rest. Teacher Mu, you're awake. Inoki, who had been sleeping nearby, noticed the movement and immediately woke up, rubbing his eyes and calling out happily. It's Inoki. Where am I now? Mu shook his head, his brain was groggy, and many thoughts were chaotic. The last scene before his consciousness vanished was seeing blue sword energy surging over him like a tidal wave, and then he lost consciousness until now. Looking at the situation, he must have been saved. Teacher Mu, the situation is like this. Inoki had already prepared his explanation and vividly summarized everything that had happened after Mu fell unconscious the previous night. If that's the case, I really owe them a huge favor. After hearing this, Mu couldn't help but exclaim with emotion. Having walked through the Sengoku era, he had seen too many tragic situations of nations falling and families being destroyed. Many small nations perished with the land of Earth pushing from behind. He had always believed that true peace treaties could not exist between nations. This time, being threatened by Madara and nearly killed was the best proof of that. However, the grace Yayoi had shown him was indeed too great. In terms of personal friendship, Mu felt that Yayoi might actually be a very good person. By the way, where is Your Excellency Oda? I must go and thank him in person. Inoki, help me up. Inoki wanted to say something, but seeing Teacher Mu's firm gaze, he knew he couldn't change his mind. He had no choice but to step forward, help Mu up, and take him outside to find Yayoi. At this moment, Yayoi was sitting under the corridor of the courtyard, conversing with Tobarama. Kakuzu stood behind Yayoi, fulfilling his duty as a guard. I never expected you to hold my shadow clone technique in such high regard, and you've even come up with so many scenarios for applying the shadow clone technique. There are some things I hadn't even noticed myself. Tobarama exclaimed. Just a moment ago, he and Yayoi had exchanged ninjutsu. Yayoi had obtained the cultivation method for the shadow clone technique from him, and he had also received other techniques from Yayoi. What surprised Tobarama the most was that Yayoi seemed to hold the shadow clone technique in high regard. He had even come up with the unique idea of using shadow clones to accelerate cultivation. Honestly, as the creator, he hadn't even noticed these things. After all, his original purpose for developing the shadow clone technique was to suppress the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Ordinary clone techniques would be seen through at a glance by the Sharingan, but the shadow clone technique was different. Every shadow clone, just like the original body, possessed the same meridian system. Not to mention the Sharingan, even the Byakugan could not see the difference between a shadow clone and the original body. Just like how he specifically trained in water release to suppress the Uchiha clan's fire release ninjutsu. These techniques he created were enough to prove that his love for the Uchiha clan was truly deep to the bone. Just as the two were exchanging ninjutsu experience, Mu, supported by Inoki, stepped closer. It seems your injuries are no longer a major issue. Yayoi took one look at Mu's complexion and knew that he would fully recover after resting for a while. I must also thank you for the treatment, otherwise, if I had been hit directly by that kind of attack, I would not still be alive. Mu's expression didn't change much, but his voice revealed his gratitude. He was no longer wrapped in bandages, having returned to his original appearance, a poker-faced man in his 30s. Speaking of which, I have some doubts. Why did you end up appearing directly in front of Madara in such an undefended posture? Did you have some hidden ultimate move that you didn't use? Yayoi was puzzled by this. In his estimation, with Mu's strength, it would have been almost impossible for him to end up in such a miserable state if he had wanted to dodge. After all, Mu was an excellent sensory ninja, and in terms of sensing danger, he was certainly stronger than him, capable of dodging in advance. Not to mention, he was a flying ninja, and his speed and evasion capabilities were also outstanding. Consequently, Yayoi couldn't help but speculate whether Mu was hiding a trump card other than Dust Release that could turn defeat into victory, which was why he appeared in Madara's attack range in such a posture. Unfortunately, I didn't hide any ultimate moves. I simply didn't expect that the stealth ability of Dust-Free Mice would be seen through by Madara. By the time I realized it, his attack had already arrived, and it was simply too late to dodge. Mu's voice was low, and his words were filled with dread and fear of Madara. Madara was the first ninja who had been able to see through him to this extent. The stealth technique Dust-Free Mice was a technique he had created specifically to complement Dust Release. This secret technique could even hide his own chakra, and ordinary sensory ninjas could not detect his trail at all. Only powerful ninjas proficient in sensory ninjutsu could guard against him. Precisely because of this, in the Land of Earth, besides the title of Dust Release Ninja, he also had the title of No One. He was rather confused as to how Madara had seen through his stealth ability. As far as he knew, Madara was not a sensory-type ninja. However, as soon as he said this, both Yayoi and Tobirama were stunned. Kakuzu also looked at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Mu didn't understand why everyone was looking at him that way. Had he said something wrong? Inoki was equally bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Mu, you haven't fought against any ninjas from the Uchiha clan in the past, have you? Tobirama couldn't help but speak up, having confirmed something in his heart. Only this could explain Mu's action in front of Madara, which was clearly courting death. Mu nodded, not hiding anything regarding this. In the past, I spent most of my time in the Land of Earth, and I didn't have many opportunities to interact with the Uchiha clan. Although I had encountered Uchiha ninjas before, it was just a brief meeting, and we never truly fought. This is my first time battling against the Uchiha's Sharingan. The Uchiha clan was active within the borders of the Land of Fire most of the time, only occasionally accepting mercenary missions from other countries to travel abroad. As far as Mu knew, the number of times nobles within the Land of Earth had hired the Uchiha clan was not very high. The noble factions that hired him, or the opposing nobles in the past, had never invited the Uchiha clan. It was just by chance that he would encounter passing Uchiha clansmen within the Land of Earth. But as long as there was no conflict of interest, Mu naturally wouldn't actively look for trouble. Therefore, he didn't know much about the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, only knowing that those eyes had strong genjutsu capabilities and could copy other people's ninjutsu. No wonder. Yayoi smiled helplessly, not knowing how to evaluate it. Then, amidst Mu's puzzled gaze, he began to explain, it is common knowledge that the Uchiha's Sharingan is a genjutsu eye and a copying eye. That is relatively easy information to confirm. But in fact, the Sharingan has a third function, and that is the inside eye. Insight. Mu's expression changed instantly. He suddenly realized something and knew why he had been seen through by Madara. That's right. In terms of insight, the Sharingan, like the Byakugan, can see the chakra flowing within the human meridian system. From the very beginning, your meridian system exposed your location. If it were an ordinary Sharingan, it would indeed be very difficult to see through your stealth technique, but Madara's Sharingan is the highest level of Sharingan, so it cannot be generalized. Tobirama swept a pitying glance at Mu, guessing that the other party's mental defenses had completely collapsed. One could only say that something like a bloodline limit was just too overbearing. However, thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable. The clan that knew the Uchiha clan best was indeed his own Senju clan. And the ones who knew the Senju clan best were, likewise, only their mortal enemies, the Uchiha clan. Ninjas from outside clans found it difficult to intervene in the conflict between the Senju and the Uchiha. In the past, whenever one side hired the Senju, the other side would definitely go and hire the Uchiha. Coupled with the closed nature of intelligence among various clans, which basically didn't circulate, not knowing the characteristics of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan made it very easy to stumble during the first battle. I thought you approached Madara so openly because you had some secret ultimate move you hadn't used. Now it seems I overthought it. Yayoi's expression was also somewhat embarrassed, knowing this was a misunderstanding. If they had just exchanged information beforehand, Mu wouldn't have been slashed to the point of having only one breath left. It was just that Yayoi never expected that such a powerful ninja, one who could fly, use stealth, possessed sensory abilities, and created the bloodline selection, dust release, would be so unfamiliar with the abilities of the Sharingan. Mu stood there motionless like a statue. In the end, even though he had 1,000 words in his heart, they all turned into a deep sigh. To have been nearly killed because of such a low-level mistake, he really didn't know what to say to himself. Don't be discouraged. That guy Madara's strength is truly powerful to an unbelievable degree. The only one who can fight him head-on is my older brother. Tobirama consoled Mu. He had seen too many ninjas who became dispirited after witnessing Madara's strength. But the one who fought us last night was just a clone, wasn't it? Mu's tone was somber. Although there was no sign of depression or decadence in his eyes, the combat power Madara displayed last night had been branded into the depths of his heart like a nightmare, perhaps never to be forgotten. That a clone could be strong to that degree was simply incomprehensible. In the current Iwagakure, the only ninja who could fight that clone head-on and suppress it was his superior, the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa. But suppressing a clone was not something to be proud of, on the contrary, it was a humiliation. The pinnacle of ninjas shouldn't be so distant. As soon as Mu said this, it immediately put Yayoi and Tobirama in a bad mood as well. Although it was a fact, couldn't he read the room? This guy really knew how to press the wrong buttons. Chapter 42, We Love You, General. The meeting held by Konoha this time was undoubtedly a complete failure. Not only were the delegations from the Land of Night, led by Yayoi and Mu, and the Land of Earth intercepted, but ninja representatives from other countries, big and small, were also blocked by shadow clones of an unknown individual on their way to Konoha Ninja Village. As for who that unknown person was, no one dared to ask, and no one dared to speak, it was simply too difficult to guess. The ninja delegations from various countries acted as if nothing had happened and turned back home. After the incident, although Konoha expressed deep apologies at the first opportunity, and all countries received such apologies, the countries felt no comfort. Instead, they became even more nervous and uneasy. Consequently, the situation between nations became extremely tense again due to the sudden interruption of this meeting. The combat power and hardline attitude displayed by the unknown individual truly made the countries tremble with fear. It's unlikely a war will break out. Yayoi, having returned to the Land of Night, sat in the Tenshikaku. It had been over half a month since he returned from the Land of Fire, and the time had reached December. After more than half a month of fermentation, intelligence reports on the actions of various countries had been presented to Yayoi like snowflakes, accumulating into a thick pile on the desk. Yayoi did not look at these intelligence files, yet he made this judgment without hesitation. Because he knew without looking that while the countries were nervous, they lacked the authority to initiate a war. This authority to wage war had been held solely in Konoha's hands from the very beginning. As long as Konoha did not want war, all countries had to force themselves to calm down and endure this agonizing sense of urgency. According to reports, during this meeting, the first Raikage, of the Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning, went to Konoha in person, and as a result, it is estimated that the first Raikage won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. Truly impressive, to still be alive after encountering Uchiha Madara's true body. Yayoi sighed endlessly, unable to help but feel respect and surprise at the first Raikage's ability. He, along with Mu and the ninja delegations from other major nations, had only encountered shadow clones of Uchiha Madara. Among the 5 great nations' ninja villages, only the first Raikage, personally went to the Land of Fire for the meeting. In order to force the first Raikage to submit, Uchiha Madara's true body had acted personally. As for the other small ninja villages, Uchiha Madara didn't even bother to look at them. Because they were too weak, the small ninja villages were not in his plans at all. Encountering Yayoi, who was with the delegation from the Land of Earth, was entirely a coincidence. Because as long as the 5 great nations' ninja villages were forced to submit, the other small countries would naturally follow suit and surrender, making any extra effort unnecessary. Honestly, Uchiha Madara's arrogant attitude was the root cause of the nervousness in various countries now. The first Raikage, was the strongest ninja in the major nation of the Land of Lightning. Even such a ninja was as soft and powerless as a young girl in front of Uchiha Madara's true body. It couldn't be said that his attacks were completely ineffective against Uchiha Madara, but they were indeed like a young girl acting coquettishly. And how could the first Kage of the other 3 major ninja villages be any better? Even if it were 4 against 1, would they really have a chance to win? Most importantly, Konoha still had the god of ninja, Hashirama, who had once defeated Uchiha Madara. This led other countries to speculate inwardly whether Uchiha Madara's actions this time were a setup orchestrated by the god of ninja, Hashirama, himself. Uchiha Madara was the executor on stage, while Hashirama was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, with that kind of power, was there really any need to play such schemes? The major nations were trembling with fear, secretly beginning to stockpile military forces to cope with the ninja world war that could break out at any time. The small nations simply lay flat. As long as Konoha dared to attack, they would immediately raise the white flag and surrender, declaring that they, too, could love Konoha. Father, is it really unnecessary to set up defenses at the border? Faced with such a predicament, Irori could not help but feel worried. After exchanging blows with Uchiha Madara that day, she knew that was not a monster the Land of Night could resist. There is no meaning in doing that. Issue a public announcement, telling all citizens to do what they usually do. They should eat well, drink well, and sleep well. That is more important than anything. Don't waste time with meaningless overthinking there. Yayoi remained calm and composed. Unlike the time he watched the battle more than a year ago, this time Yayoi had personally experienced how terrifying Uchiha Madara's power was. Therefore, he was very clear that, faced with such an existence, fortifying or not fortifying was a meaningless act. Moreover, after this incident, he could see that the Senju clan, represented by Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan, represented by Uchiha Madara, were like water and fire, difficult to reconcile. Between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, there appeared an irreparable rift. They were only one key opportunity away from true divergence. Therefore, he was not very worried that Konoha would trigger a ninja world war. If there really was a worst-case scenario, he was prepared to die on the battlefield. Anyone in the Land of Night could surrender, but he, the general, could never submit to anyone. It's just that by then, preparations for the evacuation of his family would have to be made. There was no need for them to die for the country with him. Seeing Yayoi's expression so serious and firm, Irori could not help but calm down. I understand, I will go handle it. Irori turned and left the Tenchukaku to issue the public announcement to the outside world. The world of ninjas possessed electrical technology. It's just that in this era, such electrical technology had not been popularized in all countries. However, as one of the advanced metropolises in the ninja world, Yomi City placed a very high value on electrical technology. Not only in the military, but some areas of people's livelihood had also begun to apply simple electrical products. For example, the broadcasting speakers that dotted the streets, taverns, and inns of Yomi City used such technology. One could imagine that in the near future, such electrical technology products would spring up like bamboo shoots after rain, then enter various fields, greatly increasing the convenience of life. With a hoarse, drawn-out tone, Irori's soft and calm voice soon came out of every broadcasting speaker in Yomi City. A notice to the citizens. Dear citizens, how have you been lately? Below are some important announcements that need to be notified to all citizens. First, according to forecasts, a stronger cold wave will strike from the east soon. Please pay attention to protecting doors and windows, keep warm, and be careful not to catch a cold. Second, regarding the prices of meat and vegetables, there will be slight fluctuations in the near future. This is a normal situation, and relevant departments will intervene as soon as possible to stabilize the market. Third, there is a malfunction in the floor heating system in a part of the South District. At 2 p.m. today, specialists will go there to repair it. Please wait patiently and do not create panic. Fourth, there will be a play performed at the National Theater in the North District. When going to watch it, be careful not to crowd to prevent trampling. Also, do not litter casually and deliberately cause trouble for the theater staff. Fifth, the number 7 and number 8 mining areas in the country's northeast are in urgent need of a batch of miners. The registration location is at Street 13 in the West District, and the registration time is from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day, lasting for 7 days. Due to the harsh climate in the northeast, wages and subsidies will be further increased. Sixth, as of now, the country has basically solved the problem of worker unemployment. Currently, the number of poor families receiving relief materials is much lower than last year. Regarding new jobs, the country will set up some more factories next April to solve the employment problems of the remaining people staying at home as soon as possible. Seventh. Finally, please do not believe rumors, do not spread rumors. The general will always be with you. Thank you. Irori's calm and peaceful voice seemed to possess the power to infect hearts, naturally calming people's chaotic emotions. Oh, it's Miss Irori's voice. No matter when I hear it, I feel Miss Irori's voice is very healing. I'm burning up. I want to be despised by the gentle Miss Irori with a look of disgust while being insulted. I'm dead. Such remarks, which could be called sick, filled the streets, taverns, and inns. As a life created by Yayoi, Irori's beautiful and illusory appearance, like a fairy in mythology, and her gentle and indifferent temperament undoubtedly had extremely high popularity among the citizens of the Land of Night. Not to mention, whenever there was something major that needed to be publicized, Irori would come forward personally. Occasionally, Irori would also perform some highly watchable puppet plays for passers-by on the street using manual manipulation, attracting countless people to flock to watch. Puppets manipulating puppets to perform puppet plays. In just 1 year, she had become a national-level idol figure. However, not everyone was like this. More people were still paying more attention to the content of the announcement itself. How to say it, it always felt completely different from the style of other countries. In other countries, from the daimyo and officials down to the common people, everyone seemed to be talking about military and national affairs, as if the ninja world war could come at any time, filled with fear and panic, with everyone's heartstrings tightened. Only the general's announcement did not mention any international conflict or tension at all, just focusing on various matters of domestic livelihood as in previous years. Focusing on how the people were eating, how they were dressing, how they were sleeping, whether they had found work, and whether poor families had received the relief materials distributed by the country on time. The weather was cold, so pay attention to keeping warm. Fluctuations in meat and vegetable prices would be adjusted reasonably as soon as possible. General, you really are. This is not a tear, it's just that the wind and snow from the east came too suddenly this year, and it accidentally got into my eyes. We love you, General. Chapter 43 Yayoi, I'm going to outlive these first-generation old fogies. Just as Yayoi expected, while other nations were interrupting previous talks and seemingly preparing preventative measures for a ninja world war, Konoha village took no action afterward, as if it had completely forgotten the series of events that had occurred. However, in Yayoi's view, this might be one of Konoha's ways of solving problems. At this time, no matter what Konoha did, it would likely arouse the high vigilance of the other great nations. Since that was the case, it was better to remain still than to act. It was better to do nothing, pretend nothing had happened, and bury themselves in continuing to build their ninja village. Wait for the tense nerves of the other nations to slowly relax, then seek another opportunity to intervene. He just didn't know if this was a suggestion put forward by Senju Tobarama. But in this way, Konoha's short-term development might encounter some minor setbacks. Many nations' trade with Konoha had been forced to stop because of Uchiha Madara's actions, and the Land of Night was one of the few nations in the ninja world at this time that continued to maintain exchanges with Konoha. In Yayoi's view, no matter what Konoha did, external forces would find it hard to intervene. Rather than letting his imagination run wild, it was better to follow his own rhythm. How Yayoi had handled his relationship with Konoha in the past was how he would continue to handle it now. Normal diplomacy, normal trade. Konoha hadn't done anything yet. If he were to lose his footing first, it really wouldn't make sense. Regardless, as the highest will of the nation, he was the one person who absolutely could not panic. Shogun's Manor, Inner Court, Training Ground. The sky was gray, and the snowflakes falling from the sky gradually covered the ground. Many buildings in the inner court also donned white hats. Bang. Bang. Every time a low, vibrating sound was produced, it triggered a gust of wind with impact force, causing the snowflakes falling around to dance uncontrollably in the sky. In the training ground, a pitch-black cubic object stood tall. It was not something made of rock, but a large cube forged entirely from steel. Its length, width, and height all exceeded 5 meters. Moreover, some special chakra alloys were integrated into this steel, which not only increased the cube's weight but also significantly strengthened its durability. Yayoi wore tight black ninja clothing, and the chakra cloak, solid as armor, like flowing clouds and rising flames, was firmly locked onto the surface of his sturdy body. Clearly, he had entered chakra armament mode, and all his physical abilities were greatly enhanced in this state. Every punch he threw seemed to tear through the air, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Then the fist exploded against the steel cube, emitting a dull bang sound, sending out waves of impact force no weaker than a gale, sweeping away the white snowflakes around. Even so, Yayoi's punch force could not make the steel cube in front of him move in a way visible to the naked eye. It only caused this large cube to tremble in bursts, leaving clearly visible sunken fist marks on it. Moreover, with every punch that struck the cube, the iron skin on the cube's surface would develop fine cracks, and then fingernail-sized iron shavings would chip off. Yayoi did not feel disappointed by this. Just forging the steel cube had cost him quite a bit of energy, and it was a top-tier piece of taijutsu training equipment. Its ultimate purpose was to simulate the intensity of a battle against Susanoo. Although he knew that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo had a defensive power far exceeding that of this steel cube. But if he wanted to climb such a peak, he could only catch up step by step, keeping his feet on the ground. If his attack power couldn't even shake or destroy such a steel cube, there was no need to even speak of confronting Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. The advantage of taijutsu over ninjutsu was that while the attack range of taijutsu was smaller than ninjutsu, its destructive power was more concentrated. Seemingly large-scale ninjutsu did not necessarily cause more effective damage than taijutsu, which appeared to have a smaller destructive range. Yayoi planned to first elevate his taijutsu ability in chakra armament mode to the extreme, and then research and develop offensive ninjutsu to complement this mode. If his body wasn't tough enough, the chakra cloak worn on his body would make him feel sore after a long time. Even now, 3 hours after entering this mode, his bones couldn't help but start creaking, and his muscles were swollen and aching all over. At this rate, in another half hour, his body would be pushed to its limit by this technique. This was obviously not good enough, he had to eliminate the side effects of this mode on his body. And to eliminate the side effects of this mode, there were no shortcuts, it was just one step at a time, raising his physique through countless beatings, until his body's strength was elevated to a level that could adapt to chakra armament mode. This included his earliest conception of injecting chakra nature transformation into the chakra cloak. At that time, the requirements for physical fitness would be even more brutal than now. Although my chakra is still plentiful, my stamina has been exhausted first. As expected, this mode still needs time for further refinement. Moreover, the power must be more concentrated, it cannot be too loose. The range of destruction must be compressed into a single point as much as possible, otherwise, it will be very difficult to break through Susanoo's chakra armor. Yayoi released the chakra cloak on his body, and the heavy pressure weighing on him dissipated a lot, letting him take a deep breath, as if to vent all the fatigue accumulated over these few hours. Thanks to the fact that his active chakra volatilized very slowly, as long as he didn't deliberately use it recklessly, he had completely enough chakra to fight a protracted war. Furthermore, this mode has too high a requirement for the body. I cannot easily use Shadow Clone to accumulate experience, otherwise, it will bring irreversible damage to the body. I will wait until my body's strength has made significant progress before using Shadow Clone to accelerate training. Right now, splitting off one Shadow Clone to go to Tenchukaku to handle official business, while my main body trains here, is already the limit. Yayoi twisted his neck and pressed on his shoulders and neck, which were almost stiff and unable to move, producing a crackling sound, and judged that he could not overly rely on the experience accumulation from the Shadow Clone technique for now. For one thing, he was different from the original protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, he didn't have the nine-tailed inside him to share his fatigue. Secondly, chakra armament mode was different from ordinary techniques, the burden this technique placed on the body was comprehensive and without blind spots, and the accumulated fatigue was far from comparable to ordinary techniques. Thirdly, he was not the type of ninja with an exceptionally large amount of chakra, so the number of shadow clones must be controlled within a certain range. His chakra amount could only be considered at an excellent level, it was much stronger than the average person's, but it didn't reach the top tier. The reason he could fight for a long time was that his chakra volatilized more slowly and was of superior quality, allowing him to use a small amount of chakra to make taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu exert their best effects. For him, in cultivation, he would never force himself for the sake of quickly pursuing power, leading to irreversible damage to his body. The outcome between ninjas should not be reflected only in a single duel or a single war. Only the person who laughs last is the true winner. A healthy and long-lived body, along with time, can also serve as a means to defeat an enemy. Yayoi had sufficient confidence in his own longevity. The reason ninjas in this era didn't live long was, on one hand, because the intensity of war was too high and the order too chaotic. On the other hand, it was because ninjas excessively squeezed their own bodies, often fighting with overloaded chakra, and excessively draining their own physical and spiritual energy. Once or twice occasionally might not matter. But if one did this year after year, it would inevitably severely accelerate the body's failure. He seriously suspected that the First Ninja World War lacked the participation of the first Kage from each ninja village precisely because these first Kage were either lying old and immobile in bed, suffering from illnesses, and simply unable to get onto the battlefield. Or it was because their past battles were too frequent, leading to too many hidden injuries in their bodies, causing them to meet their end prematurely. This era now was their era, but wait until a dozen or so years later, these older generation of powerful ninjas would either be lying in bed unable to move, or already lying in their coffins. Yet he would be in his prime, still young and strong. Without a doubt, this was his victory. Chapter 44, Air and Air. Year 2 of Konoha, February. Year 11 of the Land of Night. Since November of the previous year, the situation in various countries had become extremely tense due to the issue of Konoha, causing the other four great nations to enter a state of active war preparation. It seemed as though the first great ninja war of the ninja world was on the verge of breaking out. However, this state of affairs did not last long. Due to Konoha's silence, tensions gradually eased. After all, following the complete failure of the Konoha talks in November, they had merely expressed apologies but had been slow to take any further action. Naturally, the other four great nations could not maintain such an intensely tense state of war preparation indefinitely. This would not only hinder national development but also be detrimental to domestic stability. Therefore, in January of this year, vaguely sensing that Konoha truly would not take any action, the ninja of the four great nations could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their attitude towards war preparation was no longer as tightly strung as it had been at the beginning. However, the state of war preparation was not completely lifted, basic preventive measures were still being maintained. At this time, in the Land of Night. As the general, Yayoi had long ceased paying attention to the international situation in recent days. For him, there were matters more important than the international situation. Because today was the important day of Kicho's official childbirth. Aiaiya. A series of agonized groans caused Yayoi to instinctively stand up from the bench outside the delivery room in the medical department. The pain in that cry sounded as if it were heart-wrenching, yet there was also an incredibly powerful resilience, gritting teeth and straining to endure. My lord, please rest assured. Lady Kicho has always been strong, everything will be fine in the end. Besides, Irory and Kao are still inside. Seeing Yayoi stand up from the bench, his calm face, though trying hard to restrain it, still showed a rare hint of restlessness. As a concubine, Rinko also stood up, comforting Yayoi and telling him not to worry about matters in the delivery room. Yes, I know. As if affirming Rinko's words, Yayoi took a light breath and nodded slowly. Though the restlessness on his face had dissipated, the anxiety and worry in his heart were not so easily dispelled. Currently in the delivery room, aside from Kicho, the mother-to-be, there were only Irory, Kao, and the head of the medical department, Hataru. Irory and Kao were there to prevent accidents, assist with tasks, and to help Kicho feel at ease. The person primarily responsible for the delivery was Hataru, a female medical ninja. To be honest, even during the battle with Madara last year, Yayoi had not been as nervous and uneasy as he was now. It seemed as though if anything went slightly wrong inside, he would rush in immediately. Ayaya. Kicho's pain remained immense. That heart-wrenching cry not only unsettled Yayoi but also caused deep concern to appear on Rinko's face. She couldn't imagine what kind of pain could cause Kicho to cry out so painfully and with such difficulty. As a jonin, Kicho possessed a bloodline limit, and her physical physique was stronger than that of many jonin. Generally, she shouldn't be screaming as if in mortal agony like an ordinary woman during childbirth. Could something really have gone wrong? Rinko also couldn't help but feel the urge to rush into the delivery room immediately. However, remembering that Irory and Kao were inside to assist, she dismissed the thought. Since they hadn't called for help, it meant Kicho was not in any life-threatening danger. Just as Yayoi and Rinko were growing somewhat impatient waiting outside amidst Kicho's painful cries. Wah! Continuous and loud infant cries, like a ray of dawn sunlight, pierced the dark clouds in Yayoi and Rinko's hearts, deeply striking their cores. Not long after, Hataru, with her wavy long hair, walked out smiling, looking as if she had also breathed a great sigh of relief. Lord Yayoi, congratulations, both mother and child are safe. Please go in quickly. Whoosh. Without waiting for Rinko to react, Yayoi swiftly pushed the door open and entered the delivery room. The first thing he saw upon entering was his wife Kicho, lying on the white nursing bed for mothers. Her face was pale, the kind of pallor that appears after physical strength is completely exhausted, a frighteningly white expression of weakness. Moreover, constant cold sweat had completely drenched her cheeks. Her beautiful, dark hair was stuck to her face, looking somewhat disheveled and messy. My lord, it's a very healthy baby. As if for this moment, Kicho smiled weakly yet with immense happiness, trying to force herself to sit up. However, Yayoi, who had stepped forward, gently pressed her back down, telling her to lie still. Yes, I know. You've worked hard, Kicho. You're tired, sleep for a while first. Yayoi held Kicho's cold, pale little hand, gently rubbing it, trying to impart some warmth to her. Kicho obediently nodded, not forcing herself any further. After seeing Yayoi, she completely relaxed and closed her eyes, drowsy. Father. My lord. Calls came from Irory, Kao, and Rinko respectively. At this moment, the baby Kicho had given birth to was being held in Irory's arms, wrapped in a soft, warm, milky white swaddling cloth. After initially crying and fussing, the baby was now completely quiet, sleeping peacefully in Irory's arms. Yayoi released Kicho's little hand, gently tucking it back under the covers, and went over to Irory to look at the baby in the swaddling clothes. It was a boy. And this boy was more robust than the average infant. Well, although robust might not be the most appropriate word to describe a baby, that was the impression Yayoi got. He wasn't a sensory-type ninja and couldn't deeply perceive the baby's specific condition, but just from appearance, one could tell at a glance that this boy's vitality was not something an ordinary infant could match. No wonder Kicho had such a difficult labor, crying out so heart-wrenchingly. Such a tenaciously vital baby was indeed extraordinary. If forced to describe it, he could be used as a seal container for a tailed beast. However, Yayoi would not do such a thing. He wouldn't even use his own subordinates to create a Jinchuriki, let alone his own son. Yayoi took the baby from Irory's arms. Although he had learned how to hold a baby during this period, it was his first time actually doing so, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, the baby wasn't disturbed and continued to sleep peacefully, allowing Yayoi to quietly sigh in relief. Then, looking at the baby's serene, cute sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't hold the baby for too long before handing him to Rinko, letting her also experience the feeling. When he first came out, Lady Kicho's baby opened his eyes. They were Byakugan, just like Lady Kicho's. He might become an excellent ninja who surpasses Lady Kicho in the future. Kao added from the side, her expression also looking very pleased. This was only natural. Although General Yayoi deeply loved and cherished Kicho, his official wife, as long as she hadn't given birth to an heir, her position seemed like a castle in the air. After all, next year, a woman from the Uzumaki clan would enter the household, potentially threatening Kicho's status. As Kicho's personal maids, no matter how naive they were, they knew that only when Kicho's position was secure could they, as maids and concubines, have a place here. As for challenging Kicho's position, let's just say, in the world of ninja, strength ultimately speaks. Their own capacity and talent were simply insufficient to sit in the position of the general's official wife. The general was the daimyo of the country, the leader of the nation's ninja and samurai, the one who wielded the greatest violence in the land of night. This destined the position of the general's official wife to be one that no ordinary woman could hold steady. Now it was good. Their sect master, Kicho, was not only the official wife but had also given birth to such a healthy and robust heir, making her position even more unshakable. We'll talk about the future later. Yayoi deliberately refuted with a serious tone, but the joy in his heart was caught by everyone, as there was no need to hide it. Cow, go announce the news of this child's birth. Soon, Yayoi adjusted his emotions, returning to his usual serious work demeanor. The significance of this child's arrival was not merely that he had a direct heir, it was also key to stabilizing the hearts of the people within the country. He was the father of a child and also the ruler of a nation, proving the complexity of his identity. Ah, yes. Cow was momentarily stunned but didn't think much of it, quickly walking out of the delivery room. With the international situation so tense now, the general, as the supreme ruler of the land of night, having a direct heir was undoubtedly the best medicine to ease the people's worries. Such a meaningful political signal indeed needed to be released as soon as possible. After staying in the delivery room for a while, Yayoi and the others came out. Father, I'll go attend to my duties now. There's still a lot to handle at the Tenshikaku. Irori's voice was gentle as she gave a slight bow and turned to leave. My lord, I'll take the child back to the inner court now. We need to settle Lady Kicho's child as soon as possible. Rinko, holding the child in her arms, also intended to take her leave and return to the inner court to make arrangements. I'll escort you and the child back first. Yayoi paused for a moment, intending to personally escort Rinko and the child back to the inner court. Rinko did not refuse. Under Yayoi's personal escort, she safely returned to the inner court. Early on, when Kicho was pregnant, a nursery specifically for taking care of the baby had been prepared within the inner court. By the way, this child is really unusually heavy. And this steady breathing doesn't seem like that of a newborn at all. Rinko placed the child in the crib, wiping non-existent cold sweat from her face, but she was truly amazed by this extraordinary child. Yayoi nodded. Although the child was the same size as a normal infant, his weight was abnormally strange, much heavier than an ordinary baby. He had noticed this anomaly when holding the child in the delivery room. However, Yayoi did not consider this child ominous because of it. Rather, having such characteristics further confirmed his extraordinariness. This was an innate talent for being a ninja. Perhaps, at the same age, his achievements will surpass mine. Yayoi began to assess and predict inwardly. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his own talent compared to his child's, but rather because his own starting point had been very low. The wandering ninja who had adopted him was no master. Moreover, when Yayoi first learned chakra refinement techniques, he was already 7 years old. In the early stages, many of his abilities, including cultivating Irori's life embryo, had taken many detours and were accomplished with great difficulty. Generally, in this era, ninja born into ninja clans formally began learning chakra refinement techniques from the age of 3. At the latest, they would start chakra refinement at 4 years old. Starting at 7 was a full 3 to 4 years later than clan ninja. Coupled with the lack of systematic learning of ninja techniques, many of his abilities had developed in very wild, unorthodox ways. This child was different. His future would involve very early exposure to chakra refinement techniques and access to incredibly high-quality educational resources. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. By the way, my lord, have you thought of a name for this child? Rinko played with the child, then, remembering something, turned to ask. There's no rush for now. I need to think carefully. Yayoi paused, then continued, I'll leave things here to you, Rinko. Yes, my lord. Yayoi left under Rinko's gaze. Leaving the inner court, Yayoi ascended the Tenshikaku. He didn't go to his usual office but instead went to the observation deck atop the Tenshikaku tower. This was the highest point of the entire Tenshikaku. Besides its symbolic meaning of power, it was also a spacious observation point. Above the observation deck was the spotless sky. Looking into the distance from here, one could not only see the entire shogun's manor but also partially take in the street scenes outside the mansion. In the past, when tired from work, Yayoi would occasionally come here to relax, even taking a lazy nap. However, Yayoi was not the only guest here at this moment, someone had already arrived first. Silver hair fluttering in the wind, a neatly worn ice blue kimono, a face still bearing some youthful innocence. The girl's purple eyes, gazing into the distance, seemed to reveal emotions quite different from usual. It was Irori. Yayoi walked up behind her and, without a word, embraced her from behind. What's wrong? Standing here looking so lonely. The moment she was embraced, although the girl concealed it well, Yayoi still clearly sensed a momentary tremble in her body. And nothing, father. I just wanted to be alone here to clear my mind. Irori lightly bit her lip. You really are like a child. Yayoi chuckled softly. His broad hand gently lifted her silvery white hair, revealing the snow-white skin of her neck, a pinkish, translucent complexion surpassing that of a human girl, exuding a sweet, alluring fragrance along with her silvery white hair. Are you afraid that after that child's birth, I will unconsciously neglect you? No, I don't think that. That is father's child, I also love him. I just... So, you still feel lonely, don't you? Yayoi interrupted Irori's words, sighed softly, released her, and turned her around to face him. Irori seemed unable to look directly at Yayoi as she used to, her purple eyes beginning to dart around. Yayoi, meanwhile, carefully touched Irori's face. The seemingly frivolous action held not a hint of impropriety. Though a puppet life form, her skin was like a human's, no, it surpassed that of a human. Yayoi could clearly feel that this was skin with the weight of life. Father, you... A faint blush spread uncontrollably across Irori's youthful face, and her body began to tremble slightly. Don't speak, Irori. Just feel the connection between us. Yayoi spoke softly, stopping his caress of Irori's cheek. Then, he embraced her body again, letting her smooth, snow-white forehead rest gently against his broad, warm chest. As you think, Kicho, Kao, Rinko, they are my women. That child is the heir to my bloodline. So, because of this, do you deny yourself, thinking you are an unnecessary outsider here? That's not the case, Irori. Yayoi's voice was full of tolerance and gentleness. Then, with a tone of certainty, he continued delving into the silver-haired girl's heart. My relationship with them is based on love, familial bonds, and even blood. I love them, and I will also love that child, seeing him as a treasure. But that doesn't mean I don't love you. You are also my treasure. Father. No need to worry, no need to hesitate, and certainly no need to grieve over this. Only you, for me, are an existence that transcends love, familial bonds, and even blood. Irori slowly closed her eyes. The worry dissipated from her gentle voice, replaced by a tranquility like a bird returning to its nest. Chapter 45, Wanting to make a divine weapon with a beautiful sword spirit. The news of Yayoi having an heir spread quickly throughout the land of night. First in Yomi City, then in other towns, the citizens here successively learned the news that the general had a direct heir, making the situation in the land of night even more stable. However, this series of actions by Yayoi made other countries feel confused. After being backstabbed by Konoha last year, the land of night was one of the few countries that still conducted trade with Konoha. What was most outrageous was that Yayoi, as the general, not only did not vigorously develop armaments and prepare troops to guard against a surprise attack from Konoha, but instead focused his energy on other fields. He did not even set up ninja and samurai troops at the border to guard against potential attacks from Konoha at any time. At such a tense moment, he high-profilely announced that he had a direct heir. Is this something worth reporting nationwide? Although having an heir is important, shouldn't more attention be paid to the international tension? Hurrying to strengthen military forces and forming an alliance with them to encircle the land of fire without dead angles is the only righteous path. Is this person really not afraid of Konoha? Or is it that he received some inside information from Konoha? After all, during this period, the land of night still traded normally with Konoha. The whole thing is really suspicious. The calmer the land of night was, the more foolish these other countries seemed. At this moment, Konoha Ninja Village. The Hokage rock symbolizing the Hokage, the giant statue of Hashirama, had already appeared on the high cliff wall. That giant head could be seen even from a very far distance. Compared to Hashirama's actual appearance, the head on the Hokage rock was undoubtedly more serious and earnest, revealing a sense of dignity that did not need to be angry to be awe-inspiring. And below the Hokage rock, another iconic building of Konoha, the Hokage building, was also completely finished. Last year, only a simple main structure was built, but now many details and frames had been added, and the colors were more vivid, allowing people to see at a glance that this place was extraordinary. In addition to the Hokage rock and the Hokage building, many large and small buildings were also successively completed. Each ninja clan, according to its own customs, built a new territory suitable for itself around the Konoha Ninja Village on the land they occupied. It was not just the ninja clans, Konoha Ninja Village also attracted many ordinary outsiders to settle there due to its strong reputation. This made the village appear with fresh things outside of the ninja clans for the first time, and also made Konoha Ninja Village increasingly have the flavor of daily life, rather than just being a military institution that nurtured ninjas. The Hokage building under the Hokage rock. Gahahaha, this General Your Excellency is really an interesting person. Tobirama, I heard you say that he is also a powerful medical ninja. In the office, Hashirama was wearing the Hokage Haori, with the Hokage hat placed in front of him. Upon seeing the intelligence sent back from the Land of Night, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, revealing a cheerfulness and openness different from ordinary people. Ah, that's right. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, perhaps he can be compared with you, big brother. Tobirama leaned against the window, gazing at the clouds in the sky. Hearing Hashirama's question, he turned his face and replied. That is truly amazing. He is younger than me now, and in the future, he might be able to surpass me in medical ninjutsu. Hashirama sighed with genuine emotion. Although he was often quite humble, he also knew that many of his abilities were difficult for ninjas to reach. Medical ninjutsu was precisely one of the domains he was proud of. Maybe, but that is not the point. Then what is the point? The Land of Night's actions over the past few months seem to have seen through Konoha's pattern of action. While other countries are terrified because of this, the Land of Night has no such worries at all. Tobirama frowned and pondered. Are you saying that the intelligence from our Konoha high-level meeting has leaked? Hashirama touched his chin, thinking along with Tobirama's train of thought. Tobirama shook his head. No, things haven't reached that point. What I mean is that this general of the Land of Night has grasped the crux of the whole matter from Konoha's series of actions, so while not being on guard, he still continues to maintain cooperation with Konoha. This guy's keenness is a bit too terrifying. Speaking of this, Tobirama's expression couldn't help but become serious. Tobirama, this is the one thing about you that isn't good, you always use the most malicious thoughts to speculate on others' psychology. Perhaps his intentions aren't that complicated at all, and he just purely wants to cooperate with our Konoha. Hashirama waved his hand, feeling that Tobirama was overthinking. Tobirama sighed with mental fatigue. A person who, within a dozen years, built a powerful country second only to the 5 great nations from scratch, and also cold-bloodedly and ruthlessly disposed of all resistors and their families. Pure. These 2 words should not appear on him. Tobirama, you said that General Your Excellency now has an heir, should we also send a gift? Hashirama began to consider this matter. To be honest, in November of last year, Madara's actions could be said to have completely disrupted his various plans, causing many of his ideas to die in the cradle, causing great trouble for him and Konoha. So much so that now Konoha needs to rely on a way of silence to slowly dispel the suspicions of other countries. Also because of this, since November of last year, losing trade with other countries, Konoha's development has become unsmooth. And the Land of Night was the only country among these that still maintained a good relationship with Konoha. Also because of these aids from the Land of Night, plus the convenience provided by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Konoha's development did not stagnate, but instead moved forward steadily. To be honest, Hashirama was very grateful for the help from the Land of Night. Therefore, upon hearing that Yayoi had an heir, he thought he should send a gift to congratulate him, as a return gift for the other party's support of Konoha over these past few months. This. Tobirama also couldn't help but ponder. Just as Hashirama said, no matter what kind of thoughts Yayoi holds, the help the Land of Night has given to Konoha is solid. Taking advantage of Yayoi having an heir, sending a return gift is only right and proper. I remember you have collected quite a few chakra crystals, big brother. Just choose a good one and send it over. Tobirama recalled that in Hashirama's collection, there were many uncarved chakra crystals. Even the lowest valued batch could sell for hundreds of thousands of ryo for a piece the size of a fingernail. Among them, there was also a piece of unique chakra ore in the ninja world. Whether it was practical value or collection value, if auctioned off, it would be an astronomical figure, perhaps enough to buy several mountains. Of course, what was sent out naturally would not be this rank of chakra crystal. But Hashirama also had first-rate and second-rate chakra crystals in his collection. You mean those things? I personally feel that is it. A rare look of hesitation appeared on Hashirama's face, as if he was reluctant. Seeing him hesitate, Tobirama said, anyway, every time you lose money gambling, you take some out to sell. Instead of that, it's better to use those things in a formal way. Hashirama. Can you not mention gambling? It sounds like he is always losing money. At least respect him as the first Hokage and the god of gamblers of Konoha. Ever since Kicho gave birth to a child for him half a month ago, Yayoi's mood had been quite good. Moreover, once this news spread, whether out of sincerity or other motives, gifts of congratulations were sent to the shogun's manor from all over the country. Not just the Land of Night, many countries outside the Land of Night also sent gifts befitting their status in the name of the country. Even 2 of the 5 great nations, the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, sent congratulatory gifts in the name of the country. Similarly, the Konoha ninja village and Iwagakure, representing the military power of these two countries, also sent valuable gifts. The names of the gift givers were marked on them, which were first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and Mu, the leader of the first Tsuchikige's guards. The gift sent by first Hokage Hashirama was a fist-sized chakra crystal shining with emerald luster. Although Yayoi did not know the specific value of this chakra crystal, as far as Senju Hashirama's collection was concerned, it must be an extraordinary item. He knew that in the original work, the necklace Hashirama passed to his granddaughter Tsunade was made of chakra crystals, worth 3 mountains, and was a unique ore in the ninja world. It even showed powerful suppression ability to bind the six-tailed state Uzumaki Naruto during the pain battle. As for the gift sent by Mu, it was chakra metal that could be ranked alongside chakra crystals, and it was not ordinary chakra metal. It was entirely red and emitted a strange luster. Moreover, the metal contained a peculiar energy fluctuation. Yayoi slightly touched the metal with his fingertip, and the chakra in his body was absorbed by this piece of red metal, fusing with the internal energy, making the luster on the metal surface even more dazzling and brilliant. The red metal was quite heavy, the size of several fists. Although there were some impurities inside, as long as they were removed, a perfect piece of chakra metal could be obtained, and by then, the amplification of this chakra metal to chakra would be even more terrifying. Obviously, Mu was willing to take out such a treasure because he was saved by him with medical ninjutsu before. In terms of economic and practical value, it was even above the chakra crystal sent by Hashirama. Sure enough, one should make as many friends as possible. Yayoi played with the chakra crystal and chakra metal, a smile involuntarily rising on the corner of his mouth. Now, the friendly relationship with Konoha and Iwagakure might not last forever. Perhaps in the distant future, conflicts and battles will break out between countries for various reasons, and even friends will inevitably draw swords against each other. But at least for now, being on good terms with these countries has huge benefits for him and the Land of Night. Furthermore, for countries to maintain friendship forever is a whimsical thing. If I refine this metal, then melt the Kusanagi sword, supplement it with other precious materials, and finally cultivate it with my active chakra, perhaps I can create a chakra weapon with performance exceeding the Kusanagi sword. Should I give it a try? Yayoi thought of the lightning attribute Kusanagi sword he obtained after wiping out the Kusanagi clan last year. This Kusanagi sword had been kept in his warehouse without any use, so he subconsciously wanted to melt it down to create a new weapon. After all, such an excellent weapon just gathering dust in the warehouse was really a bit wasteful. He was the type of person who disliked waste the most. And as the general of the Land of Night, not having a divine weapon as a sword was really a bit unbecoming. However, for a while, Yayoi did not think of a feasible plan, so he decided to do it later. Next, Yayoi put away the various gifts on the table one by one. Except for the precious chakra crystal and chakra metal, the gifts sent by most people were actually quite mediocre. This mediocrity did not refer to the price, but that they were useless to ninjas. Luxurious gold, silver jewelry, and clothing accounted for a large part, and there were also many baby supplies. Baby supplies were naturally left for the child to use, and for the magnificent jewelry and clothing, Yayoi planned to distribute them to Irori, and Kicho, Aoi, and Rinko. Let's stop here for today, Irori. Although it was not dark outside yet, just evening, Yayoi intended to end today's work and go back to rest. Well, it was mainly to go see his child, so he had been finishing work very early every day these past few days. Please take care, father. After that day's incident, the knot in Irori's heart had completely disappeared, and her complexion had improved a lot. No, or rather, the whole person seemed to have been reborn, radiant and full of drive. Occasionally, Yayoi would also notice that there were some changes in Irori's eyes when she looked at him. On the surface, she was still as gentle and considerate as in the past, but there was more aggressiveness that hadn't been there before. Chapter 46, Hand Seal-less Water Release. Good, Hand Seal-less Water Release must be learned. After visiting the child in the nursery for a while, Yayoi stopped disturbing them to avoid waking the baby. Currently, Aoi and Rinko are the ones taking care of the baby most of the time. They have temporarily set aside their chores in the Tenchukaku to focus on staying in the inner court and looking after the child. As concubines, and also as Kicho's handmaids, this is a responsibility and duty they naturally shoulder. In order to take good care of the child, they underwent special training some time ago. Kicho, as the mother, also frequently comes to visit and care for the baby, so this child will surely grow up healthy. As for the child's physical condition, Yayoi also used some time to further understand it clearly. Although he did not inherit his special chakra, his strong and surging vitality makes his physique exceptionally robust. Even though it is still just a speculation, Yayoi is mostly certain that this child will be the type of ninja with an extremely vast amount of chakra in the future. Besides his extraordinary body and vitality, when the child occasionally opens his eyes after a good sleep, a pair of pure white eyes are revealed. Without a doubt, he has truly inherited the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan from Kicho, the Byakugan. I am really looking forward to this child's future. Leaving the nursery, Yayoi was filled with expectations. With a massive amount of chakra, a powerful physique capable of perfectly accommodating such vast chakra, and the bloodline limit Byakugan, Yayoi has already foreseen how extraordinary this child's future achievements will be. In this way, the second generation of the Land of Night will be flawless. Arriving at the bedroom door, Yayoi paused before entering, not going in directly. Come to think of it, due to the pregnancy, he and Kicho haven't been intimate for nearly a year. In order to recover the lost origin chi, for more than half a month after giving birth, Kicho has also been recovering her body, forcing herself to endure something. Even if Yayoi didn't pay deliberate attention, he knew that Kicho had been enduring this period very painfully. But today, for a body that has been parched for nearly a year, Kicho finally doesn't have to endure it anymore. In other words, his work tonight might be harder than any night before. However, cherishing one's wife is a husband's job, there is no reason to back down. Yayoi took a deep breath and pushed open the bedroom door to walk in. The bedroom door closed gently, and the curtains in the room were also tightly shut, as if this place were a cage sealed off from the world. Only a few lamps were still lit for illumination, and they were placed very far apart, making the center of the room lose its usual brightness and appear dim. A slender and graceful figure vaguely revealed a hazy outline of light and shadow in the dimness of the center. A pale purple kimono embroidered with beautiful patterns was worn neatly and properly on her body. Her long, jet-black hair was draped casually over her back and shoulders, possessing an elegant and moving charm. Husband, you've come. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come over and sit. Good. Yayoi was slightly surprised, but still walked over and sat down opposite Kicho. A small table was placed between the two, filled with steaming food and a pot of delicious clear sake. Yayoi tasted a bite. It tasted different from the usual meals, but it was equally delicious. Is it delicious? Did you make this, Kicho? I learned a little bit, it doesn't seem very difficult. Since it's delicious, then eat a bit more, husband. Yayoi nodded and ate the meal slowly and steadily. He had just returned and really hadn't eaten yet, his stomach was indeed a bit hungry. Moreover, for the work ahead, he needed to consume a large amount of physical strength, so he couldn't work without eating his fill. It must be said, she really is a thoughtful wife. Kicho, aren't you eating? Seeing Kicho not moving, Yayoi asked a question. I have already eaten. Is that so? Husband has been working outside all day, you must be a bit tired. I wonder if I have the honor to perform for you, to add some different fun for you. Kicho's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a breathtaking smile. Different fun. Husband's medical ninjutsu has reached the level of being able to perform it without hand seals, right? During this period, I haven't completely wasted my time either. I have researched a type of water release ninjutsu, and I would like to ask for husband's critique. Water release. A type of hand seal-less water release. Husband, do you want to take a look? Her clothes at this moment were worn impeccably, and every movement and smile exuded a noble and elegant temperament. But Yayoi inexplicably felt that in Kicho's moist white eyes, a trace of suppressed, hazy longing was radiating. A charming voice also leaked from her slightly trembling lips. Yayoi immediately felt his mouth go dry. Hand seal-less water release is good, hand seal-less water release must be seen. Noon the next day. Aoi and Rinko stood at the door of the master bedroom, hesitating, wanting to go forward and push it open, but then thinking of something, they couldn't help but hesitate. 18 hours, it had been a full 18 hours. Since 6 o'clock yesterday evening, Yayoi and Kicho had stayed in the master bedroom and had not stepped out once. The meal delivered this morning was still placed at the door, completely untouched. Although the master bedroom looked the same as usual from the outside, calm and without any abnormalities. But the moment they thought about the two people in the master bedroom who hadn't come out for nearly a day, the intensity of the battle inside was probably far beyond their imagination. It was a tragedy that could not be described in words. Staying inside for so long, Kicho won't break, right? Aoi muttered in a low voice. That shouldn't be the case, right? Rinko's face, and even her earlobes, were flushed red. The two couldn't help but look at each other, swallowing their saliva. The general is really too reckless, how could he do this to such a delicate girl as Kicho? Come in. A calm and soothing voice came from the bedroom. Aoi and Rinko immediately put away their distracting thoughts and cautiously pushed the door open to walk in. The tragic battlefield they had imagined in their minds did not actually appear. Everything in the bedroom, including the bedding, was arranged very neatly, without the slightest mess. Not far away, the clothes on Yayoi and Kicho were worn completely, without a single wrinkle or impropriety. It's just that they didn't know if it was an illusion, but they always felt that the complexion of Yayoi, the general, seemed a bit pale. As for Kicho, Aoi and Rinko were stunned. She was seen wearing a white kimono with red maple leaf patterns, which fit her body perfectly, standing there generously. Her jade-like face was flushed with a layer of faint red, radiant and charming, as if she were still savoring something. Compared to the past, although there was still a hint of shyness on her face, the allure revealed between her brows was now exceptionally seductive and alluring. Accidentally swept by such a gaze, Aoi and Rinko both felt as if they had been electrocuted, their bodies trembling, unable to help but feel their mouths go dry and their minds dazed. At the same time, they were beating drums in their hearts, with this kind of temptation where shyness and charm are perfectly blended. Just how much had Kicho been irrigated during this period? Husband, Kicho, should we bring the food over? Finally, Aoi reacted first and asked a question. Okay, sorry to trouble you. Hearing Yayoi's reply, Aoi and Rinko felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly trotted out. Oh my, both of them were scared. Kicho couldn't help but smile as she watched the two flee in a panic. Don't even mention it, if it weren't for you, Does husband not like watching my hand seal less water release? Clearly, you were calling me last night. I'm going to work, you eat lunch by yourself. Yayoi didn't wait for Kicho to continue, and like Aoi and Rinko, he chose to flee in a panic. Escaping is shameful, but it works. Chapter 47, the second puppet named Yaya. On the way to the Tenshikaku, Yayoi couldn't help but press his waist. It had only been nearly a year, and he hadn't expected Kicho to become so brutal. Kicho was only 20 years old, what about after 10 years? Yayoi suddenly felt that his decision to train body refining was correct. Father, are you all right? Seeming to notice something unusual about Yayoi's body, Irori brewed tea while asking with concern. It's nothing serious, I'll be fine after resting for a moment. Yayoi also secretly chided himself for his lack of restraint. Last night's play with Kicho had been too wild, he couldn't act like that again next time. However, Kicho had been so enticingly open last night that if he hadn't taken advantage, he would have been quite the blockhead. Here you go, father. Hearing Irori's voice, Yayoi looked at the silver-haired girl in a kimono serving the tea, took it gently, and sipped it. The taste was lingering. Irori, your skills are still as good as ever. Yayoi praised her. Unlike Kicho, Aoi, and Rinko, the three women who always exhausted him, Irori only cared for his well-being. Soon, he set down the teacup and began to work. Sitting at the desk, Yayoi looked at the stack of official documents that needed processing, but felt no impatience. Instead, he was spirited and full of fighting spirit. Compared to the crazy exhaustion Kicho had put him through last night, this workload was nothing. After finishing the official documents, Yayoi picked up the intelligence files provided by the intelligence department, which had already been organized by Irori to make them easier to read. First was the international situation, which remained the same as before. Konoha remained as immovable as a mountain, and other nations had not relaxed their vigilance against the land of fire and Konoha. In Yayoi's view, as long as one didn't provoke Senju Hashirama or target his weak points, this man was harmless. As long as he was a harmless existence, whatever voices existed within Konoha were not worth paying attention to. After Uchiha Madara made his threats, he had yet to take the next step, which was uncharacteristic of him, confirming Yayoi's hypothesis. As the Hokage, Senju Hashirama must have suppressed Uchiha Madara's next move with a firm attitude. In other words, the Hokage Senju Hashirama had invisibly averted a ninja world war. Is this the true worth of the god of ninja? Yayoi sighed inwardly. The best way to judge a person's character is to look at their actions. This god of ninja was truly compassionate and could be called the moral paragon of this era. The subsequent intelligence reports didn't particularly concern Yayoi, they were trivial matters that his subordinates would naturally handle. He just needed to check them later, without needing to do everything himself. After handling the affairs of the Tenshikaku, Yayoi took Irori to the underground space level. Ninjas and samurai guarded the place in 24-hour shifts, and a large number of ghost puppets floated around, protecting the area airtight. Coupled with the mechanisms and traps Yayoi had designed with great effort and time, even a ninja of his level would have no way out if they were surrounded inside. Yayoi first checked the mastermind controlling the ghost puppets, Zero. The brain made of steel was placed inside a transparent glass cover, submerged in solution. As usual, this steel brain was bubbling, appearing like a living thing, possessing its own consciousness. It's still running as stably as before. In a while, I can upgrade it a bit, increase its intelligence to make it more efficient at controlling the puppets, and expand the range of their activities. Yayoi checked the various components of the steel brain, Zero. In terms of overall design, this puppet brain was primarily made of steel and chakra metal, making it an almost purely mechanical creation, fundamentally different from a life form like Irori. Therefore, upgrading it was easier than with Irori. He just needed to further activate the chakra in the core and replace it with better chakra metal or chakra crystals. After the check, Yayoi and Irori came to the closed space where the second puppet life form was being cultured. Apart from the sound of their footsteps, almost no other noise could be heard here. External light or the sound of wind could not reach here. Although it was located underground, the space was not small, even a large summoning beast could frolic freely in such a place. Inside the transparent cylindrical culture tank, centered around a spherical chakra crystal, a fair-skinned baby girl had extended out, and her limbs had clearly grown. She curled up her small body and limbs, eyes tightly closed, staying quietly in the solution, blowing bubbles from her mouth as she floated upwards. The original solution was dark green, but now the color of the solution had faded. Obviously, the energy substances within had been absorbed significantly by this baby girl. I haven't seen her for a while. Yaya has actually grown to this extent. She should be able to come out around March or April of next year. Standing outside the cylindrical culture tank, Aurori looked through the glass at the fair-skinned baby girl curled up and floating in the solution, revealing an expectant expression. After all, this was the family she had always longed for. Although she was similar to a human, Aurori always understood that she was not a human. Her essence tended towards a tailed beast, yet she was also different from a tailed beast. Therefore, she was an independent individual who was neither human nor tailed beast, and occasionally, she would feel lonely due to this uniqueness. Now, she didn't need to worry about such things. Next year, she would have a younger sister with the same essence as her. And this younger sister's name, after Yayoi's consideration, was officially decided. Named Yaya. She possessed physical traits stronger than hers and was a natural expert in body refining. Although not good at large-scale attacks, she could compress her destructive power into a single point, focusing the destruction. As if hearing Aurori's murmur, the fair-skinned baby girl in the solution subconsciously twitched her eyelids, and the sound of bubbles she breathed out became more rapid. "Father, Yaya is responding to me." A rare happy expression appeared on Aurori's face, obviously feeling joyful at her sister's response. I see it. It seems her body has developed instinctive judgment and will respond to relatives through her bloodline. Yayoi was not surprised by this. Although her intelligence and ability to think had not yet been activated, Yaya's body was already indistinguishable from a real life form. Moreover, in terms of instinctive judgment, it was stronger than a human's. Like with Aurori, Yayoi looked forward to Yaya's growth immensely. In his design, Aurori's abilities tended towards large-scale destruction and powerful suppression and sealing characteristics. Therefore, when facing Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, she could only rely on sealing and suppression and could not achieve a breakthrough. But Yaya, who was to be born next, was different. She was a true attacker. If she had been there when he fought Uchiha Madara's shadow clone, perhaps he wouldn't have needed Mu, and he might have had a way to threaten Uchiha Madara's third-stage Susanoo. Of course, all of this was just speculation. He could not predict the upper limit of the strength of Uchiha Madara's third-stage Susanoo. He could not evaluate the upper limit of the offensive capabilities of the second puppet life form, Yaya, without real combat. Similarly, like Aurori, Yaya would also be a being he could trust. Although he had heirs by blood, if it came to trust, without a doubt, these puppet life forms he had created with his own hands were perhaps the beings he truly trusted. It wasn't that he didn't love his wives and children, whether it was Kicho, Aoi, Rinko, or his newborn child, he loved and protected them with all his heart. It was just that the connection between these puppet life forms and him transcended all laws defined by the secular world. As Aurori had said, they were his wives, daughters, lovers, guards, servants, they were the light of his life, the fire of his soul, everything, the world. Your chakra is truly terrifying. Boredom mixed with a hint of scrutiny, the voice of the Seven Tails, the giant beetle creature locked in an iron cage in the depths of the dark closed space, rang out eerily. Even from a distance, its voice was still clear. Yayoi recovered from his thoughts, tilted his head slightly towards the Seven Tails, not understanding why it said that. Your chakra, to me, doesn't feel like energy, but like a living life form. These puppets you created, neither in theory nor in practice, should have been born. Under Aurori's unkind and hostile gaze, the Seven Tails' voice continued to come. Could this kid be the child of prophecy the Six Paths sage spoke of? The Seven Tails' thoughts drifted to that ancient era, not long after it was born. The one who created the nine-tailed beasts, the first Jinchuriki of the ninja world, the legendary master of the ninja sect who created order and peace, the Six Paths sage. At the beginning of creating the tailed beasts, he had left the legend of the child of prophecy for them. A green-eyed boy who calls the names of the nine beasts and plays with them. This green-eyed boy would bring new peace and tranquility to the ninja world. The Seven Tails withdrew its thoughts, glanced at Yayoi again, and immediately dismissed that unrealistic idea in its heart. Because this man had black hair and black eyes, and was not a boy. It's a bit late to say these things now. Your chakra should be about 70% recovered by next year, right? Yayoi walked into the darkness, where only dim light could illuminate the cage, and looked at the Seven Tails, which had grown significantly in size again. The number of chains and talismanic incantations on its body had increased again, and their positions were even more secluded, as if it were completely huddled in the corner, with even light being deprived. The only tool used for lighting was the small amount of glowing scales that fell from its wings. The Seven Tails could now only judge who had come by the sound of footsteps. And this was not hard to guess, because the people who could come to this place were few and far between. After the other party came often, the Seven Tails had become familiar with it and could distinguish people by sound. Calculating the time, it should be able to recover to 70% by then. The Seven Tails also estimated its own recovery speed. If its chakra were only purely absorbed, its chakra could have long since recovered to its prime. But when Yayoi created puppet life forms, the way he took its chakra was different. He would plunder more essential things, causing its chakra recovery speed to be very slow. That's good. According to the agreement, at that time, I will conclude a summoning contract with you and release you. Yayoi took out a special white talismanic incantation, on which a black 7-star seal array was drawn, with dense black curse characters appearing around it. On the talismanic incantation remained the sealing technique, 7-star seal. He stuck the talismanic incantation onto the Seven Tails horn. As long as the Seven Tails chakra went berserk, he would immediately activate the sealing technique on it to suppress the Seven Tails chakra instantly. Combined with the thick chains wrapped around the Seven Tails body and a large number of other sealing talismanic incantations, it was enough to suppress the Seven Tails here so it couldn't move. Even if the Seven Tails were not in its prime state now, he would nip any accidents in the bud, not giving the Seven Tails any chance to take advantage. As expected, he is not a pacifist either. The Seven Tails sensed the sealing talismanic incantation stuck on its horn and complained inwardly. It was already weakened to this extent, yet he was still so strictly guarded, specifically using such high-level sealing talismanic incantations and sealing techniques to target it, not giving it any chance. It had lived for so many years and had never seen a ninja as cautious as this. This man was really too cautious. Chapter 48, That Old Geezer Only Thinks About Himself. After nearly 20 hours of fierce battle, her long-parched body received unprecedented nourishment. In this refreshed state, Kicho arrived at the inner courtyard's training ground. She had shed her kimono and changed into the light purple ninja outfit she only wore for combat. The training ground was filled with various obstacles and equipment, capable of simulating all kinds of real combat scenarios. Kicho walked over to the special wooden stake where she used to practice gentle fist. In her mind, she quickly simulated this stake as an enemy she needed to take down, and unleashed the Hyuga-style gentle fist. Since it was just a warm-up, Kicho only practiced gentle fist for half an hour before stopping. Although she hadn't formally trained for nearly a year, her movements were not only unrusty when executing the gentle fist just now, but even more effortless. Kicho wasn't surprised by this. During her pregnancy, she hadn't truly been idle or doing nothing. Since she couldn't practice gentle fist, she had poured her energy into training the pupil power of her Byakugan. Ultimately, it wasn't the gentle fist that achieved the Byakugan, but rather the existence of the Byakugan that allowed gentle fist to become the main taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. This order could not be reversed. Besides that, Kicho walked to the side, sat down, and took out a black ninjutsu scroll. The material of the scroll was made from a special chakra tree. Unlike ordinary scrolls, this type could be inscribed with a ninja's techniques and traps. If the correct hand seal sequence wasn't used, it would trigger the traps on the scroll. In that event, the scroll would not only self-destruct but also suddenly attack the target in the form of an explosion or combustion. Release. Kicho opened the scroll and used a specific sequence of hand seals to undo the scroll seal. The dense black text on the scroll began to shift and rearrange. After a few seconds of adjustment, the order of the characters stabilized, revealing the correct content. Active Chakra Technique. That was the name of the technique inscribed above. It was a special chakra refinement technique passed down to her by Yayoi. Mastering this technique could lead to a comprehensive improvement in the 3 areas of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Her body's resistance to damage and recovery capabilities would also be enhanced. During her pregnancy, besides training her pupil power, she had spent most of her time referencing the active chakra technique on the scroll, fusing the chakra she refined and converting it into a new kind of chakra. This type of chakra was also called active chakra, but it was completely different in nature from Yayoi's active chakra. They just shared the same name. Nowadays, the active chakra she had refined could already be applied to her gentle fist and Byakugan. Although it is a refinement technique, in some respects, it is also a powerful, foundation-focused forbidden technique. Kicho looked at the content on the scroll and couldn't help but exclaim. The reason it was called a foundation-focused forbidden technique was that there were extremely strict requirements to master this skill. First, it required powerful chakra. Second, it required extremely precise chakra control. Third, it required a strong body capable of containing the refined and converted active chakra. The converted active chakra was heavier than ordinary quality chakra. If one did not meet these 3 conditions, practicing this forbidden technique, while not life-threatening, would cause the meridian system to collapse under the pressure, eventually leaving the person as an ordinary individual unable to continue being a ninja. In other words, the minimum requirement to practice the active chakra technique was to be at the Jonin level. Kicho had spent over 3 months researching it before she stumbled through understanding most of the content. There was still a portion that required her strength to advance further before she could fully comprehend it. If she could completely master this technique, she had a feeling that her ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu abilities would be further amplified. Moreover, the changes went far beyond just combat power. Kicho touched her fair, tender skin, which felt as if a gentle pinch could make water seep out. Compared to 2 years ago, this face seemed unchanged, perhaps even looking a little younger. Slowing down aging, extending youth, that was also one of the benefits of practicing this refinement technique. As a woman, although Kicho hadn't yet reached the age where she would worry about her age, it didn't mean she wasn't interested in prolonging her youth. Kicho thought of Yayoi's face again. Compared to when she first saw him 2 years ago, it also seemed unchanged. The only flaw of this refinement technique was that the conditions for practice were too harsh, making it impossible to popularize. However, that was only normal. Compared to the various enhancements this refinement technique brought, the risks were not worth mentioning. After studying this refinement technique for about an hour, Kicho felt a throbbing pain in her head, so she rolled up the scroll and put it back into the ninja tool pouch strapped to her thigh. Next, I need to develop more advanced gentle fist moves using this active chakra. She had mastered the basic gentle fist before she was 10. After that, creating her own variant of gentle fist was a path every Hyuga clan ninja would take once they reached a certain level. As early as last year, Kicho had the idea of developing new gentle fist moves, and she had simulated the concepts in her mind dozens of times. There were no loopholes left. The only thing lacking now was turning the theory into reality. Keeping her Byakugan activated, Kicho stood up and returned to the special wooden stake used for gentle fist training. This was a synthetic stake that exceeded steel in hardness. Moreover, it possessed a special resilience that could cushion force, making it even more difficult to destroy than pure steel. Ooh. Kicho took a light breath, stepped back, raised her right arm, and curled her right hand's 5 fingers into a tiger palm, assuming a combat stance. This was the power generation method for 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. By using the chakra points on her palm, she would compress high-density chakra into a cannonball-like strike as hard as iron, and then instantly launch this tangible chakra, hardened to the level of steel, to strike from a distance. This method of attack was similar to an air cannon. Although it was a long-range attack, the target's meridian system would still be attacked, causing their chakra to be sealed. The stance Kicho was currently in resembled 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, but if one looked closely, subtle differences could be seen. Boom. The moment Kicho struck with her tiger palm, the sound produced was no longer the vibration of air, but a screeching blast similar to an explosion triggered by an explosive tag. Moreover, what was launched was not a vacuum cannonball, but a fierce white storm roaring like a wild beast, forming a sharp, piercing, tangible shockwave that swept through everything in Kicho's field of vision with overwhelming force. The horizon bloomed with orange-red. With the setting sun as the backdrop, the wooden stakes on the training ground were blown away, towering trees were uprooted, and the hard ground was scraped away several meters deep, simulating a mountain collapse, with the artificial river buried under rock and soil. When Aoi arrived at the training ground to look for Kicho, she witnessed the scene, her eyes widening in shock, her mouth hanging open, unable to close. Lady Kicho, what on earth did she do here? This scene was even more devastating than a battlefield that had been subjected to continuous bombardment by a large number of explosive tags. Amidst the dust that hadn't fully settled, a slender figure appeared and disappeared, vaguely discernible as a young woman wearing a light purple female ninja outfit. Lady Kicho. Aoi rushed into the training ground, arrived at a relatively intact patch of land, approached the figure in the dust, and called out, filled with uncertainty. It's Aoi. Is something the matter? Kicho waved her hand gently, dispersing the surrounding dust. Her light purple ninja outfit was severely damaged, and even the ninja shoes on her feet were battered. Her originally beautiful and flawless long black hair was covered in a large amount of dust, its luster dimmed. Only the pair of Byakugan she still had open shone with a high-purity white light that made Aoi feel palpitation, and deep within the pure white pupils, a faint trace of purple vaguely emerged. When swept by Kicho's Byakugan, Aoi couldn't help but tremble, as if all the blood in her body had frozen. Lady Kicho, I came to call you for dinner. Is it this late already? Kicho glanced at the sky. On the distant horizon, only a trace of the sunset's afterglow remained. I was a bit too immersed in my training. Sorry for making you worry. Kicho took a deep breath, the veins around her eyes returned to normal, and she deactivated her Byakugan. Are you practicing the gentle fist? Aoi spoke subconsciously, her peripheral vision sweeping over the devastation on the training ground, asking uncertainly. The only thing that can coordinate with these eyes is the gentle fist. Kicho spoke as if it were a matter of course. That's true. Aoi scratched her head, laughing awkwardly, feeling she had asked a very stupid question. However, she still couldn't imagine what kind of gentle fist could turn the training ground into such a state. This looked more like the destruction caused by a fierce type of taijutsu. First, go take a bath, then go eat to replenish some stamina, otherwise I won't be able to handle my husband tonight. Kicho rubbed her empty lower abdomen, her stomach was indeed getting hungry. Aoi's expression darkened. Don't think she didn't understand this subtext. Training was already so exhausting, yet she still wanted to do that kind of lewd thing at night. Was her stamina infinite? Besides, hadn't they already been that indulgent yesterday? Forget it, it's a bit troublesome. Aoi, bring the food directly to the hot spring. When my husband returns, tell him to go there. So, she had already made plans to stay at the hot spring all night. Not going to see the child? Or was the child actually just an accessory? Even as a personal maid, Aoi found it very difficult to keep up with Kicho's train of thought. Oh right, Lady Kicho, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Kicho, who was just about to head to the hot spring, paused upon hearing this, looking over with a puzzled gaze. In the afternoon, Lord Shuzen sent a letter. Aoi reported to Kicho with a serious expression. Who is Lord Shuzen? That is your biological father. Did you just forget him? Aoi screamed in her heart. Oh my, I was just joking, look how scared you are. Seeing Aoi's horrified face, as if she had been scared silly, Kicho covered her mouth and chuckled, looking like a prankster who had succeeded. Lady Kicho is a bit too free here. She should go back to the Hyuga clan and live for 2 years to reign in her temperament. Aoi couldn't help but think. So, that guy sent another letter, right? Ah, yes. Aoi came back to her senses, hurriedly took a letter from inside her clothes, and handed it to Kicho. Kicho's relationship with her father, Hyuga Shuzen, was poor, both Aoi and Rinko could tell. After all, Kicho here had no need to hide her likes and dislikes. Every time she saw a letter from her father Shuzen, she would show an expression of extreme disgust and disdain. This pair of father and daughter completely lacked the affection that should exist between them. Kicho opened the envelope and took out the paper inside. Kicho, my daughter, seeing these words is like seeing me. After reading it, as Kicho expected, it was still a letter asking for help. It was just that the meaning was expressed a bit cryptically. He wanted to maintain a father's dignity and not let his daughter look down on him, but on the other hand, he was forced by the dire situation and hoped to receive help from his daughter. He wanted her to use the power of the Land of Night to help him re-establish his foundation in the Hyuga clan. Nowadays, the conservative faction of the Hyuga clan had grown stronger than ever, and his radical faction, which focused on militant ideology, was clearly having a very hard time. Lady Kicho, is Lord Shuzen again? Aoi recalled that Hyuga Shuzen had written some letters before. Although the wording was very cryptic, the implied meaning seemed to be that he wanted Kicho to help. It was just that the expression was too vague, causing her and Rinko to read it several times before figuring out the purpose. Moreover, the language was overly literary and very difficult to read. Just like before. This old-fashioned and twisted guy really only thinks about himself. Kicho gave this assessment of her father, Hyuga Shuzen. Regardless, he is your father. In terms of words, could you show a little respect? As you said, he is just a father. Hearing Kicho's response, Aoi immediately shut her mouth. Just a father, so a father with blood ties could be described with such words. Lady Kicho was indeed a freely flying butterfly. Kicho quickly gathered chakra at the tip of her right index finger and began to write a reply on the back of the letter paper. After finishing, Kicho tucked the letter away and handed it back to Aoi. Have someone send it back? Yes. Aoi took the letter and bowed respectfully as she withdrew. Chapter 49, A father's kindness and a daughter's filial piety are traditional virtues. If they lose me, the Hyuga clan will sooner or later decline. A man approaching 50, yet whose hair had already turned completely gray, Hyuga Shuzen, had been evaluating his own importance to the Hyuga clan ever since they merged into the Konoha ninja village. This head of gray hair was the best proof of how he had exhausted his efforts for the clan. Others his age, while looking old, were not nearly as weathered as he was. Therefore, he was extremely dissatisfied with the current atmosphere of the family. The word weak was simply a disgrace to the Hyuga. This applied not only to the adult clansmen but to the younger generation as well. Less than a year after joining Konoha, these people had begun to comfortably enjoy this peaceful life that felt almost numbing. A ninja's life should not be like this. Seeking power through slaughter and proving oneself through combat was what a ninja ought to be doing. Walking on the roads of the newly built clan grounds, Hyuga Shuzen could no longer see the spirit of hard work and struggle that the Hyuga clan once possessed. Because the purity and simplicity of the past were gone, the clansmen began building tall, ornate houses, decorating the clan grounds with flashy, impractical items, and enjoying a stable life. What the children held in their hands were no longer blood-stained shuriken and kunai, but wooden ninja tools, playing games that led to corruption. The sky of the Hyuga has turned dark. Hyuga Shuzen's eagle wolf-like white eyes stared at a group of children chasing and playing in the open space. He didn't find this worth being happy about at all, he only felt that this new generation was incredibly noisy. The future of the Hyuga depends only on me. No, it must be me who saves them. Hyuga Shuzen made up his mind. His status within the clan began to drop lower and lower, and his subordinates, who once obeyed his every command, had all drifted away from him for reasons unknown. Only a few trusted followers remained to run errands for him, though recently, even they seemed to have other ideas. He could not understand why his subordinates, who had previously been keen on fighting and killing, had corrupted and drifted away from him in such a short time. Hyuga Shuzen arrived at the heart of the clan grounds, where a 6-story building stood, a luxurious structure that would never have appeared in the family area in the past. This was the gathering point for the radical faction of the Hyuga clan. However, in Hyuga Shuzen's eyes, the radicals in the clan were also incredibly weak. He made his way to the meeting room on the 4th floor, a relatively traditional Japanese-style quiet room with cushions on the floor, where quite a few people were already seated. These were all members of the Hyuga clan's radical faction, and every single one of them was a Jonin-level ninja. Hyuga Shuzen, you've arrived. Just find a place to sit. An elder slightly older than Hyuga Shuzen, wearing loose gray casual clothes, smiled and gestured for Hyuga Shuzen to sit wherever he liked. Hyuga Shuzen frowned, his face showing displeasure, because all the cushions near the front were already occupied. By all logic, shouldn't a powerhouse like him be allowed to sit in a position near the front? But considering he still needed to win these people over, he just nodded indifferently and sat down on a cushion relatively close to the front. Unlike those conservatives, our faction's plan for upcoming actions in Konoha needs some adjustments. We must prove to the conservatives that only by using our strategy can the Hyuga exist better within Konoha village. After nearly a year of integration, most of the powerful elders of the Hyuga had accepted a village like Konoha and had even proactively begun designing new clan grounds within the village. Because they had truly tasted the convenience and progressiveness of a ninja village. Clans put aside their struggles and began competing and cooperating in a different way. The Hyuga's power not only did not suffer any losses but was actually more stable and prosperous than before. It was not just the Hyuga, even the immensely arrogant Uchiha clan had similar intentions. As for the other ninja clans, it went without saying, they gathered around the Senju clan, providing various opinions, causing this village to advance at an astonishing speed. More importantly, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who led the village, possessed strength and tolerance worthy of anyone's allegiance. Based on such a stable environment, the Hyuga were internally divided into radicals and conservatives, but generally speaking, they were centered around the village, aiming to elevate the Hyuga clan's status and strength to a higher peak. Following this elder, the other radical elders also began discussing things in a flurry of voices. The radical elders here included both members of the main house and the branch house, and in their eyes, they were full of confidence in the future of the Konoha ninja village. Only Hyuga Shuzen sat to the side with a serious face, completely out of place with the people around him. I think rather than this, we should consider establishing the Hyuga's position here. The family's attitude in recent cooperation with other ninja clans has been a bit too weak. As soon as Hyuga Shuzen said this, the quiet room suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned toward him. Hyuga Shuzen was not flustered, his tone filled with the coldness and toughness of a militant faction. Isn't it? The Uchiha clan is one thing, but how can families like the Sarutobi clan and the Yamanaka clan, which don't even have a bloodline limit, receive the same resources as our Hyuga clan? Don't you think this is a huge humiliation for us Hyuga? Everyone looked at each other. Humiliation? It didn't really seem like it. After Konoha was established, the Sarutobi clan was the first to respond, and they also brought along the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and other ninja clans to join. Apart from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, the ninja clan alliance led by the Sarutobi clan had undoubtedly made great contributions to the establishment of Konoha village. For the Hyuga clan to receive the same treatment as these families despite joining later, Hokage-sama had already valued them enough. Hyuga Shuzen, you. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Come in. Before the other elders could speak, Hyuga Shuzen spoke first. A male Hyuga clansman pushed the door open and walked in. He was in his 20s. The radical elders recognized the person. He was a jonin in the clan and one of Hyuga Shuzen's trusted aides. Lord Hyuga Shuzen, this is a reply letter from Lady Kicho. The young jonin walked over respectfully and handed Hyuga Shuzen a letter. You've done well. You may leave. Hyuga Shuzen waved his hand, signaling that he could leave. Is that a letter from that child, Kicho? An elder couldn't help but be curious. He was aware of Kicho, the former genius girl of the Hyuga clan, who was now the primary wife of the general of the Land of Night. Moreover, not long ago, Kicho, as the primary wife, had given birth to a son for the general, and the Hyuga clan had specially selected a generous gift to send in the name of the family to maintain friendly relations. With such a powerful external ally as the Land of Night, even if the other party did nothing, the Hyuga clan could stably and enduringly reap huge benefits. Yes, she is the daughter I am most proud of. I believe that after seeing my letter, she will use the power of the Land of Night to help our radical faction advance further. With her ability, perhaps that general has already become a slave to her charms. A rare trace of a smile appeared on Hyuga Shuzen's serious face. He had deliberately chosen to attend the meeting at this time, calculating that Kicho's letter would arrive in his hands around now. He needed to secure a leadership position within the radical faction here. He was also telling the others that even if his power had been weakened, he was not helpless. Outside the family, he still had a powerful force supporting him. Some elders heard this and revealed a hint of disdain in their eyes, but it was immediately followed by a wave of apprehension and worry. Unlike them, Hyuga Shuzen, this radical, was more like an extremist wearing the skin of a radical. If he were to obtain the backing of the Land of Night, would it really be a good thing for the Hyuga clan? Would it cause uncontrollable conflict between the family and the village? After all, they had seen all these years how Kicho obeyed Hyuga Shuzen's every word. Amidst the uneasy or dissatisfied expressions of the crowd, Hyuga Shuzen unhurriedly opened the letter. He believed that this time, his daughter Kicho would definitely understand the intentions of her father. Perhaps his previous letters had been too vague, causing her not to understand, which was why her replies had always been indifferent and never to the point. This time was different, although the content of this letter was also subtle, the meaning he expressed was relatively clear. After opening the letter, Hyuga Shuzen turned the paper over, eyes filled with anticipation, scanning the words one by one. The content was simple, only one sentence. Please do not write to me again in the future, I am afraid my husband will misunderstand. Puffed. Hyuga Shuzen's vision went black, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and he collapsed straight to the side. Hyuga Shuzen. Elder Hyuga Shuzen. Everyone was also frightened by this scene and scrambled forward to check on the situation. An elder took the letter, saw the elegant and delicate handwriting on the back, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The other elders also curiously gathered around, saw that sentence, and one after another burst into laughter. Even those who didn't laugh out loud were lightly shaking their shoulders, trying hard to suppress the corners of their mouths that were curling up uncontrollably. Kicho is a good child. Hyuga Shuzen still doesn't understand that a married-off daughter is like spilled water. His little cotton-padded jacket has a leak. In this way, Hyuga Shuzen can enjoy his twilight years early. I really envy him. If you're envious, why don't you go enjoy your twilight years? You're almost 60, aren't you? I'm only almost 60, this is the prime age for an old man to strive with passion. Amidst a burst of cheerful laughter, the meeting ended just like that. As for the unconscious Hyuga Shuzen, the elders present immediately called for a medical ninja to treat him. Chapter 50, The Inherently Evil Uchiha. Konoha Year 2, June. The winter chill had long since faded, and the weather was beginning to turn sultry. Yayoi and Kicho's child was now 4 months old. Back at the end of March this year, Yayoi had officially named the child, Oda Michikazu. Unsurprisingly, this child would grow up happy and healthy, surrounded by the anticipation and blessings of Yayoi and Kicho. However, in Yayoi's view, the biggest problem was, the speed at which this child was growing was a bit too astonishing. The infant lying in the crib was only 4 months old in reality, but his height and weight already exceeded the limits of a 1-year-old. His movements when grasping small objects were not stiff or weak like a normal baby's. He could make relatively coherent sounds with his mouth and would smile when he met familiar faces. Most peculiarly, when he slapped the surface of the crib with his palm, the crib would let out a violent tremor and a groan, as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. The truth was, this current crib was specially crafted by Yayoi using his puppet techniques. It had a steel frame covered with soft bedding, capable of resisting the child's slaps. The previous crib had been smashed into a pile of wooden parts by this child with a single slap 2 months ago. By the time they realized what happened, the child had already rolled out and started bawling. Little Michikazu's strength is too great, this bed shouldn't break again, right? Rinko looked at the gently rocking crib and spoke with lingering fear. The scene from 2 months ago, where he slapped the bed frame apart and rolled into the corner, had turned her face pale with fright, fearing that he might have gotten hurt. Fortunately, he had only cried loudly and hadn't even broken his skin, his body was absurdly sturdy. How could it? I mixed chakra metal into it to reinforce it. Yayoi retorted. The initial steel crib hadn't been smashed to pieces, but it had shown signs of bending. This led Yayoi to keep adding chakra metal to reinforce the crib. Now, although the crib looked wobbly and made creaking sounds, the base and frame were very solid. He didn't believe this child could still smash the bed frame apart. What a heartless little guy. Do you know how much trouble you've caused us lately? Aoi feigned a fierce expression and pinched Michikazu's little face hard. The child's originally giggling face immediately frowned, his face twisting like a bitter melon as he began to wail. Click. The camera flash went off. Kicho, as the mother, not only didn't stop it but skillfully captured this moment, freezing it in a photograph. Yayoi's mouth twitched. Was recording the child's dark history really that fun? Well, the kid really was quite fun. This thing is really convenient, it can capture a scene in an instant. Kicho was truly fond of the camera. Sometimes, even at night, it would be used. The Land of Night was a country transitioning toward industrialization, and with its highly active commercial sector, all sorts of novel products frequently appeared. The camera, something not at all unfamiliar to Yayoi, naturally appeared on the market. Civilization hallmarks like electric lights and air conditioning had also sprung up like mushrooms in recent years. This forced Yayoi to complain about the strange technology of the ninja world. He heard that in some places, supercomputers had already appeared. Yayoi planned to find some time to purchase one to establish a complete data database. Moreover, he had quite a few advanced technical personnel under his command who were proficient in many technical fields, himself, the general, included. When Michikaze gets married in the future, we'll give him these photos as a gift. Kicho held a stack of photos, all of which were about her son Michikaze's dark history. Even the scene of him rolling off the bed earlier had been captured by her superb photography skills. Aoi and Rinko rolled their eyes directly at Kicho. With a mother like this, Michikaze was truly blessed. In the future, it would be better not to let her educate him personally, or she would definitely lead the child astray. Time is almost up. You guys take care of the child here, I have to go receive a guest. Yayoi bowed slightly, played with the child for a while, and then straightened up. Take care, my lord. Under the gaze of the three women, Yayoi headed back toward the Tenshikaku. Upon arriving at a reception room in the Tenshikaku, Irori was already there hosting. There were two visitors, one was thin with a poker face devoid of obvious emotion, and beside him was a short boy nearly 1.3 meters tall with a big nose. Both were wearing Iwagakure ninja uniforms and wearing ninja headbands with the rock symbol. It was the dust release ninja Mu and his student, Anoki. Seeing you, the general, really isn't easy. Seeing Yayoi enter, Mu complained slightly. Apologies, I had some private matters to attend to just now. But, what wind blew you, the head of the Tsuchikide's guards, here? You shouldn't be here just to chat with me, right? Yayoi sat down opposite Mu and Anoki and smiled with the tone of an old acquaintance. Since the experience of fighting against Madara together, his relationship with Mu had gradually turned from stranger to familiar. In the past 6 months, they would occasionally write letters to communicate. When his child was born earlier, Mu had also sent a generous gift, which he kept in mind. Although that wouldn't be bad, unfortunately, I am here on official business this time. Mu lay back on the sofa, crossing his legs and shrugging slightly. Clearly, the purpose of this visit was primarily official. Irori brought 2 cups of hot tea at the right moment and placed them on the coffee table in front of Mu and Anoki. Ah, thank you. Anoki quickly thanked her. Perhaps because he was nervous, he was very tense and occasionally glanced curiously at the surroundings. At first glance, he felt that this place was much more luxurious and beautiful than the reception room where the Tsuchikage stayed in Iwagakure. It was like an exquisitely crafted piece of art. When he sat down earlier, he had to check if his clothes were dirty. Then, what is your purpose for coming? Facing Yayoi's question, Mu didn't beat around the bush. After taking a sip of tea, he said. Konoha, what exactly are they planning? Since that incident happened, they haven't made a move and have just been burying their heads in development. This makes the Tsuchikage very uneasy. Speaking of this, Mu couldn't help but add emphasis, staring at Yayoi's face. At the same time, he indirectly expressed that his coming here was under the instruction of the Tsuchikage, Ishikawa. The quieter Konoha was, the more uneasy the other countries and ninja villages became. During this period, except for the Hokage of Konoha, the other 4 Kage had secretly communicated, and at the same time, they had obtained more intelligence about Uchiha Madara's strength from the Reikage. Although it had not been officially announced, the 4 Kage had a faint tendency to form an alliance. As ninjas capable of suppressing a country, the 4 Kage knew that sometimes human wave tactics were not as effective as imagined, but they really had no other choice now. The power of Konoha in the Land of Fire was too great. Even if Konoha did nothing now, it would invisibly cause huge military pressure on all countries. Lord Tsuchikage, is that all you want to know? Yayoi slowly drank some tea, his gaze inadvertently glancing over Mu's face. Yes. During this time, the Land of Night has been one of the few countries with close communication with Konoha, and it is also the most significant one. Mu nodded. Obtaining more recent information about Konoha from the Land of Night was the best choice. It seems that you have had a very difficult time during this period. Yayoi put down his teacup and joked. It's that you are too heartless. Mu crossed his arms, thinking of the various abnormal behaviors of the Land of Night during this period, and had to admit that the person in front of him did indeed have astonishing courage. Even after experiencing such things, he was still able to remain calm and continue normal communication with Konoha. He couldn't do it anyway. Whenever he recalled what happened that day, a pair of scarlet eyes would subconsciously appear in his mind. During these past 6 months, he had had several nightmares because of this, causing him to wake up in the middle of the night. Regardless, life must go on. However, my intelligence here can only be used for reference at most. Between countries, trust is a difficult problem. The chaos caused by Uchiha Madara has also made the daimyo of the Land of Fire very anxious. He even wrote to me earlier, hoping to use the Land of Night as a breakthrough for ice-breaking diplomacy. Yayoi's words deeply resonated with Mu. Indeed, it was difficult for countries to trust each other. Uchiha Madara's actions had deepened the defensive psychology of various countries against the Land of Fire and Konoha. Soon, Yayoi had people organize all aspects of intelligence regarding Konoha, as well as recent movements, and placed them in front of Mu. Mu collected the intelligence without looking at it immediately. The work of judging intelligence was the business of the Tsuchikage and the daimyo of the Land of Earth. He was only responsible for delivering it. As for rewards or anything like that, Yayoi and Mu tacitly didn't mention it, treating it as a favor exchange. Afterward, Yayoi and Mu no longer talked about international public opinion and turned to private chat. Although Mu was a poker face with few emotions and looked very shy, the reality was the opposite. He didn't talk any less. For example, complaining to Yayoi about how difficult the work of the Tsuchikage's guard was, or complaining that the burden on him was too heavy, often being so busy that he couldn't close his eyes to sleep for days. But no matter how Yayoi looked at the other party, he seemed to be enjoying it. Being able to have so many burdens actively added by the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, was something countless ninjas in Iwagakure dreamed of. Yayoi became more and more certain that after the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, Mu would be the second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. By the way, how much do you know about the Sharingan? Subsequently, Mu and Yayoi discussed the Sharingan. Clearly, the shadow cast by Madara had caused him to start frantically investigating intelligence about the Sharingan during this period. It was just that being in Iwagakure, there were not many channels to obtain intelligence about the Sharingan. If it's basic information, I do know quite a bit. But if you want to systematically understand the functions of the Sharingan, I think you asked the wrong person. That guy, Senju Tobarama, knows more than I do. Yayoi recalled the information about the Sharingan. His understanding of the Sharingan came more from his so-called prophecy. This kind of understanding, although there was a lot of information, was very scattered. The clear parts were too clear, and the vague parts were too vague. In contrast, when he exchanged ninjutsu with Senju Tobarama last time, he discovered that Tobarama's understanding of the Sharingan was a systematic collection with very perfect theoretical and practical support. He suspected that Tobarama must have dissected the corpses of Uchiha clan ninjas more than once. Some things simply couldn't be understood through combat. That guy. As far as the Sharingan is concerned, he might understand the principles of how the Sharingan operates better than most Uchiha ninjas. If you want to develop a technique against the Sharingan, you can't bypass that guy. How about it? Do you want me to build a bridge for you? I have been communicating with him by letter recently. Yayoi couldn't help but smile. Mu was slightly startled, then lowered his head, thinking about the feasibility of this matter. If there is a chance in the future, we can try it. Yayoi was speechless. He only wanted to tease Mu, but he didn't expect him to seriously consider it. Sigh, the inherently evil Uchiha really bring harm to others. Speaking of which, the first Kage of the 5 great ninja villages basically all quelled domestic chaos, while many of the second Kage were inventors. Mu pioneered the bloodline selection dust release, Tobarama was a master of forbidden techniques, the second Kazekage presided over magnet release and puppet techniques. The things they left behind were either infinitely beneficial or infinitely harmful. The second Mizukage and second Reikage don't seem to be very prominent in this regard. Chapter 51, Uchiha Clan Meeting. Inside Yomi City, Yayoi entertained Mu for a few days before letting him leave. In the future, when the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa abdicates, if Mu can become the second Tsuchikage, it will be of great help to the Land of Night. It is necessary to win him over and deepen their bond. Moreover, in terms of personal friendship, Mu is also a good choice for a friend. Even if it were not for the sake of the country, making more friends is never a bad thing. When the first Ninja World War breaks out in the future, with Mu's existence, he will be able to avoid a lot of trouble on his side. That's right. Although the first Ninja World War has not yet broken out, Yayoi has already made preparations in advance for the arrival of that war through his own prophecy. Once the first Kages pass away one by one, that war will also be a critical turning point for whether the Land of Night can turn from weak to strong. One cannot be too cautious. Time reached July. Perhaps the intelligence he sent out played a significant role as a reference, as the Land of Earth among the 5 great nations was the first to restore normal diplomatic and trade relations with the Land of Fire. Then there was the resource-scarce Land of Wind among the great nations. Even the daimyo of the Land of Wind himself visited the daimyo of the Land of Fire in person at the end of July. Following the Land of Earth, it was the second country to break the ice diplomatically with the Land of Fire. In August, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water also took corresponding actions quickly. Although areas like trade still needed to be discussed, their diplomatic relations with the Land of Fire were no longer as icy as before, and there was room for easing tensions. The actions of the great nations made the small countries breathe a huge sigh of relief. Judging by the situation, a war between the 5 great nations should not break out. As small countries caught in the cracks of the great nations, they have the poorest ability to resist risks. Facing this new era, they stumble forward in confusion. If a ninja world war were to break out at this time, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe for them. This ice-breaking situation is not only the hope of various countries but also what Yayoi is happy to see. The Land of Night can form a dimensionality reduction strike against other small countries, but the strength of the great nations remains unshakable. The ninja villages responsible for the national defense of the great nations, besides the leading 5 Kages, also have a large number of elites who survived from the Sengoku era. If there is no sufficient development time, there is absolutely no chance of winning against the ninja villages of the 5 great nations. In the ninja troops, the number of ninja has expanded to 1,500. Among them, there are 76 jonin, and the number of chunin has exceeded 400. Inside Tenchukaku, Yayoi looked at the report that had already been prepared. Compared to 2 years ago, the quantity and quality of ninja in the Land of Night have made significant progress. Now that the internal chaos in various countries has basically subsided, the ninja clans that could be recruited have generally been absorbed. Even if there are still ninja clans wandering outside the ninja village system, the number is extremely small. If these wandering ninja clans do not make changes, it will be difficult for them to survive in the coming era. Besides ninja, the samurai forces have also improved significantly, with the number exceeding 5,000. Among them, there are only 8 high-level samurai who can fight against jonin, but there are over 600 intermediate samurai. Yayoi picked up the report recording the samurai data again and compared it with the ninja. It is easy to see that at the jonin level, samurai do not have an advantage. However, at the chunin level, samurai are the advantageous side. Thinking about it carefully, this is not hard to guess. The number of samurai in the Land of Night is already several times that of ninja. Coupled with the fact that samurai training is relatively singular, reaching high-level samurai is harder than a ninja becoming a jonin. However, as long as they undergo strict training and put in the time, reaching intermediate samurai is something many samurai can achieve. The existence of samurai has greatly enhanced the backbone strength of the Land of Night. Moreover, samurai, like ninja, have now completed a corresponding ranking system. That is, high-level, intermediate, and low-level, which correspond to the 3 levels of ninja, jonin, chunin, and genin. I don't want to make it too complicated, this is simple and easy to understand, and easy to compare. Compared to the complex abilities of ninja, the fighting style of samurai is pure and singular, but one cannot underestimate the combat power of the samurai group because of this. Of the 8 who have reached high-level samurai, 4 have glorious records of defeating or killing jonin of the same level head-on. Especially Kurobi, if an ordinary jonin has no special means, it only takes a few slashes to complete the kill. He is the strongest samurai in the Land of Night. Starting next year, on the existing basis, let's double the number of students recruited. In addition, how is the construction of the military school coming along? Yayoi asked Irori. The construction work of the school was basically hosted by Irori. The foundation and basic rooms have been built, and the remaining parts are still under construction. It should be completed by the end of the year. Irori had recently checked the school's construction site, so she knew the situation there like the back of her hand. We need to speed up. Konoha was building a ninja academy in April of this year, and it must have been officially put into use by now. It is because father's requirements are too high, otherwise, it could have been completed this month. Irori walked behind Yayoi, massaged his shoulders, and smiled helplessly. The military school of the Land of Night only started construction in June, 2 months later than Konoha's ninja academy. Because this is not just a place to train ninja, but also a place to train samurai. Besides, only when Konoha goes first can I follow, it's safer this way. In fact, long before the ninja village was established, the Land of Night already had a relatively complete ninja and samurai training base. Now, it is just changing the name of this training base shell. Now with Konoha paving the way in front, the Land of Night can also openly take it out for use. It gives people the feeling that it is deliberately imitating Konoha, but Irori knows deeply that this is something Yayoi had calculated long ago. Let Konoha attract the fire, and then quietly follow behind to develop. The ninja and samurai of the Land of Night, unlike the ninja villages, do not undertake employment functions at all, which makes it very difficult for outsiders to obtain military intelligence on the Land of Night. Even people from the Land of Night itself, if they are not high-ranking personnel in the military department, find it very difficult to obtain information in this regard. However, as far as the ninja villages of the 5 great nations are concerned, they probably don't care about the hidden military power of the Land of Night at all. Next, Yayoi and Irori began to sort through the information on the personnel report one by one. Among them, jonin and high-level samurai were the key objects of attention. There were also some chunin who had mastered special ninjutsu in the list of attention. Finally, they assigned the selected ninja and samurai to suitable vacant positions. This kind of work is very tedious to handle, but neither Yayoi nor Irori had the slightest impatience. During this time, they did not need any verbal or eye communication, because they had long been accustomed to handling state affairs side by side like this. This kind of tacit understanding, intimate as if they were one, is something that others cannot reach by far. Land of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. Uchiha Clan Territory, Naka Shrine. Uchiha Madara was dressed in black, his black hair like a waterfall. He sat cross-legged in the main seat of the room. The pair of scarlet Sharingan he opened swept one by one over the Uchiha clan members who were facing him and also sitting cross-legged on the floor. These Uchiha clan members were all power holders within the clan, totaling 26 people. 9 were radicals, and 17 were conservatives. Among them were men and women, but none of them were under 30 years old, and they had all been granted the rank of Jonin by Konoha Ninja Village. The Uchiha have more than just these Jonin, here are only the power-holding factions, and non-authoritative Jonin are not counted. They sat in front of Uchiha Madara, some with confusion, some with hostility, and some with indifference. Speak, what is the purpose of holding a clan meeting at this time? I still have work to do in my hands. A radical Uchiha ninja spoke. He was only in his 40s, but he was already one of the high-level members within the clan. His attitude towards Uchiha Madara, the clan chief, was less of indifference and more of a kind of disregard. In a place like this, do not be too presumptuous. A conservative member reprimanded him. No matter what, Uchiha Madara was the clan chief who led their Uchiha clan, and the fact that the Uchiha could be listed alongside the Senju clan as one of the founders of Konoha was all due to Uchiha Madara's strength. Therefore, although the conservative Uchiha clan members were more inclined towards the Senju clan, they still respected Uchiha Madara, their clan chief, and would earnestly complete the tasks he assigned. The radical person crossed his arms over his chest, turned his head away, and looked indifferent. Uchiha Madara did not care about these differences and quarrels, and just spoke without warning. Next. I am going to leave Konoha. Who among you wants to come with me? Such extremely calm words were like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's ears. Whether they were conservatives or radicals, they were all stunned at this moment, looking at the expressionless Uchiha Madara in front. Clan chief, are you saying, going out to execute a mission? A conservative ninja hesitated for a moment, carefully pondering Uchiha Madara's intention. Uchiha Madara spoke again, and this time the intention was even more obvious. No, leaving Konoha means breaking away from this village and separating completely. What kind of joke are you making, Uchiha Madara? You guy, what exactly are you talking about? Before the conservatives could continue, the radical clan members were the first to raise difficulties, staring at Uchiha Madara with incredulous eyes. In the beginning, when they allied with the Senju clan to establish the current Konoha ninja village, it was he, the clan chief, who first compromised with the Senju clan. This caused them, the radicals, to have to live by the breath of the Senju clan. But the matter had already happened, so they had to endure it. And they decided that through this village, they would let the Uchiha clan surpass the Senju clan, become the leader of the village, and get ahead of the Senju clan. Unlike those clan members who left, the clan members who are now staying in the village, whether radical or conservative, essentially hope that the family will occupy a dominant position within the ninja village, making the family strong. There is only a difference in their style of handling things. Now that the village has finally been established with great difficulty, Uchiha Madara, the founder and their clan chief, wants to break away again. Why wasn't this said before Konoha was established? It was he, the clan chief, who united with the Senju clan and ignored their opinions back then. Now that Uchiha Madara chooses to leave Konoha, he still ignores their opinions and makes a decision without any warning. Even the conservative people couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara with suspicious eyes, their eyes filled with incomprehensible colors. Being so capricious, is he really the clan chief of the Uchiha? Although their strength is not as good as Uchiha Madara's, they are also living people with thoughts who need to be respected and recognized. Uchiha Madara's behavior is undoubtedly rejecting all their efforts during this period, and it is also completely disrespectful to the thoughts of them, the clan members. Chapter 52, Departure and Rifts. Madara ignored the complexity in their eyes, and likewise ignored the excited emotions of the radical faction, merely speaking indifferently. You all should have seen the previous meeting, right? Does it have anything to do with that? The conservative faction asked. Last month, Konoha held an important meeting internally. Every ninja clan sent several representatives to hold a high-level meeting hosted by the Hokage, Hashirama. The meeting had only one theme, the candidate for the next Hokage. There were 3 candidates. They were the Uchiha clan chief, Uchiha Madara, Tobirama from the Senju clan, and the current Hyuga clan chief, Hyuga Tianjin. These 3 were the strongest individuals in Konoha, aside from the Hokage. Needless to say, regarding Madara, other than the Hokage, Hashirama, his strength was so terrifying that no one could suppress him. Even the first raikage of the Hidden Cloud village was easily played in the palm of his hand. Tobirama was Hashirama's younger brother, a ninja known for his godlike speed, who also mastered powerful water release and various forbidden techniques. He was also a rare strategic mind in Konoha, serving as the chief advisor beside Hashirama. In particular, he had once defeated an Uchiha clan ninja possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna. His strength and wisdom were at the top of Konoha at the time. As for the Hyuga clan chief, Hyuga Tianjin, he was older than the two above. But his strength was also recognized by everyone. It is said that his gentle fist could pierce through the body of a tailed beast. The Byakugan's insight could see tiny grains of sand dozens of kilometers away. With one finger, he was enough to defeat a ninja's advanced ninjutsu head-on. In terms of overall strength, he was probably only slightly lower than Tobirama, belonging to the same tier. Logically speaking, Madara, the Uchiha clan chief, should have been elected as the second Hokage with an overwhelming advantage. However, the result was that Tobirama, with an absolute advantage, exceeded the combined votes of Madara and Hyuga Tianjin. Even though Hashirama, as the Hokage, cast his own precious vote for Madara, it could not change this cruel fact. You must be able to see clearly that the Hokage after Hashirama will undoubtedly be Tobirama. Once he takes office, it will bring a catastrophic disaster to the Uchiha clan. Madara spoke to himself, pouring out all his thoughts. Regardless of the radical faction, the conservative faction also began to feel dissatisfied with Madara. Since the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had not lacked contact with Tobirama. He was a deep-thinking, calculating, strategist-type ninja, but overall, he was not petty. So far, he had been able to treat all the families in Konoha equally, without the slightest bias. In the past year or so, the Uchiha clan had also cooperated with Tobirama several times. Even the radical faction could not pick any faults with Tobirama's actions, he was barely someone they could get along with. Such a person, if he became the second Hokage, was not unacceptable. Clan chief, please reconsider. The family cannot do without you right now. Although it is a pity to lose this election, you have a high chance of being elected as the future third Hokage. An elder of the conservative faction sighed, his tone full of earnestness, hoping that Madara, as clan chief, would reconsider seriously. Elder Gyul, you know me. Once I have made a decision, no one can stop me, including Hashirama. Moreover, my departure from Konoha has nothing to do with losing the Hokage election. Madara's scarlet Sharingan swept towards this Uchiha elder, Uchiha Gyul. The other party was highly respected in the clan, and even within the conservative faction, he was a figure close to a leader. But unfortunately, he had his own way of doing things, and this matter would not change because of anyone. Elder Gyul had Northwest choice but to close his eyes and stop speaking. Madara also stood up, patted the wrinkles on his clothes, and looked around at the clansmen present once more. I will only wait for you at the main gate of Konoha for half an hour. That is all. After saying this, without giving everyone a chance to respond, his figure disappeared from the room. This bastard, has he ever considered our feelings? Such a person is not worthy of being our clan chief at all. He looks down on us, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a sudden decision. Whoever wants to follow him can go. Even if I have to rely on the Senju clan, I don't want to serve under such a person. He was the one who formed an alliance with the Senju, and now he is the one who betrays the covenant. What exactly is he thinking? After Madara left, the influential figures of the Uchiha clan gathered here, whether radical or conservative, began to argue fiercely. Uchiha Gyul opened his muddy eyes, looking at the agitated clansmen, and sighed in his heart again. A clan chief who had lost the hearts of the people, divided clansmen. He began to worry about the future of the Uchiha clan. Half an hour later, at the main gate of Konoha, Madara was dressed in black, his black hair dancing with the wind, carrying a long-handled weapon shaped like a round fan, but there was no one in front of him. No one was willing to follow him. Fine, this way I have no worries, to complete the plan. Finally, he took a deep look at the ninja village he and Hashirama had created, as if abandoning all past attachments and concerns, turned around to face the setting sun, and walked away on the path opposite to the village behind him. Under the sunset, his figure was long, arrogant, and lonely. By late October, the news of Uchiha Madara leaving Konoha had finally leaked out quietly, as Konoha could not control it. Other countries and ninja villages first did not believe it, then thought about sending people to test the situation in Konoha, but were worried about encountering the previous incident. After all, even the first Raikage was almost killed by the evil Uchiha ninja. In the end, these countries and ninja villages could only be skeptical. Moreover, even if Madara left, Konoha still had the stronger Senju Hashirama. Konoha's military pressure still existed. Now, restoring normal diplomatic relations with the Land of Fire and Konoha was the limit. No country or ninja village wanted to do anything extra to provoke the current Konoha. When the news spread, within a nameless small country, ah! A man's scream rang out in the forest. The man was wearing ninja attire, obviously a ninja. At this moment, a 14 or 15-year-old girl with long black hair, Uchiha Izayoi, had her ninja sword easily pierce through the man's chest, piercing his heart. In each of her scarlet Sharingan, 3 black tomo were rotating. The fallen man's corpse still had a trace of confusion and pain on his face. Obviously, he was first hypnotized by the Sharingan, and then ambushed with a sword, piercing his heart and killing him. To be safe, the girl took the ninja sword and twisted it in the corpse, crushing the man's entire heart. Then, she ruthlessly slashed down, separating the head from the body. This guy's technique is quite tricky, but in front of these eyes, any move is meaningless. Although her tone was arrogant, the process of fighting this male ninja was actually not particularly easy. It caused her to be covered in quite a bit of dust, and her figure was somewhat disheveled. The black-haired girl retracted her blood-stained blade, took out a blank scroll, and carefully sealed the man's corpse and head. Bringing back the corpse and head was the employer's requirement, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such trouble but would have used fire release to destroy the evidence on the spot. Izayoi. After sealing the corpse, a steady voice came, accompanied by a suddenly flashing figure. The other party was a tall adult male, about 40 years old, with a scar on his left cheek, his hair cut very short, and he looked quite spirited overall. He was wearing ninja attire similar to hers, and on the back of his clothes, the Uchiha clan's round fan family crest was embroidered. "Uncle Mira, has something happened?" The girl Izayoi looked at the man and called out his name. Uchiha Mira took out a letter and handed it to Izayoi. "This is a letter for you from Elder Gyul." Hearing Mira's words, Izayoi pouted, but still took the letter and opened it to skim through it. "What does the letter say?" Mira asked curiously. "See for yourself." Izayoi couldn't be bothered to explain and threw the letter directly. Mira caught it and read it word by word. Shortly after, his brows furrowed tightly. "I didn't expect that after we left, the family would split to this extent. Especially Madara, he actually chose to leave the family in Konoha. Isn't it expected that such a person would be abandoned? He not only failed our radical faction's past contributions but now has also abandoned the covenant with the Senju. Ever since that so-called village was established, no one could figure out what he was thinking." Izayoi's small mouth pouted slightly, murmuring. Mira did not comment on this. He rarely participated in the war between the Uchiha and Senju clans in the past, and he was not Madara's direct subordinate. He spent most of his time in the clan territory, serving as a guard for Elder Gyul. His understanding of Madara was limited to what he heard from fellow clansmen. He was following Izayoi now because of Elder Gyul's request for him to protect Izayoi's safety. In terms of strength, he could forcibly hypnotize creatures like tailed beasts for a few seconds using the Sharingan. The 3 Tomo Sharingan had been trained to the limit by him. One step further would be the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Mira felt that he was unlikely to awaken those eyes. He was already over 40 years old and had almost reached the upper limit of his potential. However, Izayoi will have a high probability of awakening those eyes. Mira stared at Izayoi's pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Developing the Sharingan to this level at this age was extremely rare in the Uchiha clan. Although Izayoi had awakened the 3 Tomo form for less than 2 months, she was also very inexperienced in using this form of Sharingan. "So, are we going back?" Mira asked for Izayoi's opinion. Besides mentioning Madara's departure, Elder Gyul's letter also expressed the hope that Izayoi could return to the Uchiha clan. Although the departed Uchiha clansmen had great differences from the Uchiha in Konoha, they ultimately shared the same blood. "You go back if you want to. I don't like Madara, but I don't like the Senju clan either. Many of my relatives and friends died at their hands. Who knows if we will be ambushed by the Senju after returning." When Izayoi said this, a trace of loneliness and sadness couldn't help but appear on her young face. At the same time, she was full of malicious thoughts about the Senju clan. In her heart, the Senju clan was always a despicable and evil clan. Once the Senju clan's foundation was completely stabilized in that village called Konoha, they might unite with other ninja clans and slaughter the Uchiha. Mira's lips moved, wanting to say something but stopping, and could only scratch his head, waiting for Izayoi to adjust herself. "Are there any other missions we can do now?" Izayoi took a deep breath, her face quickly returning to calm, and asked Mira what other targets were available. Mira knew Izayoi would ask this. Whenever she was unhappy, she liked to kill people. Well, it wasn't random killing, she had chosen targets, only focusing on those ninjas with considerable strength. She wouldn't even look at the weak ones. Mira took out a roster. "There are many bounty targets on this. I have organized them a little bit. You can choose a suitable target, Izayoi." Izayoi took the roster and flipped through the bounty targets on it. Among them were many acquaintances, as well as many whose names she had only heard but had never seen in person. However, those who could be highly rewarded in the underground black market all had some special skills. For example, the Kage of various ninja villages, as well as their right-hand men. Naturally, Izayoi wouldn't be arrogant enough to think she could challenge missions of that level. Subsequently, she flipped to a rather familiar person. General of the Land of Night, Oda Yayoi, with a bounty of 190 million ryo. Although he is not one of the 5 Kage, he seems to be someone who could survive under the Susanoo of Madara. Moreover, he has many master ninjas and samurai around him, and he can even suppress tailed beasts. This level of target is a bit, for you. Seeing Yayoi pause on this page, Mira politely reminded her. Among the ninjas who should not be provoked, this general of the Land of Night was one of them. Executing this mission would only result in certain death. Even counting him as her guard, he couldn't see any possibility of success. The gap in rank was too large, it was simply not something their level of Sharingan could touch. I know his strength better than you. Yayoi replied. Although she was far stronger than before and her Sharingan had reached the 3 Tomo level, there was no possibility of victory when facing an existence that could suppress tailed beasts. In the end, Yayoi chose a ninja with considerable strength as her hunting target. Before executing the next mission, let's go back to the stronghold first and see how the others' gains are. Yayoi made her decision. More than a year ago, the Uchiha radical faction that left Konoha with her still had many people. Over the past year, they had relied on various hired missions to survive. Although life was hard, it was not impossible to survive. Most importantly, they looked down on those Uchiha clansmen who stayed in Konoha from the bottom of their hearts. The radical faction, Uchiha in that village were just weak conservative factions wearing the guise of radicals. It was truly stupid to trust the naturally evil Senju clan. Chapter 53, so-called maids, naturally, can do anything. This is a location within the underground space of the Shogun's manor. The sound of machinery operating never ceased from start to finish. In this spacious factory, all kinds of machine tools were fully equipped. These various models of machine tools could not only produce a wide variety of parts, but some could also process key components like human torsos, arms, thighs, and heads. It was obvious that this was a factory specializing in the production of various components for puppet dolls. The ones operating the machine tools were not living people, but rather bare-skinned dolls maintaining a basic human shape, their surfaces gleaming with a brass-colored metallic luster. They had no faces, no expressions, wore no clothes, walked barefoot, and then used their 10 dexterous fingers to manipulate the various machines in the factory. This was a link in the automated mass production of puppet dolls, saving basic human labor. In the depths of the factory, sounds of hammering and carving could be heard. Yayoi sat in front of the workbench, holding professional tools, carving out various components for the puppet dolls, one cut at a time. Iron and wood shavings glittered under the lights, dancing like snowflakes. "My lord husband, look, is this okay?" The one speaking was Rinko, wearing a white maid-style kimono, with a white lab coat-style work garment draped over it. Her hair hadn't been cut for a while, and the ends slightly exceeded shoulder length. At this moment, she was holding an arm assembled from a mixture of metal and wood, which had been painted, making it look more like a living person's arm. Yayoi put down the carving knife he was using to make the puppet components. His white lab coat was covered in a large amount of wood and iron shavings. He took the arm Rinko handed him and slightly bent the elbow. It could bend flexibly just like a living person's. Then he twisted the elbow and wrist. Besides bending, the forearm and wrist of this arm could also counterintuitively rotate 360 degrees. The assembly is very good, and there are no omissions in the coloring. From now on, you and Aoi should just follow this rhythm. Yayoi praised her. Unlike the mass-produced puppets outside, the puppets made here were at a standard that machines nowadays could not reach by a long shot. He had to operate on them himself. Moreover, in Yayoi's view, a ninja itself was a highly sophisticated machine, capable of doing many things that machines could not complete. It was just that most ninjas used this technique that transcended common sense for killing. "Yes, my lord husband, I will do my best." Rinko secretly cheered herself on in her heart and felt happy about learning new skills. Up until now, she and Aoi, this pair of sisters from different parents, had already mastered various household life skills here, as well as document organization, making baby supplies, and even how to take care of children, among other abilities. Now they had also learned from Yayoi how to assemble puppets, color them, and how to load weapons and mechanisms inside the puppets. Possessing the Byakugan, their learning speed in this regard also slightly exceeded Yayoi's expectations. He suspected that if he taught them for a while longer, the two of them could produce high-quality puppets manually, just like the machine tools in the factory outside. In this enclosed workshop, Yayoi was responsible for crafting various components, while Aoi and Rinko were responsible for assembly and coloring. If it were just one person, Yayoi might need several days to complete the production work here. But now, with the help of Rinko and Aoi, his burden was greatly reduced, and it also saved him a lot of time. 2 hours later, Yayoi looked at the humanoid puppet standing in front of him and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. "It's finally finished, my arms are so tired they've gone a bit numb." Aoi shook her arms, her long black twin tails swaying along with them, seemingly lamenting the tediousness and hardship of this work. Having been busy from the morning until now in the afternoon, it was finally completed. Yeah, we need to go soak in the hot spring later and relax. Rinko wasn't doing much better. The work of assembly and coloring was not easy because the components of these puppets were simply too heavy. Especially when mixed with chakra metal, it made these puppets weigh far more than a normal adult. And they had to pick them up one by one to assemble them and apply color to important areas. This was not only precise work but also heavy labor. If they didn't have the Byakugan, they wouldn't be able to do it. If it's so hard, then how about I reward you tonight and let you relax? Yayoi turned his head and said. He hadn't controlled Aoi's twin tails for a long time. As soon as he grabbed her twin tails, she would become as docile as a kitten. Rinko's shy appearance, always afraid to open her eyes, was also very cute, making Yayoi unable to restrain himself, wanting to bully her severely. Aoi and Rinko were both a bit silent. They were already so tired, if they had to work hard at night, wouldn't they really break? Even together, they couldn't withstand the conquest at all. Rest assured, I will be a bit gentler tonight. Aoi and Rinko had no choice but to agree half-heartedly. Come to think of it, it had been some time since they had served him. Even if they weren't very keen on such things, occasionally their bodies would inevitably develop an instinctive desire. Yeah, it was just like that, it definitely wasn't because they were in heat. Speaking of which, my lord husband, how does the strength of these puppets compare to ninjas? Aoi changed the subject, asking about the puppets. This one. Yayoi thought for a moment and gave an answer. The mass-produced ghost puppet outside has performance that can exceed a genin, but it cannot reach the level of a chunin. It requires 10 units to deal with one chunin. As for the reinforced ones here, the combat power they can exert exceeds the average value of a chunin. Moreover, they are assembled with more powerful self-destruct devices than the mass-produced models, and when necessary, they can perish together with the target. As he spoke, Yayoi took out a small silver metal ball to let them see a sample of the self-destruct device. Aoi and Rinko immediately held their breath, their footsteps rustling as they retreated, leaning towards the corner of the workshop. You said this is a self-destruct device. Previously, the two of them thought this kind of silver ball was quite pretty, so they had held it in their hands and played with it for a while. Yeah, the power of a mass-produced puppet's self-destruction is only equivalent to one explosive tag. And the power generated by a reinforced puppet's self-destruction is equivalent to the explosion of 10 explosive tags. Hearing this, Aoi and Rinko both felt terrible, their faces unable to help but turn pale. Rest assured, the performance stability of this device is far superior to an explosive tag. It requires a specific method of operation to explode. Seeing their pale faces, Yayoi knew what they were thinking and helplessly explained. You really scared me, my lord husband. Next time you let us handle such dangerous things, could you please give us a heads up in advance? What if it suddenly exploded in our faces while we were operating it? Aoi complained. Rinko nodded heavily, she had played with the silver metal ball for longer than Aoi just now. I already said it won't explode. Besides, you were wearing protective gear when you assembled them, right? Seeing that the two of them still didn't trust him, Yayoi didn't try to persuade them further. He picked up the red metal plate already prepared on the workbench. This was the chakra receiver device. Only by assembling this could the puppet be controlled and mobilized by Zero. Yayoi inserted the metal plates one by one into the mechanism slots on the backs of the reinforced ghost puppets, then closed the small valves of the slots. Like the mass-produced ghost puppets, these puppets were also equipped with sophisticated heavy armor and swords, and some hidden areas were also set with poison trap weapons. But unlike the normal adult-sized mass-produced ghost puppets, these reinforced puppets had taller and more robust bodies, and their heavy armor and swords had also been modified to perfectly adapt to such a physique. There were a total of 50 reinforced ghost puppets here, which could be considered a supplement to the combat power for the ghost puppets' lack of individual capability. They didn't need chakra threads to be controlled, the chakra receivers inside their bodies received the chakra signals transmitted by the Zero mainframe. Suddenly, the heads of the 50 reinforced puppets, which had been hanging down, lifted up, revealing faces wearing black iron masks, with only their eyes exposed, glowing with an eerie green light. Their bodies were no different from living people, their movements were completely fluid, and they were even more dexterous than living people. Like ghosts, they hovered above the ground, then traced streaks of pitch-black ghostly shadows in midair, rushing out of the workshop. The speed was so swift that only the whistling sound of breaking through the air remained. As expected, these 50 reinforced ghost puppets would head to their respective responsible areas to stand by, forming a defensive line together with the mass-produced ghost puppets. Is it finished like this? After the puppets flew away, Aoi and Rinko cautiously approached. After all, a group of puppets that could self-destruct was still too intimidating. Anyone who knew such dangerous things were right beside them would subconsciously become vigilant. Yes, from now on, this place will have to rely on them for protection. Yayoi nodded. Not long ago, the steel brain puppet, Zero, after being upgraded by him, was currently able to control over 4,000 ghost puppets at once. And it could allow the ghost puppet's range of activity to almost cover the entire Yomi city. Ghost puppets would not tire, would not feel pain, as long as an order was given. No matter how outrageous or unrealistic the order itself was, they could ignore their own safety and resolutely execute the order. They would be the most dutiful soldiers here. Rather than thousands of guards, it's more like thousands of freely moving bombs. But so deep underground, would anyone really be stupid enough to break in? This place looks very dangerous. Aoi and Rinko both doubted this. Unlike Kicho, the principal wife, they didn't often come to the underground of the shogun's manor, but as far as they knew, everything proved the danger of this place. If one walked around carelessly, one would either die from poisonous gas or step on some strange traps, dying from being pierced by 10,000 arrows or by explosions. Some traps even used barriers for isolation, which even sensory ninjutsu and the Byakugan couldn't see through. There are, like those thieves who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they are never in short supply. Yayoi explained. In the ninja world, whatever is lacking, people who seek wealth and danger are never lacking. For a ninja of his status and strength, naturally, many people would explore his secrets either openly or secretly. To deal with these intruders, will they be dealt with directly? Rinko blinked curiously. Generally, I won't do that. If I can keep them alive, I try to keep them alive. After all, living ninja test subjects are quite rare. Moreover, ninjas who can find this place basically have some unique skills, their bodies can produce quite a few good things. Listening to Yayoi's explanation, Aoi and Rinko understood a lot more about the dark side of ninjas once again. However, the two of them didn't have any other thoughts, and it was impossible for them to sympathize with the enemy. As a medical ninja, Yayoi conducting human experiments was, in itself, reasonable and justifiable. Many medical ninjutsu and drugs developed by medical ninjas were verified and improved on the basis of human experimentation. You have already mastered the technique of assembling puppets. After a while, you should learn some medical knowledge. With the Byakugan, you can master these skills very quickly. Yayoi thought of something else and planned to take Aoi and Rinko to learn some medical ninja skills. As a medical ninja, he also occasionally needed to conduct some human experiments, dissecting the secrets of various types of ninjas. This was the fastest way to analyze a ninja's abilities. Up until now, through this method, he had obtained many ninjas' ninjutsu and secrets, greatly enriching the Land of Night's ninjutsu library. Aoi, Rinko. Are we going to develop a new skill set next? Ever since coming here, the two of them hadn't learned any proper ninja skills, but they had unexpectedly mastered all sorts of messy and strange skills. Chapter 54, Sparring and Shinlai. November. With the international situation stable, Yayoi could devote more energy to developing national strength while also focusing more on his own growth. In the world of ninjas, power is merely an accessory to martial strength. Focusing solely on power without valuing martial strength, this kind of putting the cart before the horse was something Yayoi would naturally never do. One can understand political maneuvering, but one must not become addicted to it. On this point, Yayoi had always been very clear. At least, he had never heard of a truly first-class monarch who relied on political maneuvering to maintain their prestige. Only those monarchs who lacked personal ability would rely on political means to maintain their control over the country. Even if the opponent is my husband, I will not hold back with my gentle fist. Inside the shogun's manor, on a large training ground of over 20,000 square meters, Yayoi and Kicho stood face to face, striking battle stances. Kicho was dressed in a light purple ninja outfit, wearing light blue high-heeled ninja shoes. She wore armor matching her outfit on key areas, serving as both decoration and defensive gear. A kumakiri hung at her waist, and ninja tool pouches filled with various tools were strapped to her thighs and back. Her ninja headband hung casually around her neck, perhaps placing it there also served to protect her neck. She didn't adopt the standard gentle fist stance, standing nonchalantly 10 meters away from Yayoi, but the chakra quietly flowing within her body proved she had already secretly prepared for battle. That's perfect. As soon as Yayoi said this, an amorphous, blue flame-like chakra cloak instantly enveloped his body. There was no more pain or pressure like before. After nearly a year of hard training, he could now perfectly enter chakra armament mode. The thick, compressed solid chakra no longer placed any burden on his body. Yayoi had tested it before, fighting in this mode. As long as he had sufficient chakra, fighting for a day and a night was no problem at all. Going all out from the start. Kicho was surprised. If I'm to deal with gentle fist, this state is better. Yayoi let out a soft breath, staring intently at Kicho. This wasn't the first time he had sparred with Kicho during these days. Kicho's growth rate was astonishing. Not only had she mastered the chakra refinement technique he taught her, but she could also perfectly integrate the special chakra refined from this technique into her Byakugan and gentle fist. Furthermore, she was in the golden stage of rapid growth, and her strength improved significantly every month. Without using chakra armament mode to cover his body with a protective layer, he would have no way to deal with her Byakugan and gentle fist. Then I'm coming. As soon as Kicho finished speaking, she launched a surprise attack. Bang. Fist and palm collided, and the air immediately vibrated with a shocking impact, emitting the sound of heavy objects striking each other. Despite the solid chakra armor between them, Yayoi still felt wisps of stinging pain transmitted through Kicho's gentle fist. Moreover, accompanying this stinging sensation was a surging force hidden within the palm strike, launching a second wave of palm force to strike after the first. If his body hadn't been strong enough, coupled with the chakra cloak on his body, he would likely have been sent flying by Kicho's palm. The seemingly soft gentle fist, while possessing immense penetrating power, also harbored the surging ferocity of a strong fist. Rather than calling it gentle fist, it was more like a fusion of gentle fist and strong fist. Although the fusion was still quite raw, for instance, the fierce force hidden within the gentle fist's power seemed quite weak. Kicho was indeed on a path completely different from traditional gentle fist. Has she already developed gentle fist to this extent? Seeing his wife's outstanding talent, Yayoi felt happy while simultaneously discarding the worry in his heart. Boom. The air shattered with a roar, and cracks spread from the ground beneath Yayoi's feet. Upon entering chakra armament mode, every one of Yayoi's attacks could cause the destructive power of an offensive ninjutsu. Kicho wouldn't take it head-on. Just before Yayoi's chakra flowed at high speed and erupted, her figure rotated and drifted backward, offloading most of Yayoi's force. Yayoi had expected this. In front of the Byakugan, it was very difficult to hide the type of move being used. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu all required chakra to complete. Kicho could observe the flow of chakra through the Byakugan, judge what kind of jutsu the target would use in the next second, and prepare for defense or even counterattack through her excellent reaction time. Therefore, after repelling Kicho, Yayoi suddenly exerted force under his feet, leaving a blurred afterimage in place. His entire body, like a cannonball fired from a chamber, rushed toward Kicho, creating a sharp whistle as it rubbed against the air. Just as Yayoi was about to launch an offensive, he saw a smile curl on Kicho's lips. Immediately after, her body shimmered with a faint light, and her graceful figure transformed into colorful butterflies dancing, eventually dissolving into the air like a bubble. Genjutsu, huh? Clearly, Kicho had used a technique that fused genjutsu with the body flicker technique, causing Yayoi to misjudge the spatial distance. Over here, my husband. Kicho, who had flashed behind Yayoi like a ghost, curled the 5 fingers of her right hand into a tiger palm shape. A sweet voice, sounding like a song, rang out behind Yayoi. Accompanying this beautiful voice was an extremely intense sound of air vibration. Shenlai. The frequency and fluctuation of the air vibration were very similar to the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams, air palm, but the impact force erupted was incomparable to a move like air palm. That wasn't just an impact generated after air vibration, its essence was more like violently detonating the space in front. Intense, blinding white light sealed off all vision. The surging, rushing air hardened to a degree harder than steel, emitting a deafening roar. It could not be resisted, it could not be avoided. Amidst the swirling dust, the ground in front had been completely destroyed. On the torn and lifted ground, a shocking, huge crater was directly exposed. Yayoi, wrapped in a damaged chakra cloak, was lying in the crater at this moment, easily pushing away the hundreds of pounds boulder pressing on him, letting it roll to the side. As Yayoi dusted himself off and stood up unhurriedly, looking at the completely destroyed land around him, he felt quite shocked. Although he knew Kicho was developing a new gentle fist, he didn't expect the power to be so great, and it was released so swiftly, giving no time for reaction. Generally speaking, taijutsu of this power should have a charging stage, but Kicho swung it out without warning, and it could even seal the target's vision. What concerned Yayoi most was that this move also incorporated the strong fist characteristic of fierce power. It was a move that combined both softness and hardness. It could strike the human meridian system directly like traditional gentle fist, while also carrying terrifying physical impact. With gentle fist and strong fist blending so perfectly, the upper limit of this move would be very terrifying. They say that the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. This saying is quite true. To be able to break my chakra cloak, you've grown a lot, Kicho. Yayoi took a slight breath, releasing his solid chakra again to repair the damaged chakra cloak, praising her sincerely. If it weren't for this layer of chakra armor protection, after that move just now, he wouldn't just be in a disheveled state with minor injuries. Is my husband praising me? If my husband can catch me. Kicho held her finger lightly in front of her lips, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Yayoi felt that he needed to conduct some proper wife education. The next day, Yayoi walked out of the inner court, feeling refreshed. In yesterday's sparring, he had still emerged victorious by the end, winning through a war of attrition until Kicho ran out of stamina. Although Kicho's strength had indeed improved a lot, that move Kolchenlia still had many shortcomings. For example, while the attack range was sufficient, the destructive power focused on a single point still needed to be honed, upgrading the move. Moreover, in this sparring match, Yayoi only used the chakra armament mode. Other ninjutsu, including things like puppets, were not used, otherwise, the battle would have ended much faster. But this didn't prove Kicho was weak, on the contrary, chakra armament mode was the most powerful technique his main body possessed. Even so, he had fought very hard. Growing at this speed, within 3 years, Kicho would be able to reach his current main body level, capable of suppressing Jonin with killing intent. When he arrived at Tenshikaku, Abirame Murochi, the head of the Abirame clan who also served as the head of the intelligence department, appeared here, which was quite rare. It had been 2 years since the Abirame clan moved to the Land of Night, and they had integrated very well into the Land of Night's military system. Thanks to the vast forest resources of the Black Steel Forest, the Abirame clan had cultivated a large number of high-quality insects, and it was said there were even some peculiar new varieties. Although he managed the intelligence department and was generally not responsible for combat, Yurakshu's strength could rank among the top in the entire Land of Night. Coupled with the Abirame clan's incredibly balanced and versatile combat power, they could be considered the strongest ninja clan in the Land of Night today. The Hoshigaki clan and other ninja clans that joined later were completely incomparable to the Abirame clan. To come here so early in the morning, this is truly rare, Yurakshu. Yayoi was surprised by the arrival of Mira. Under normal circumstances, this minister of the intelligence department would not easily move out. To see him, it was basically only possible at important meetings. General, this is the latest intelligence from the Land of Bears. The intelligence squad there has already found the whereabouts of the meteorite. Mira handed over the intelligence. He was the same as always, wearing a black high-collared ninja coat and sunglasses, with half of his face covered by the collar of his coat. His ninja headband was worn normally on his forehead, and his whole person exuded a mysterious and gloomy atmosphere. But for those who were familiar with him, they actually knew that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He just spoke little, and sometimes his presence would be inexplicably low. No, the issue of low presence might be another trait outside the secret technique system of the Abirame clan. Has it been found already? Yes, but besides us, it seems there are others who have set their sights on this meteorite. Although Mira was curious why Yayoi wanted to find this kind of extraterrestrial meteorite, since it could be targeted by Yayoi, the meteorite mentioned in the intelligence was probably not just a simple piece of rock from outer space. Yayoi did not feel surprised. The Land of Bears was a small country sandwiched between the two great nations of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. In the near future, this small country would also see the appearance of a ninja village called the Star Village. The core of this ninja village was a meteorite from outer space that had suddenly landed in the Land of Bears over 100 years ago. This meteorite was named Star, which was also the source of the name of the Star Village. The Star meteorite contained a special radioactive substance that, after combining with a ninja's chakra, could produce a wondrous reaction with chakra. The ninjas of the Star Village, centered around the Star meteorite, had developed a secret technique called the Peacock Mysterious Method. This secret technique could externalize one's own chakra into a physical form, creating physical attacks, and could also form chakra wings on the back to achieve the effect of flight. A secret technique capable of flight could be said to be very rare in the ninja world. This meant that the meteorite named Star possessed extremely high strategic value. Therefore, after learning the news about the Star meteorite, Yayoi took action immediately. Rory, the guests I invited should have arrived, right? Yes, father, those guests have already arrived. Bring them here. By the way, have Kurobi and Hoshigaki Suryu come over as well. Hearing Yayoi's order, Rory bowed slightly and exited the room. Within a few minutes, Kurobi, the leader of the samurai, and Hoshigaki Suryu, the head of the Hoshigaki clan, appeared at the Tenshikaku. After seeing Abirame Murochi, the minister of the intelligence department, they were also slightly surprised. Both sides nodded to each other and stood before the desk where Yayoi was working. Yayoi handed the intelligence regarding the Star meteorite to Kurobi and Hoshigaki Suryu, who had arrived later. The two of them each took a copy and quickly scanned the contents of the intelligence document. This is the mission this time, bring that meteorite from the Land of Bears back safely. But be careful, that meteorite carries a very special radioactive substance. After you get your hands on it, remember to seal it with a scroll. Are there only the two of us? Kurobi did not refuse this mission, but simply glanced at Hoshigaki Suryu beside him, then looked at Yayoi, the general. Mira will also be acting with you. Besides that, I have also invited some outside help to assist you in the operation. Just as Yayoi finished speaking, Mira pushed up the black sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, showing his presence. Outside help. Hoshigaki Suryu bared his sharp teeth, beginning to get interested in the so-called outside help. Yes, some mission experts who are quite active in the underground world. Yayoi took a sip of tea and smiled slightly. Hoshigaki Suryu was a bit confused, but Kurobi seemed to have understood something. After another moment, Yayoi walked in with a calm expression, and 3 people followed her inside. 2 adult black-haired males and 1 black-haired girl. The 3 were wearing almost identical high-collared ninja outfits, with a very conspicuous Uchiha fan emblem embroidered on the shoulders and back of their clothes. This proved that these 3 were ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Long time no see, Mrs. Aoi. Yayoi first looked at the girl with long, straight black hair, fair skin, and a cold temperament. Although she was not tall, her expression was full of aloofness, and her whole body exuded an aura of stay away, as well as faint wisps of a bloody scent. It was precisely the Uchiha girl encountered more than 2 years ago when capturing the 7 tails, Uchiha is Aoi. The black-haired girl just crossed her arms, gave a light humph, and nodded towards Yayoi, which counted as a greeting. Her gaze occasionally swept over Yayoi, who was standing respectfully behind Yayoi like a servant, her eyes full of strangeness. She still remembered that she was killed in one move by this woman back then. However, wasn't this woman a puppet? Although puzzled, Izayoi also knew that it was not appropriate to speak at this time, and besides, this was someone else's secret, and she had no interest in exploring it. Uchiha Mira, who was standing next to Izayoi, was also slightly surprised. He had no idea that Izayoi actually knew this general of the Land of Night. As for the leading Uchiha man, he was about the same age as Mira, in his 40s, with a black spiky hairstyle. Although he was older, it could be seen that when he was young, he was a beautiful young man with a handsome appearance and outstanding talent. Yayoi's gaze swept towards this leading Uchiha man. The other party was a hot figure in the current underground black market, Uchiha Hokuto. Although his time in the business was very short, his 100% mission completion rate quickly made him famous in the mixed and chaotic underground black market. To ask a question bluntly, how did you know of our existence? Before Yayoi could continue, the leading Uchiha man, Uchiha Hokuto, took the lead to ask, his tone direct, without any wordiness. Although these Uchiha clansmen who had left, were using the underground black market platform to make money, their whereabouts were not so easily tracked by others. Yet this general had precisely found their contact information, which really made him concerned. Although your whereabouts are not easy to find, don't forget, I also once mingled in the underground black market in the past. Yayoi mentioned his own experience of having worked in the underground black market in the past. His veteran team had started in the underground black market. I see. Uchiha Hokuto nodded knowingly. Even though he later established a country and left the underground black market, this general of the Land of Night probably had not completely drawn a line with the underground black market and certainly had his own special intelligence channels. Compared to Yayoi, these Uchiha ninjas who had left, could only be called juniors of the underground black market. Then, let's get straight to the point. We will not take jobs under 10 million Ryo. Hokuto put forward his requirements. Rest assured, the remuneration will satisfy you. As long as you can assist my people in bringing back the thing I need, the payment for you will be 30 million Ryo. Yayoi spoke generously. And this generosity of his made the brows of the invited Uchiha trio relax. They were not afraid of difficult missions, what they feared was insufficient remuneration. Just as Hokuto said, they simply disdained to do jobs with little money. Hokuto wanted to ask something more, but Mira stepped out and said to Hokuto, the 3 of you, if there is nothing else, let's set off now. Regarding the intelligence, I will explain it on the way. Hearing Mira speak, Hokuto did not refute. It was clear that what he wanted to ask just now was related to the content of the mission. Under Mira's leadership, the other 5 people participating in the mission also followed him out, setting off for the Land of Bears. Father, you are conducting a test, right? After the 6 people left, Irori said with a tone of doubt, yet also with extreme certainty. Nothing can be hidden from you, Irori. I was very surprised when I learned that a group of Uchiha clansmen had left Konoha. So, I spent some time paying special attention to this group of Uchiha clansmen who left Konoha. Yayoi did not hide it and told her frankly. Irori had handled relevant intelligence, and combined with her thorough understanding of Yayoi from the inside out, she immediately realized what Yayoi's goal really was. In short, first use this employment mission to understand their specific strength and habits. No matter what we do, establishing a connection is definitely the first step. Yayoi took a stack of top-secret intelligence files about the Uchiha clan from the drawer. Before, facing Madara's blow, although the psychological shadow in his heart was not as serious as Mu's, it could not be denied that the power of the Sharingan had indeed brought him a huge mental shock. From that time on, he secretly made up his mind that the Land of Night must possess its own Sharingan. Chapter 55, Seizing the Star. A few days later, Land of Bears. It is a small country wedged between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. The ninja families living in this country are few and not famous. In the ninja world, just like most small countries, it has always played the transparent role of a background character. Furthermore, there are many miasma-filled valleys within the country, and many places are unsuitable for living, resulting in a very sparse population. In the past, it has repeatedly fallen into being a strategic buffer zone between major powers. In the present day, where the ninja villages of the 5 great nations have already established their scale, this status as a strategic buffer zone has not changed in the slightest. So much so that the daimyo who manages this country often wavers in his stance, leaning toward the land of wind one moment and fawning over the land of earth the next. Logically speaking, both the land of earth and the land of wind have the ability to easily annex the land of bears, but neither has taken the initiative to bite. Because the daimyo of both great nations know very well that a war-torn buffer zone like the land of bears is a necessary product. The reason this country has been able to exist for such a long time is the result of them deliberately maintaining this state. Crossing a valley full of miasma, the overlapping mountains and forests are filled with an atmosphere of primitive barbarism. It is uninhabited year-round, but for ninjas, it is a natural shelter. The moonlight is hazy, and the cold wind blows. Endless darkness shrouds this primitive mountain forest. Close to 20 ninjas dressed in green ninja garb are seen moving quickly through the forest, leaving trails of afterimages in midair. Their speed is fleeting, clearly, they are running at full power, and the branches and leaves in the forest are rustling from the high-speed airflow. On the back of the leading ninja is a pitch-black square wooden box. This wooden box looks ordinary, without anything special, and at first glance, it is nothing more than the most common item. Just as they are running forward, a black insect, less than the size of a fingernail, lands silently on the shoulder of the leading ninja. The leading ninja does not notice any abnormality at all, still burying his head and leading the team toward the depths of the forest. The small black insect stays for a moment, confirms the direction, then uses the thick night to silently flap its wings and take off, disappearing into the shadows of the dense forest. About a quarter of an hour later, the leading ninja running at the very front suddenly raises his hand to press down. All the green-clad ninjas behind stop immediately, then spread out according to their formation, their palms pressing against their ninja tool pouches, not daring to even breathe hard. They stand in a stalemate for half a minute, but there is no abnormality. Am I overthinking it? The leading ninja cannot help but feel suspicious. Just as he intends to continue moving forward, the bright moonlight above his head clearly dims. He looks up, and it is not dark clouds obscuring the moonlight, but a thick layer of white fog, which covers not only the moonlight in the sky but also blocks their vision with lightning speed. This is the hidden mist technique. Watch. The leading ninja is knowledgeable. The moment he sees the white fog, he immediately realizes what kind of ninjutsu it is. This technique is not high-ranked, only D-rank, but it is extremely complex to use. Generally, ninjas who can use this technique are masters among ninjas. But by the time he shouts this sentence, it is already too late. A black shadow suddenly bursts out from the white fog. Without any superfluous movements, the samurai sword in the black shadow's hand flashes with a cold light, directly slicing across the leading ninja's neck. Warm blood sprays instantly. Before he could even scream, the leading ninja falls straight down, completely breathless. Lord Jushin. The remaining ninjas vaguely see this scene through the fog and scream in panic. Jushin, who led them, was a presence comparable to a Jonin-level expert in a ninja village, yet he was killed in one strike. After killing Jushin, the black shadow suddenly disappears again, as if it had never appeared. This kind of body flicker technique is simply terrifying. Damn it, the item is gone. They are after the star. Signal quickly. A green-clad ninja notices something and shouts loudly. Before they can act, a cold, chillingly feminine shout rings out in the dense fog. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. Crimson fire waves tear through the thick white fog, rushing forward with a scorched scent. The overwhelming waves of fire seal off all retreat routes for this group of green-clad ninjas. Although these green-clad ninjas are not as good as the leader Jushin individually, they are all elites, not weaklings. Several people rush out, forming water release hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Water release, water colliding wave. The heavy water wall and the rushing water flow form a composite attack. The scorching high-temperature fire waves collide with the cold water flow, instantly steaming up large clouds of white vapor. Scorching hot winds burst forth from the water and fire, blowing so hard that people cannot open their eyes. Then, signal flares are launched toward the night sky, breaking through the dense fog and exploding into brilliant fireworks in midair. TCH. The voice making the dissatisfied sound is clearly a young girl, obviously dissatisfied with the power of her fire release technique. Over there. Don't let them get away, take the star back. The green-clad ninjas notice the direction of the attackers and directly use ninjutsu to launch a joint attack. Lightning release, earth flash. Wind release, beast wave palm. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Lightning spreads from the ground, the sizzling current cracking the surrounding grass and trees. The condensed wind blades slash down from the front with a whistling sound. A water dragon as thick as a water barrel crashes down from the dense fog with the momentum of Mount Tai. Not choosing to fight head-on, the girl jumps out from the shadows of the dense forest, her toes touching the ground, her body light as if flying, easily dodging the joint attack of the 3 ninjutsu. The green-clad ninjas see the attacker forced out and want to rush up to surround her, but the ground beneath their feet suddenly softens and sinks, and several green-clad ninjas sink half their bodies into the wet mud. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. A thick, male voice rings out from the depths of the fog. Fire release, great fireball technique. Another deep male voice drops, and a crimson fireball with a diameter of over 4 meters suddenly erupts from the fog. The fireball draws a scorching trajectory in midair, smashing straight toward the green-clad ninjas who are still stuck in the mud and unable to move. Caught off guard, screams explode in the forest instantly, and a strong scorched smell mixed with the scent of blood quickly disperses. The remaining green-clad ninjas are shocked and angry. Just as they are about to form seals to counterattack, a flash of scarlet shines in their vision. They only feel the world spinning, their bodies stiffening involuntarily, unable to move. Before they can break free from the genjutsu, in the white fog, only the dull sound of blades entering flesh is heard. A moment later, the forest returns to deathly silence. 2 tall and 1 short figures stand in the dense fog, all 3 having scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan eyes open. It is Uchiha Hokuto, Uchiha Mira, and Uchiha Izayoi. Izayoi is responsible for attracting attention, Hokuto and Mira are responsible for ninjutsu ambushes, and then they use genjutsu to hypnotize and execute them directly. The other side has a rare sensory ninja, so let's just kill them all. Hokuto's scarlet Sharingan stares straight ahead. Dense footsteps are heard in his ears, a large group of ninjas is constantly approaching them, and the target is very clear. Mira and Izayoi do not speak, just rotating the 3-tomo in their Sharingan as a silent response. The east is turning white, and the sky is slightly bright. 3 figures are resting on a large rock in the wilderness. It is Abure Murochi, Kurobi, and Hoshigaki Suryu. In last night's ambush, Urakusho used insects to determine the target first, Hoshigaki Suryu used the hidden mist technique to block vision, and finally, Kurobi was responsible for the surprise attack and killing to seize the target item of this mission. Is the target of the mission this thing? No matter how you look at it, it's just a very ordinary stone. Hoshigaki Suryu, with a mouthful of sharp teeth, looks at the opened black wooden box. Inside lies a purple stone the size of a human head, with a pitted surface, as if it had been gnawed by insects. Lord Yayoi wouldn't specifically let us come to find an ordinary stone. Moreover, things that can be strictly escorted by this country's ninjas cannot be judged by their appearance. Although Kurobi does not know the specific use of this meteorite star, judging from the fact that the country's ninjas escorted it so meticulously, he knows that this meteorite is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Urakusho also nods, speaking sparingly, the insects tell me that this meteorite is constantly releasing a strange radioactive energy. It should have a relatively special use. Then let's seal it. Lord Yayoi also reminded us of this point. If we are in contact with this radioactive energy for a long time, I am afraid something bad will happen. Kurobi suggests. The sealing work is definitely left to Urakusho or Suryu to complete. He is a samurai, all he knows is taijutsu and swordsmanship, and he cannot play with ninja skills at all. Urakusho takes out a blank scroll and spreads it out, with the sealing formula already engraved on it in advance. He uses his black-gloved hands to take the purple meteorite out of the wooden box and places it on the scroll with the sealing formula engraved on it. Bang. A puff of white smoke drifts by, and the purple meteorite disappears from the scroll. A conspicuous star character appears in the middle of the engraved sealing formula. The mission is completed like this. Are we going back directly? Or should we wait for the 3 people over there? Suryu asks for the opinions of the 2, his eyes looking more at Urakusho. The other party is the leader of this mission and the strongest of the 3. Urakusho does not speak, turning his body to a certain direction, making it impossible for people to see the look in his eyes under his sunglasses. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 black shadows fall from midair and stand not far in front of the rock. It is Uchiha Hokuto and the other 2 who have completed the clearing work. All 3 of them are unscathed, only stained with a lot of blood that has not yet dried. The scarlet in their eyes fades, returning to ordinary black pupils. Mission accomplished. The follow-up support troops have been cleaned up, and no survivors were left. And as you instructed, the bodies have also been destroyed. Hokuto walks up close and reports the completion progress of this mercenary work to Urakusho. Then, Hokuto's gaze sweeps over the sealing scroll in Urakusho's hand. How about you guys? Has the item been confirmed to be correct? He does not know what Yayoi wants to do with this country's meteorite, but as long as the mission can be completed smoothly and he gets a generous reward, he will not meddle in other people's business. Urakusho nods slightly, puts the sealing scroll into his ninja tool pouch, and says, since everything is handled, let's return according to the original route and hand the item to Lord General as soon as possible. The remaining half of the remuneration will also be delivered after returning. Before the mission started, Hokuto received a deposit of 15 million ryo. Only after completing the mission and delivering the items accurately to the Land of Night can he get the remaining remuneration. Hoshigaki Tsuryu grins, his sharp teeth showing a few hints of grimness, then let's set off quickly. We've been rushing for so long, I want to go back and soak in the hot spring as soon as possible, and drink some wine by the way. The difficulty of this mission is not high, most of the time, they spent it on the road. Tsuryu misses the hot springs of Yomi City a bit, and then having a good drink, this life is much more comfortable than in the Land of Water. There is no ninja clan that discriminates against them here, nor is there any work exploitation. Most of the time, they only need to complete patrol and training tasks regularly. At the end of every month, a generous salary will be issued. At first, he was a little hesitant, but then he completely fell in love with this country, as well as this rhythm where stability and fulfillment coexist. They, the Hoshigaki clan, must also offer their loyalty to Lord General. Land of Water. Sorry, not familiar at all. Seriously, Tsuryu, you look a bit terrifying when you smile, like a villain that always appears in puppet shows. Kurobi-ai looks at the sharp teeth exposed by Tsuryu's grin and always feels that this guy is not a good person. Tsuryu. Their Hoshigaki clan just looks like this, what can he do? Chapter 56, Color-Changing Bug and Ancient Biological Weapons. You've worked hard. It had been 4 days since Orochi and his team reappeared at the Tenshikaku. The Land of Bears was still too far from the Land of Night, and they had encountered an ambush by Land of Bears ninjas on the way again. Although they successfully resolved it in the end, it wasted some time. The 6 of them stood in front of the desk. Compared to the serious-looking Orochi and his 2 companions, the Uchiha trio hired for the job had a relatively casual attitude. General, this is the meteorite you wanted. Orochi took out a ninjutsu scroll, spread it out on Yayoi's desk, and formed hand seals. Release. After the white smoke dispersed, a head-sized meteorite with a pitted, purple surface appeared before Yayoi. Yayoi nodded, covered his hands with a layer of tangible chakra, then reached out to touch the meteorite and lifted it up to inspect it closely. Irori, standing behind and to the side of Yayoi, also watched the meteorite with great curiosity. It radiated a strange energy completely different from chakra. Yayoi used a bit of his active chakra to penetrate the meteorite. Like rain after a long drought, the meteorite actually started to actively absorb Yayoi's active chakra. The pits on the surface of the purple meteorite suddenly emitted intense and eerie purple light. Bursting out along with this intense purple light was a mass of materialized purple chakra. It expanded outward like a protective shell, firmly locking the purple meteorite within the purple tangible chakra. Yayoi didn't mind this, he simply continued to input active chakra into the meteorite. The purple chakra emitted by the meteorite grew more and more, reaching a truly astonishing level. Not only that, but as the purple light grew stronger, it cast a hazy purple glow over the entire room. Irori frowned. Pale, cold air began to seep from her slightly parted lips. If anything went wrong, she would instantly freeze this strange meteorite with its eerie energy. Fortunately, Yayoi did not continue to test it and withdrew his active chakra. The intense purple light and the purple tangible chakra on the surface of the meteorite vanished instantly, as if the strange scene from a moment ago had never been displayed before them. The 6 people in front of the desk were also surprised. Following Yayoi's actions, they realized that this meteorite seemed far from simple, as it could produce such a strange reaction to chakra. However, they still didn't quite understand its specific purpose. If it were used to amplify the power of chakra, then the meteorite's effect could only be described as average. In the ninja world, there were countless ninja tools that could amplify the power of chakra, it was just a matter of the degree of amplification. Does this thing have any special purpose? Izayoi still couldn't suppress the doubts in her heart. It wasn't greed, just pure curiosity. Yayoi put down the meteorite in his hand and spoke calmly, I intend to use the special energy within this meteorite to develop a secret technique. Regardless of what the others were thinking, Yayoi did not continue to explain. He did not reveal a single detail about the type or effect of the secret technique. After the earlier test, he had confirmed that this meteorite, the star, was indeed extraordinary. Its purpose was definitely not just to assist him in developing secret techniques like the peacock mysterious method, there should be other uses as well. As for the material of the meteorite, it also seemed very unusual. I am very satisfied with this mission. As expected of the Uchiha clan, who possessed the Sharingan. Yayoi was in a good mood and praised the Uchiha trio. Although the Uchiha trio showed no expression on their faces, the satisfaction in their eyes was hard to hide, and even their chins were raised slightly. Clearly, Yayoi's praise had directly touched their hearts. This is the remaining payment for this hiring mission. You can redeem it at any bank in the Land of Night. It is valid for 1 week. Yayoi took out a check and placed it on the table. Uchiha Hokuto stepped forward, picked up the check, glanced at the amount, and nodded, indicating there was no problem. By the way, can you leave your contact information? I am very satisfied with your work efficiency and hope to cooperate like this in the future. Yayoi's subtext undoubtedly told the three that if there was anything in the future, he would look for their help again. Hokuto did not refuse. An employer who was this straightforward, generous, and decisive with money was not common. Leaving behind their contact information, Hokuto took Mira and Yayoi and turned to leave. After the Uchiha trio left, Irori walked to the map on the wall and pressed a switch. First, a white projection screen slowly descended, and then the lights in the room dimmed. On Orochi's palm, an eyeball-sized bug appeared. The color of the bug was similar to human skin. If one didn't pay attention, it would be impossible to notice its existence. The bug flapped its wings and flew, blending into the air and becoming colorless. When it landed on the projection screen, it turned white again, indistinguishable from the screen. Then, a color image appeared on the projection screen and began to play. It was the scene of the Uchiha trio fighting against the Land of Bears ninjas. Although it was from the perspective of the bug, it was enough to collect a large amount of information. There was no surprise on the faces of Kurobi and Hoshigaki Suryu. Clearly, they already knew something about this ability of Orochi's. This type of bug was called a color-changing bug. It could change its body color according to the environment and simultaneously record what its eyes saw. It was one of the methods Orochi used to collect intelligence. Furthermore, it could use its shell to hide its chakra, making it difficult to detect even for insight-based eyes like the Sharingan. Within the Aburame clan, such bugs were also very precious, rare, and extremely difficult to control. There were fewer than 3 ninjas in the Aburame clan capable of controlling this color-changing bug, and Orochi, the clan chief, was one of them. That Uchiha Hokuto, he is very strong. The footage was only 15 minutes long, not very long. Orochi's bug only recorded a portion, but it was enough to see some clues. Kurobi watched on the screen as Uchiha Hokuto killed the Land of Bears ninjas like mowing grass. His flowing taijutsu and ninjutsu, as well as his use of the Sharingan, were all perfected. Even while in such an intense battlefield, he didn't have a single injury on his body, only the enemy's blood splattered on his clothes. Kurobi couldn't help but click his tongue. Hoshigaki Suryu nodded in agreement. He could only say that he was worthy of being an Uchiha clan ninja. If it were him, he would have definitely been overwhelmed by the enemy's human wave tactics. The other Uchiha, Mira, was also very strong, but he didn't show much power. He just assisted Hokuto and Yayoi from the side, looking unremarkable. As for the youngest, Yayoi, her future was promising. It was clear that her talent was not low, but whether it was taijutsu, Sharingan, or ninjutsu, she was completely suppressed by Uchiha Hokuto. However, it couldn't be said that she was weak. After all, she was a Jonin-level genius ninja. To have this level now, perhaps she has the aptitude to awaken her eyes in the future. Yayoi recalled Yayoi's figure as she moved and fought in the projection. Compared to a ninja like Uchiha Hokuto, whose strength was basically set, he valued the young Yayoi more. As for Uchiha Mira, although he was trying his best to hide his strength, Yayoi could see that he was a ninja on the same level as Uchiha Hokuto. Afterward, Yayoi didn't arrange any more tasks for the 3 and let Orochi and his 2 companions leave. Although the Land of Night did not have a ninja hiring system like the ninja villages, it didn't mean that daily work and training were easy. It could only be said that there were trade-offs. It is often said that once something happens for the first time, there will inevitably be a second, a third, and countless times thereafter. This was the relationship between Yayoi and the branch of the Uchiha clan that had left Konoha. Ever since the treasure-hunting cooperation in the Land of Bears, Yayoi would issue a hiring mission to this Uchiha clan branch every 10 to 15 days. For example, intelligence gathering, heading to some ancient ruins to search for lost historical documents, or looking for some special items. Regarding these hiring missions, Uchiha Hokuto was only surprised for a moment before readily agreeing. These missions were not difficult and were very safe, they were just time-consuming and labor-intensive. Of course, the most important point was that Yayoi had moved him with his sincerity. This jerk general, would it kill him to send a killing mission? Eventually, Yayoi, who wanted to fight and kill strong enemies, was the first to lose her temper and curse. Look at what they had been doing recently. Blowing in the wind and sun at deserted ruins. Or going to unmanned wasteland areas where not even a ghost could be seen, searching for some special chakra organ. After all these missions, her brain was filled with a lot of messy knowledge, and she was forced to start hitting the books. After all, if she didn't learn some knowledge, there was no way to do archaeology. Damn it, she was a ninja, not a scholar. Even though she was a lady, she had enough of this work where she couldn't fight. Mira just rubbed Yayoi's hair and smiled helplessly. To be honest, he was actually quite enjoying it. At least these missions were much safer than bounty hunting tasks. The most important thing was that they could travel at public expense. It had to be said that the general was truly generous. As a general of a country, doesn't he have anyone he wants to kill? For example, some potential resistance forces. After becoming a general, he must have offended many people, right? Izayoi was full of confusion. Such big shots should have many enemies, right? Mira shook his head. That general has no enemies. Is he that nice? No, what I mean is, his enemies, including their families, have all been killed by him. That was not surprising. Hokuto-sama, let's take other people's work in the future. I don't want to do archaeology anymore. At this time, the three of them were in the territory of a small, ownerless country. In the split canyon, let alone people, there were not even wild beasts. There was only a set of ruins that had existed for hundreds of years. Everywhere were broken walls and ruins, as well as some ancient inscriptions that couldn't be understood. The main body of the ruins had long been destroyed. Izayoi stood on a relatively intact stone pier and complained to the leader, Uchiha Hokuto. She didn't want to do this archaeology work anymore. He pays well, and even covers our travel expenses. Hokuto said this sentence. Unlike Izayoi, whether it was killing or archaeology, as long as he could make money, he wouldn't complain and would do his best to complete it. Although his recent study of archaeology was also quite agonizing. It's just a bit of stinky money, what's the big deal? When saying this, Izayoi's voice became quieter and quieter, not so confident. Well, but money is indeed a good thing. These days, her wallet had also bulged quite a bit, and she could buy many things she couldn't afford in the past. For example, cat dolls and cat costumes of various styles already filled her bedroom. In the past, she probably wouldn't have had such disposable income to waste on hobbies. While walking forward, Izayoi was still muttering and complaining, the kunai spinning at her fingertips, really wanting to stab someone. Hokuto was holding an ancient map, taking notes with a pen. The smell of blood on him had dissipated quite a bit, and his steady, simple appearance looked very much like an archaeology professor. It's here. Izayoi pointed to the front. It was a group of pitted stone buildings, most of which were severely weathered, with walls collapsed, and only a few earthy yellow stone towers were still relatively intact. The three of them skillfully dismantled the traps on the outside. Due to severe weathering, many traps had lost their effect, so they were dismantled very quickly. The only thing to watch out for was possible collapse. The seemingly hard floor might shatter with a light step. In less than half an hour, everything in the stone towers was moved out by the three of them. Most of them had no collection value, only some scrolls and books were relatively intact, which was a blessing in disguise. In the missions given by Yayoi, scrolls and books recording ancient information were the most important part and could be rewarded by the number of pieces. Are there no ancient weapons? Izayoi flipped through these scrolls and books, her expression extremely bored. These things can be exchanged for at least 50 million ryo in rewards. Mira chuckled. Izayoi immediately shut her mouth and didn't speak. Hokuto was also flipping through these scrolls, and some changes appeared in his eyes. This seems to be some kind of incomplete research material. Is it related to forbidden jutsu? Izayoi's eyes lit up. No, it should be some kind of biological modification material. It can use the negative energy of ninjas, fuse it with chakra, and create special biological weapons. However, the data is too severely damaged, and in the words left at the end, it is also mentioned that this research eventually failed. Just like a tailed beast. Mira was surprised for a moment. Negative energy chakra, Mira immediately associated it with tailed beasts. The data mentions that they were interested in the power of tailed beasts, but tailed beast power is hard to obtain. So they had the idea of imitating tailed beasts and started to create biological weapons based on negative energy. This kind of biological weapon was called Zero Tails by them. Hokuto scanned a few times and lost interest. Not to mention the incomplete data, it was also a failure. Although it couldn't be said to be waste, the value shouldn't be very high. As for the remaining scrolls and books, there were those recording history, pure literary works, and other research materials, but they were all severely damaged. Let's go, this place has no value anymore. Hokuto saved everything with scrolls and put them away carefully. These were all money and couldn't be sloppy. You guys go first, I'll catch up immediately. Izayoi didn't leave with Hokuto and Mira but chose to stay. Although they were puzzled about what Izayoi was staying for, the two didn't think much about it and left first, waiting on the outskirts of the ruins. Boom. A violent explosion spread from the depths of the ruins, and the ground shook violently. Hokuto and Mira's expressions changed, and they hurriedly looked up. They saw, accompanied by waves of hot fire, stone towers collapsing one by one, splashing a large amount of dust, and the rumbling sound was endless. Hokuto and Mira looked at each other, and both saw the speechlessness in the other's eyes. Not long after, Izayoi walked out looking refreshed. Her desire for destruction was released, and the frustration brought by the continuous archaeology missions also dissipated a lot. Chapter 57, Individual Plans. The three-person team led by Uchiha Hokuto was highly efficient. Having just emerged from the ancient ruins, they immediately rushed to the land of night and personally delivered the various documents found in the ruins into Yayoi's hands. When Yayoi took these documents from Uchiha Hokuto, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Izayoi gazing at him with resentment, and a trace of confusion arose in his heart. Surely he hadn't offended her, had he? Unable to figure it out, Yayoi didn't pay much attention to such a trivial matter, perhaps it was just her time of the month. This is the reward for this mission. Yayoi took out a check for 50 million ryo, which could be cashed at any bank in the land of night. After receiving the check, Hokuto, as always, did not waste any words and left the Tenchukaku with Mira and Izayoi. Watching the trio leave, Yayoi picked up the documents and began to browse through them with great interest. Zero tails. So it was this thing after all. Yayoi flipped to research data on a scroll, which mentioned the concept of a biological weapon called the Zero Tails. The Zero Tails, he was no stranger to this thing. This creature did not originate from the main manga series, but was a tailed beast-like creature that appeared in the movie Naruto Shippuden the movie, Bonds. Judging from the remaining research data, this ancient nation had once attempted to create a biological weapon, but was ultimately limited by technology and resources, failing to successfully create the Zero Tails. Although the content of the data was severely incomplete, that did not mean it was unimportant. If his hypothesis was correct, in a future without his intervention, this data would likely have fallen into the hands of the Land of the Sky. At that time, the Land of the Sky would not only have successfully created the Zero Tails as a formidable biological weapon but would also have used it as a vital energy source to operate their aerial fortress. However, in this era, Yayoi had not heard of a nation called the Land of the Sky in the ninja world. Whether this nation would emerge in the future remained an unknown. This was because, in addition to the research data on the Zero Tails, the documents brought by Hokuto and his team also contained a massive number of blueprints, which were the original design drawings for an aerial fortress. But Yayoi discovered that these blueprints were also incomplete. The technicians who designed the aerial fortress had likely only drawn the plans and had not yet had the chance to put them into practice before their nation perished in war. This nation was called the Land of Song and existed over 400 years ago. There wasn't much information about it in the documents, just a few brief strokes, but judging from the remaining research data and design drawings, it was a nation that valued scientific and technological research. If we were to invest in development, these would be two massive projects. After reading through the research data and blueprints, Irori felt that considering the current development of the Land of Night, investing in this research would be a strain. Especially the initial investment, which would be an astronomical figure. Not to mention that the Land of Night was currently investing in many other projects, which certainly could not be abandoned halfway. Let's store them away for now, there will be a time when they are useful in the future. Yayoi also knew that the Land of Night had many ongoing projects. Although he was interested in the Zero Tails and the aerial fortress, there was no need to rush. First of all, these documents and blueprints were incomplete, just completing them would require a lot of time. Furthermore, the Land of Night's technical research personnel needed to be trained and expanded. Yayoi did not lack land, population, resources, or money, the only thing he felt was never enough, no matter how many came, was talent. Late February, Year 3 of Konoha. Year 12 of the Land of Night. The international situation was trending towards stability, the tense, saber-rattling atmosphere among the five great nations had basically ceased to exist. Time would smooth over all contradictions and conflicts, but it would also bring about new ones. The tension between nations and between villages had disappeared, but handling internal contradictions and conflicts was not so simple. The product known as a ninja village was merely a coalition of ninja clans, and as far as ninja clans went, many had been mutually hostile in the past. There didn't seem to be any problems in the short term, but over time, the imbalance caused by the division of interests would stir up the grudges buried deep in their hearts, subsequently sparking internal strife. The Hidden Mist Ninja Village in the Land of Water was the first. Due to internal disputes over interests, by the end of the previous year, this had gradually evolved into armed conflict. The first Mizukage, by Akurin, had no choice but to resort to violent suppression, resulting in no small number of casualties. Some ninja clans were even wiped out from the ninja world forever. Within Iwagakure of the Land of Earth, Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, and Kimogakure of the Land of Lightning, conflicts also began to arise to varying degrees. At first, it was just verbal disputes, but in the end, they directly drew blades, resulting in many bloody incidents. Only Konoha was stable and peaceful, with all ninja clans getting along harmoniously, all of them voluntarily giving face to the Senju clan chief, Hashirama. Coupled with the fact that Konoha's second-in-command, Senju Tobarama, executed his balancing strategy remarkably well, the distribution of interests, while not perfect, still took into account the dignity of each clan. There was only one issue over which these ninja clans had the greatest controversy. That was after Senju Tobarama built the Ninja Academy the previous year, he not only enrolled young children from ninja clans but also admitted a group of children from commoner backgrounds, teaching them ninja knowledge and instructing them on how to refine and use chakra in the Ninja Academy. However, this matter was also approved by Hashirama, as the Hokage. The Sarutobi clan and the Ino, Shika, Cho trio also strongly supported this from behind the scenes and provided quite a lot of non-clan inherited ninjutsu data. They could be said to be the die-hard supporters of the brothers Hashirama and Tobirama. Consequently, the major ninja clans suddenly felt that this proposal was actually quite good. Since advisor Tobirama had done this, there must surely be a reason for it. Moreover, mere commoners, even if they learned how to refine and use chakra, could not possibly threaten the status of their ninja clans, right? Late at night, Konoha village, the compound of the Senju clan. Tobirama sat in his study. Even in this month, he was only wearing a thin, dark blue unlined garment and trousers. With the window open, he sat at his desk, and in front of him was a planning document he had just finished writing not long ago. Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. That was the name of this planning document. While picking up his teacup, which still had some warmth left, Tobirama looked at the planning document he had written in his own hand, which was still quite rough, and a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Konoha's development could be said to be on the right track. Although there were occasional frictions between the clans, they were harmless. Such friction that did not trigger armed conflict was, in fact, the result of him deliberately letting it happen. Friction was a good thing. If there were no friction and all the ninja clans were completely harmonious, that would be the biggest problem. As long as a bottom line was drawn, letting some dissatisfaction and resentment be vented was fine. At the same time, he was also thinking about Konoha's future path. Now with his older brother Hashirama suppressing them, no demons or monsters dared to show their heads. However, his older brother would die sooner or later, and the same went for him. Therefore, if the village of Konoha wanted long-term stability, it could not place its hopes on individuals, it had to find a very reliable method for the succession of the Hokage. The Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, which he also abbreviated as UMBU, this armed force, which in his concept was completely subordinate to the Hokage, would be an important cornerstone for consolidating the Hokage's power. Those who could join this squad would be ninjas from the various clans whose vision could transcend the clan itself, recognizing that the safety of the village was the primary priority, as well as those civilian elites who did not belong to any ninja clan and came from ordinary families. Power would not be a vacuum. If he didn't do it now, and someone realized this in the future, it would be the greatest erosion of the Hokage's power. That was why he overcame opposition to support the commoner group, which appeared very weak, and brought them up. It was not the present of these commoners that he valued, but their future after they had grown. In the future, this group would be the Hokage's most important force, bar none. If one were narrow-minded and focused only on one's own clan, it would be like looking at the world through a tube. One would fail to see what the true core was and would be unable to become a true leader capable of leading the village forward. The work in this regard needs to be planned carefully, but there is no need to rush to form this unit right now. I must wait until the first batch of commoner ninjas has completely matured before proposing this plan to my older brother and pushing for its implementation. As the great waves wash away the sand, Tobirama firmly believed that as long as the base number increased, outstanding talents who would make people's eyes shine would also be born among the commoners. Speaking of which, the development model of the Land of Night seems quite interesting. If it weren't for the general of the Land of Night, I wouldn't have realized so early that there also exists a huge force outside of the ninja clans. Thinking of something, a hint of a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Tobirama's mouth. To some extent, he was referencing some of the development models of the Land of Night, and then combining them with the current, one country, one village system to formulate a development plan that suited Konoha's current situation. As far as he knew, many of the high-ranking officials in the Land of Night were from so-called peasant backgrounds, and if one counted back 3 generations, they might not have any family background at all. Yet they were able to achieve this, which was clearly due to their innate talents at work. Putting away the UMBU planning document, he would not push this plan in the short term. He rubbed his swollen temples, stood up, and intended to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Ever since Madara left Konoha, the work of the Hokage advisor had been handled by him. Although even when Madara was still in Konoha, he had not fulfilled the duties of a Hokage advisor well, only fixating on his older brother. Lord Tobirama. Suddenly, a black shadow dropped outside, and a steady voice came, belonging to a ninja in black whose body was half hidden in the shadows. The person was a ninja from the Senju clan, whom he had previously dispatched to lead an intelligence team to handle an important matter. Have you found Madara's whereabouts? Tobirama turned his head, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Regarding the matter of Madara leaving Konoha a few months ago, although on the surface, Konoha had taken no action and seemed not to have taken it to heart at all, in secret, they were still conducting thorough investigations and inquiries into Madara's tracks. He felt that a person like Madara must have some ulterior, evil motive for suddenly deciding to leave Konoha. Theoretically speaking, this behavior of Madara's was no different from betraying the village. I am very sorry, Lord Tobirama. We have searched for a long time but cannot find any trace of Uchiha Madara. It is as if he has vanished from the ninja world entirely. The ninja who came to report lowered his head in shame. No, this has nothing to do with you. Let it be, no need to look for him anymore. It seems that Guy Madara is intentionally hiding. Tobirama waved his hand and let the ninja leave. Konoha's future plans required his key oversight, but he could not ignore Madara's whereabouts entirely. Compared to the rest of the Uchiha clansmen, Madara's existence was too unstable. Once Madara developed any bad ideas, it would be a disaster for the entire Konoha. Chapter 58, The Puppet Awakens. At the same time. Land of Night, Shogun's Manor underground space layer. Here, the temperature and humidity were constant, maintaining roughly the same climate all year round. Wide, deep passageways crisscrossed underground, with a lamp placed every 10 meters. The lampshades emitted a bright yellow light, dispelling the darkness and cold within the corridors. One could see ninjas and samurai, cooperating with the ever-present ghost puppets, moving about the intricate network of facility passageways, patrolling back and forth along predetermined routes. The ninjas and samurai wore serious expressions, their sharp eyes missing not a single corner. Meanwhile, mass-produced and enhanced ghost puppets hovered in midair like specters, inspecting key areas. They blended seamlessly with their surroundings, truly resembling wandering ghosts, imposing immense psychological pressure. Yayoi brought Irori and Kicho to a deep room within the underground space layer, the special cultivation chamber for nurturing puppet life. This place had also been fitted with lights by Yayoi. The bright illumination dispelled the thick shadows, revealing the vast, silent expanse of the space. At the forefront of the cultivation chamber stood a cylindrical incubation tank over 3 meters tall. Through its transparent glass walls, one could clearly see the colorless solution inside. This solution should have been a vibrant, life-filled green. The reason it had become colorless was because all the nutrients within had been absorbed, leaving behind only pure water. Soaking in the colorless solution was a girl, 155 centimeters tall, with her body naturally extended. Her smooth, silk-like black hair spread out in the colorless solution like black seaweed. Her naked body, her youthful and innocent face, her fair and delicate skin, her eyes remained closed all this time. The girl floated quietly in the solution, possessing a pure, natural beauty. This dreamlike, unreal beauty of body and face was in no way inferior to Irori's, an existence worthy of being called a masterpiece. Now, this masterpiece of a girl had fully formed, her body structure incredibly stable. Today would be the important day she would officially awaken. I wonder what kind of child she will be. Kicho stared curiously at the girl inside. Judging by her body and appearance, she should be a girl-type puppet life. Compared to a life form like Irori, who straddled the line between girl and woman, she would probably seem more childlike and innocent. With such a pure and lovely aura, I believe she will definitely be a good, obedient child. However, she looked so delicate and fragile, appearing completely unlike an expert proficient in taijutsu. Father, may we begin? Even more expectant than Kicho was Irori. Her face, unusually, lacked its usual composure. Facing her soon-to-be-born sister, even she felt her heart surging with excitement, a joy called exhilaration. Yayoi glanced at Irori, full of anticipation and delight, and gave a slight nod. It's about time. Let's start now. As soon as Yayoi finished speaking, Irori eagerly stepped forward and pressed a button switch on the outer side of the incubation tank. Accompanied by the faint sound of mechanical operation, the drainage outlet at the bottom of the transparent tank slowly opened. The colorless solution soaking the girl flowed out through the drain. Once the solution was completely emptied, the glass door of the incubation tank opened with a sound. The black-haired girl, wearing not a stitch, had countless clear droplets of water clinging to her flawless white skin, her hair, neck, shoulders, abdomen, thighs. The girl, showing no emotional fluctuations, resembled an ethereal, pure, exquisite doll without a soul. Yayoi extended a finger. A blue chakra thread shot through the air toward the black-haired girl, landing accurately on her spine. The girl, who had been slightly slouching, immediately straightened her torso. Her dull black eyes also began to shimmer with the lively sparkle they should possess. Only her exquisite, snow-white face remained expressionless. Irori. Yes, father. Irori handed the already prepared clothes to the black-haired girl. The black-haired girl put on the clothes Irori handed her, piece by piece. Under Yayoi's control, the black-haired girl's movements were incredibly fluid. One could even say that the act of dressing itself was filled with an artistic beauty. Once fully dressed, the black-haired girl with her dark eyes open simply stood quietly in place. Her long, jet-black hair was tied up with a red ribbon. She wore a short-skirt style, off-the-shoulder black kimono, meticulously tailored. Her rounded, smooth, slender legs were encased in white knee-high socks, and her feet were clad in a pair of black high-heeled wooden clogs with red buttons. It maintained dignity while inexplicably exuding a sensual aura. Irori stood to the side, looking at her properly dressed sister, unable to hide the affection in her eyes and on her face. If she hadn't yet awakened consciousness, she probably would have hugged the black-haired girl and cherished her dearly. Next. Yayoi turned his gaze toward a certain direction deep within the facility, then manipulated the black-haired girl to walk over there with him. Irori and Kicho also followed, wanting to witness the birth of new life with their own eyes. Inside the iron cage, the Seven Tails had already awakened upon hearing the footsteps. Seeing the black-haired girl being controlled by Yayoi as she approached, it knew what he intended to do. If possible, it didn't want to experience that feeling of having its chakra sucked out again. However, if it refused, Yayoi would still control this inhuman girl to forcibly drain its chakra. Before gaining freedom, experiencing some pain is inevitable, right? The Seven Tails kept comforting itself with this thought. Seeing the somewhat cowering Seven Tails, Yayoi spoke. Don't worry, I've improved the technique. It should take about 2 hours to complete. Moreover, the process won't be as painful as last time. His words offered no comfort to the Seven Tails whatsoever. Yayoi had only mentioned it in passing, not caring about the Seven Tails' reaction. Similarly, he did not remove the chains and talismanic incantations binding the Seven Tails, to avoid any accidents at a critical moment that would ruin all previous efforts. Well then, I'll begin. Yayoi had no desire for further conversation. Under the control of his chakra thread, the girl slowly walked into the open cage and stood before the Seven Tails. Those inorganic black pupils reminded the Seven Tails of unpleasant memories. However, it couldn't struggle at all. It could only watch helplessly as the black-haired girl began forming hand seals. A familiar chill spread. Immediately after, the Seven Tails felt the chakra within its body rapidly decreasing, transforming into a crimson-red chakra that flowed bit by bit toward the girl's body. Unlike the first extraction of tailed beast chakra, the improved technique, just as Yayoi said, absorbed chakra faster and did not cause piercing pain to the Seven Tails' body. Apart from an abnormal coldness and a slight numbness from the chakra being drained, there were no other abnormalities. The Seven Tails' tense body slowly relaxed. Since it couldn't resist, it might as well close its eyes and endure. This tingling, numbing sensation could be considered a massage. Seeing the Seven Tails not resisting, Yayoi inwardly praised its good sense. If it had resisted, he would have immediately activated the Seven-Star Seal to suppress it. No matter what, it was already meat on the chopping block. Whether it resisted or accepted, the outcome would not change. 2 hours passed smoothly and uneventfully. The Seven Tails, originally the size of a small hill, had shrunk considerably, now only about the size of a small single-room hut. Its entire body lacked any strength. It lay listlessly on the ground, panting heavily, too weak to move. Yayoi had drained its life chi dry once again. I've already agreed, gave chakra, don't forget, contract. Perhaps truly exhausted to the extreme, the Seven Tails' fragmented speech remained unfinished as it fell into a deep sleep. Soon, the sound of its heavy snoring echoed from the cage. Choosing not to disturb the Seven Tails further, Yayoi manipulated the girl to walk out of the cage, then withdrew the chakra thread and began forming hand seals. Secret technique, life creation. The girl's skin, already pale to the point of near transparency, became even more translucent this time. Her body was filled with numerous green lines, a nervous system simulated by chakra, also chakra circuits. These lines ultimately converged on a chakra core in her left chest, identical to Irori's life core, a vital existence akin to a heart or brain. The massive chakra absorbed from the Seven Tails, after having the tailed beasts will filtered out, began flowing rapidly through the chakra circuits within the girl's body, gathering toward the chakra core in her left chest. Half an hour later, the girl had finally, bit by bit, assimilated this enormous chakra into her own core, transforming it into her personal energy source. Her transparent white skin began to lose its luster, returning to a normal skin tone. The chakra circuits and chakra core hidden within her body also vanished from sight. The girl opened her eyes, revealing a spiritual gleam. Only her expression, devoid of emotional fluctuation, made her appear extremely cold. Yaya, do you know who I am? Seeing the girl activated, Irori eagerly stepped forward to greet her, grabbing Yaya's small, fair hand. The girl named Yaya nodded coldly, but her voice softened. Sister Irori. Then, the girl broke free from Irori's grasp and came before Yayoi, completely ignoring Kicho, who stood to the side as her mother. Father. It seems you, wait, what are you doing? Father, please allow Yaya to thoroughly examine your body. Yaya said with utmost seriousness, suddenly kneeling down and reaching straight for Yayoi's belt. Being repeatedly drained by so many shameless little hussies every day, Father must be very fatigued there right now. Please rest assured, Father. Yaya is very professional in this area and will definitely hold it gently in her mouth. Tears welled in Yaya's eyes, filled with pity for Yayoi, as if what she was about to do next was something sacred. She had resolved herself to be shattered to pieces for her great and pitiful father. No matter how rough Father's methods with her might be next, it would be absolutely no problem. Without hesitation, Yayoi stretched out a finger and flicked it hard against Yaya's smooth forehead. Ah. Yaya cried out in pain, clutching her flicked forehead, tears brimming in her eyes. Her hand movements were also halted. Idiot, don't just suddenly try to take my pants off like that. Father, Yaya just woke up. Perhaps her mind isn't clear yet. Even her sister Irori couldn't stand watching anymore. She grabbed Yaya, who was struggling to continue forward and remove Yayoi's pants, her expression full of helplessness and embarrassment. She hadn't expected her sister to be such a pervert. Kicho stood to the side, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. My, it seems she'll be quite an interesting child. Then, she took 2 steps forward, stood before Yaya, and smiled as she spoke. Your name is Yaya, right? I'm your mommy. Be good, call me mommy. As she spoke, she reached out to pat Yaya's head. Yaya dodged backward. Her black eyes were filled with wariness and hostility toward Kicho. She parted her lips slightly. Little hussy. The air suddenly fell silent. Both Yayoi and Irori couldn't help but hold their breath, as if a bloody conflict was inevitable. Come on, call me mommy. However, Kicho did not get angry. She still responded with a smile. This child's insults really felt like she was acting coquettish with her. After all, her demeanor at night was far more wanton than any little hussy. Was this woman not angry at all? Yaya gritted her teeth lightly. Damn it, she had encountered a real hussy. The hostility and wariness in her eyes became even more pronounced. In any case, let's first go outside to test your practical combat abilities, Yaya. In the end, it was Yayoi who stepped forward, putting an end to the exchange between the two. As he said this, he glanced at the completely unconscious Seven-Tails in the cage, shaking his head with a hint of regret. If the Seven-Tails were awake, he could have it serve as Yaya's sparring partner. Although its chakra was reduced, the remaining power could still let Yaya warm up. This Seven-Tails really was useless. Yayoi led the 3 of them out. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Inside the cage, the Seven-Tails' body twitched. A faint glimmer appeared as it gently opened its eyes in the darkness, emitting a soft light. Seeing no one before it, it immediately sighed in relief, then closed its eyes again. This time, it fell into a dreamland completely at ease. The Seven-Tails can soon be contracted as a summoning beast. However, tailed beasts are ultimately not ordinary summoning beasts. I want to get the protagonist another powerful summoning beast. Choosing among the 3 holy lands, I think the slug from Shikatsu Forest is the best. It doesn't have the mystical, prophetic nature of the Great Toad Sage, nor is it as dangerous and cold as the White Snake Sage. Personality-wise, the Slug Sage is the easiest to get along with, neither mystical nor prone to betraying its contractor, with very high strategic value. Moreover, its speech is soft and pleasant, and combined with its massive body, it gives a feeling of contrast. Chapter 59, Irori and Yaya. The sky was not yet bright. Yayoi and the other 3 were no longer within Yomi City, but had arrived at a mountainous area. In the heart of the mountain range, surrounded by towering ancient trees, dense canopies blocked the moonlight, and even the night wind was kept outside the layers of foliage. This mountain forest had no particular name, nor any especially valuable resources. Its advantage was its remoteness, making it perfect for testing Yaya's combat abilities without worrying about drawing unnecessary attention due to excessive commotion. Yayoi found a small hill whose peak protruded from the ground, standing over 40 meters tall. It was considerably larger and sturdier than the simulated hills he usually used for training. Considering that Yaya was an artificial life form specializing in taijutsu, the destructive power of her physical techniques was likely far beyond imagination. Therefore, Yayoi needed a sufficiently substantial reference point to fully understand the exact level of Yaya's taijutsu power. This small hill might be able to reveal some of Yaya's foundation. Probably. Yayoi thought internally, though he wasn't certain either. Yaya, now you attack this small hill. Setting aside distracting thoughts, Yayoi retreated with Irori and Kicho, ceding the center of the area to Yaya. Upon hearing this, Yaya immediately took 2 steps forward. Her slightly cold, delicate face tensed slightly, a complete contrast to her previous perverted, obsessive demeanor. A light shone in her pitch-black eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, she clenched her fist and forcefully pushed off the ground with the black high-heeled geta under her feet. Fast. Unbelievably fast. Her entire figure shot forward like a black lightning bolt. Her fist, wrapped in the wind from its motion, struck the hillside without the slightest delay. Boom. The hard hillside suddenly cracked, first forming a web of fine fissures as pieces of rubble began to tumble down. Then, as if unstoppable, the crack spread and extended along the rock face, growing larger and more uncontrollable. Soon, what rolled down were no longer small pieces of rubble, but large stones that began to collapse like an avalanche, producing thunderous, rumbling roars. Within a few short seconds, the small hill, which had stood firm on the earth, emitted a groan of unbearable strain before collapsing with a tremendous crash. A cloud of dust billowed up, obscuring half the sky. As expected, it still wasn't enough, huh? Yayoi watched this astonishing scene, his expression unchanged, as he stroked his chin and thought. That not enough he referred to was not that Yaya's destructive power was too weak, but that this small hill was simply incapable of letting Yaya fight to her heart's content. Moreover, it wasn't just destructive power, Yaya's speed was also shockingly fast. Just now, his naked eyes had only barely managed to capture the trajectory of Yaya's sprint. Kicho, who had activated her Byakugan beside him, had fared even worse. Although the Byakugan could clearly see Yaya's movement path, given Kicho's reaction speed, if Yaya threw a punch at her, her body probably wouldn't be able to mount a proper defense. Most importantly, this was merely Yaya's running speed in her normal state. This is already quite frightening, isn't it? After punching through a hill like that, she's completely unharmed. Using her Byakugan, Kicho had seen clearly, after Yaya shattered the small hill with one punch, not a single scratch appeared on her snow-white fist. One could imagine just what level the girl's defensive capabilities had reached. She suspected that even if she swung her Kumakiri with all her might, it would be difficult to break through Yaya's skin. Lightning-fast speed, an indestructible body, and unparalleled brute strength. Apart from lacking large-scale destructive moves like a tailed beast ball, Yaya was like another form of tailed beast. Against conventional ninjas, she can indeed achieve overwhelming suppression. But compared to Susanoo, this level of destructive power is still somewhat pitiful. Yayoi crossed his arms over his chest and gave this reply. Not to mention the third stage of Susanoo, even the second stage of Susanoo could easily shatter a hill of this scale with a single blow. Irori, you go test her next. An immobile target couldn't test Yaya's limits. And judging from Yaya's earlier performance, within the entire land of night, only Irori could pose a threat to her. Yayoi made a prompt decision, having the older sister, Irori, step forward to personally assess Yaya's combat power. Yes. Without hesitation, pale, cold air coiled around Irori's body, and she suddenly vanished from Yayoi's side and rear. By the time Irori's presence was detected again, she had already appeared not far behind Yaya, standing steadily. Although Irori's primary means of attack was using large-scale ice-release ninjutsu to suppress and seal enemies, her taijutsu was also excellent. However, in most situations, she didn't even need to resort to taijutsu for defense before her enemies were completely eliminated. In other words, Yaya's next opponent is Irori Nizan. Yaya turned around expressionlessly, her face showing little emotional fluctuation, her black pupils terrifyingly indifferent. But even if it's Irori Nizan, Yaya will not hold back. Now fully serious, she resembled a brutal, emotionless killing doll pushed to the extreme. Seeing her sister's serious demeanor, Irori's lips curved into a faint smile. The white cold air swirling around her didn't dissipate, instead, as the chakra within her body flowed rapidly, it grew even more bitingly cold. Fine, snowflake-like ice particles drifted through the air, reflecting beautiful light under the moonlight. Well then, Yaya, Nei-san is coming. As soon as Irori finished speaking, cold air spread from her feet, and the ground began to freeze at a visible rate. It was already the depths of winter with extremely low temperatures. Now, with the added chill released by Irori, the mountain area's temperature dropped even further, reaching a level difficult for ordinary ninjas to endure. Ice release, ice flower pillar. The ground cracked without warning. From the frozen earth, several thick, white ice pillars suddenly pierced through the soil layer, rushing toward Yaya with bone-chilling cold. Irori had deliberately sharpened the tops of the ice pillars. If struck, a human body of flesh and blood would likely be ruthlessly pierced through like a human sieve. However, Yaya obviously didn't fall into that category. Without excessive movement, she threw a punch, turned, and delivered a kick, creating a sound akin to a sonic boom in the air, shattering the two sharpened ice pillars that reached her first. Shards of ice flew in all directions. Then, her figure flickered. The remaining ice pillars collided with each other, producing violent explosive sounds, only striking the afterimage Yaya left in her original spot. Ice release. Just as Irori was about to form hand seals, something arrived even faster than the sound of the sonic boom, Yaya's figure, swift as the wind. A savage, violent fist wind tore through the cold air, mercilessly aiming straight for Irori's face. Boom. Along with Irori, the ground behind her also shattered and collapsed under the force of this punch, stirring up dust that covered hundreds of meters and sent sand and stones flying. Irori's body, shattered by Yaya's punch, exploded at the same moment, releasing a massive amount of white, cold mist that enveloped the surrounding air. A chill assaulted her. Yaya frowned slightly, feeling a slight stiffness in her body. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Her body abruptly spun, her long leg clad in over-the-knee white socks slicing through the cold mist like a blade, dispersing all the ice crystal-laden fog around her. Immediately, her sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, vigilantly searching for Irori's figure. So fast. Good thing I used a clone to test first. And to actually sense my next move, this kind of combat instinct. Standing in the sky, balanced on ice fragments beneath her feet, Airori looked down at Yaya's fierce and swift movements, a troubled smile appearing on her face. She had planned to use the intense cold air gathered around Yaya to perform the Ice Banquet Corridor ninjutsu, thereby freezing Yaya's movements. This ice release ninjutsu was a powerful, advanced release technique capable of briefly freezing even a tailed beast. Even Yaya would need some effort to break free. But the moment the cold mist spread, Yaya immediately used a powerful spinning kick to disperse the surrounding mist, effortlessly nullifying Airori's planned attack. Beyond her astonishing speed, defense, and strength, Yaya possessed this almost instinctive combat intuition, allowing her body to react faster than thought, predicting the source of danger. Well then, how about this? Ice release, single blade ice burial. Airori lightly tapped the ice fragment under her foot, her entire body diving down like an arrow shot from a bow. Reaching a certain height, she raised her right leg high. Cold air frantically condensed at the tip of her foot before she swung it down. In the blink of an eye, a blade-shaped ice block, tens of meters long, tore through the sky and, without warning, descended upon Yaya below with a thunderous slash. Sensing the anomaly, Yaya suddenly looked up. Reflected in her deep, pitch-black pupils was the icy blue of the enormous ice blade. Boom. The earth erupted. Cracks spread rapidly in all directions like a spider's web, and the air trembled and shrieked. Countless sparkling, tiny ice crystal particles mixed within the icy, pale cold mist, churning and swirling along with the dust that filled the sky. Ice release, 1,000 killing array. Seizing this opportunity, Airori formed hand seals, refined a massive amount of chakra in one go, and released this ice release ninjutsu at its maximum power. Weapons of ice, swords, spears, halberds, rained down on the earth like cannonballs fired from guns, a torrential downpour accompanied by piercing shrieks. The already battered earth faced another round of savage, brutal ravaging, subjected to the relentless bombardment of these icy weapons. Having already retreated a kilometer away to the edge of the battlefield, Kicho watched the collapsing ground and the barrage of icy weapons raining from the sky, unable to help but click her tongue. That Airori, who usually seemed like a gentle, kind neighbor, fought with such brutality. Stop spacing out. Retreat further. This area is still dangerous. Yayoi grabbed Kicho's shoulder and swiftly pulled her to an even more distant location. Leaving Yaya aside for the moment, if Airori went all out, an area spanning several kilometers could easily become her ice release ninjutsu bombing zone. After all, large-scale firepower saturation was Airori's specialty. The astonishingly vast amount of chakra within her body also supported this kind of ferocious, brutal firepower assault. Before the dust and ice mist had cleared, Yaya emerged unscathed, though with slightly soiled clothes, climbing out from the deep pit in the collapsed ground. Earlier, she had shattered the giant blade-shaped ice blade Airori dropped with a punch, but the terrifying impact force it carried caused the ground beneath her feet to give way first, cracking open a terrifyingly deep hole. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stumbled so awkwardly into the massive pit created by the ice blade. The clothes father gave me got dirty. Yaya looked at her clothing. It wasn't visible on the black kimono, but the white over-the-knee socks wrapped around her slender legs, woven with red cords, had gotten a bit dusty. Looking up at her sister Airori, who was still bombarding the earth with icy weapons, Yaya showed no fear on her face, only a hint of displeasure because her clothes were dirty. This displeasure was directly reflected on her face. Yaya suddenly lunged forward, grabbing an ice-made spear about to strike her face, and hurled it back toward the sky. The icy spear shot upward like a reverse meteor, friction with the air producing a sonic boom that shook the atmosphere, creating ring-shaped shockwaves. Then, as if she had found a method of counterattack, Yaya continuously targeted the icy weapons Airori hurled down, caught them, and shot them back skyward in a counteroffensive, unleashing terrifying sonic boom shrieks. The weapons Yaya threw moved at speeds comparable to her own movement, surpassing the speed of sound, capable of producing sonic boom shockwaves, a fierce offensive. Airori had to halt her attack, creating ice fragments in the sky to step on, constantly shifting her position to evade the icy weapon assaults from below. She felt troubled. If this continued, forget suppressing Yaya, despite holding air superiority, she might end up being the one suppressed. Just as Airori was considering what move to use next, a voice echoed in both her and Yaya's minds. All right, stop. There's no need for further testing. If you keep fighting, this mountain forest won't be able to withstand your tussle. The voice from Yayoi made both Airori in the sky and Yaya on the ground stop their actions simultaneously. In this battle, although Yaya was generally the suppressed party, Airori's ice release ninjutsu could only achieve a marginal suppression and containment, unable to inflict substantial harm on Yaya. This was enough for Yayoi to confirm the approximate level of Yaya's various abilities. Although Airori hadn't yet used the true killing techniques of ice release, Yaya had also only been using her normal state taijutsu to counter, not exerting her full power either. Not to mention, Yaya's existence was originally meant to compensate for the shortcomings in Airori's tactical approach. In short, Yayoi was relatively satisfied with this test. The power the two sisters could unleash when cooperating far surpassed what either could achieve alone. With Yaya's addition, the Land of Night's high-end combat power had gained another member. Facing the turbulent undercurrents of the future, the confidence in his heart grew more substantial. Chapter 60, Perverts and Incidents. You guys had a group session with Father last night, didn't you? After the intense battle last night, Yaya was still full of energy. She arrived at the bedroom door early in the morning, her clear, sharp eyes staring unkindly at the three little hussies following behind Yayoi as they exited the bedroom, Kicho, Aoi, and Rinko. Group. Aoi and Rinko were about to ask who this impossibly delicate and beautiful girl was, but upon hearing those words, their faces flushed red, and they nearly screamed. It was a bit too lewd to say something like that out loud. They had only been sharing the bed with Kicho, the sect master, last night. Heaven knows why their lord husband had been so enthusiastic last night. After returning from outside in the middle of the night, he had made them and Kicho serve him in bed until 3 or 4 in the morning, and they were still a bit sleepy now. You're really energetic early in the morning, Yaya. Kicho, as if discovering something interesting, stepped forward 2 paces, leaned mysteriously into Yaya's ear, and smiled with a voice only they could hear. Not only that, but it was also suspended in midair last night. Yaya's expression froze instantly, as if she had heard something extremely sad. She immediately burst into loud sobs, and while crying, she hurried to kneel in front of Yayoi, grabbing at his pants belt without hesitation. Father, please let Yaya check carefully to see if you are injured there. Are you an idiot? Don't believe everything you hear. Yayoi pressed on Yaya's forehead to keep her from getting closer. But Yaya's strength was too great, she was gradually losing control. Oh my, Yaya, you really care about Lord Husband. However, although Lord Husband is very serious with you, he is quite different when he is with me. Kicho smiled, covering her mouth, not afraid of stirring up trouble, her words full of instigation. Upon hearing this, Yaya cried even harder. Her father, her great creator, actually. You wretched little hussies, be gentle. Don't break her father. Father, it's okay. Even if you can't get it up in the future, Yaya. Yaya won't mind. Yaya cried out crystal clear teardrops, her face full of heartache, feeling an inexplicable soreness. Yayoi. What on earth is this person saying? She's an idiot, right? Rinko couldn't help but mutter from the side. Yeah, she's no match for Lady Kicho at all. Aoi nodded vigorously. At first, seeing Yaya's cold appearance, she thought she was a formidable character. As it turned out, she was reduced to loud sobs by just a few words from Kicho. She was like some small fry by the roadside. Afterward, under Yayoi's comfort, Yaya finally stopped crying. And through Yayoi's explanation, Aoi and Rinko finally understood Yaya's identity. She was a special life form created by Yayoi, just like Irori. Although she had been fully awake for less than a day, calculating from the time the earliest embryo was born, Yaya was actually 5 years old. 5 years old. Looking at Yaya's flawless, girlish figure, Aoi and Rinko couldn't help but want to complain. This growth rate was simply terrifying. Moreover, her personality was completely different from the mature and steady Irori. Her emotions seemed unstable, and she was easily agitated whenever someone provoked her. Leaving the inner court, Yayoi arrived at the Tenshikaku. As Yayoi's personal guard, Yaya naturally followed him without leaving his side. Even inside the shogun's manor, her eyes were full of vigilance and hostility, not letting go of any corner. Although being conscientious is a good thing, there is no need to be this vigilant in this place. Looking at Yaya's tense body, Yayoi signaled that she didn't need to be this alert here. No, in order to avoid some blind vixen sticking themselves to you shamelessly, I must remain vigilant. Father's chastity will be protected by Yaya. Yaya said with a serious face. Yayoi didn't push it any further. After all, this child was showing such a stubborn and serious side for the sake of his safety. However, unlike Irori, if you give this one an inch, she'll take a mile. He suspected that Yaya might even be capable of taking off his pants in public without changing her expression. When Yayoi and Yaya arrived at the office, Irori's figure appeared there as usual. There wasn't much official business accumulated during this period, and it could all be processed before 10 in the morning. Yayoi planned to finish this work and then proceed to the next stage of training. Although there was a new combat force addition like Yaya, Yayoi wouldn't relax his demands on himself. Chakra armament mode no longer posed a burden on his body, but the enhancement this mode provided only allowed him to crush conventional ninja. If facing top-tier ninja of the same level, it would appear very thin, as the attack methods were too monotonous and easily seen through. Integrating different chakra nature transformations into the chakra cloak was the problem he needed to break through next. It was just that each of the 5 basic attributes, wind, lightning, earth, fire, and water, had different advantages and disadvantages, not to mention the more complex yin release and yang release. He needed to carefully consider which nature transformation to prioritize. In an unknown canyon, the deep valley was filled with fog, and stones of various shapes were scattered around. A figure fell suddenly into the bottom of the valley, blood flowing from his right arm, dripping continuously onto the ground. He ran rapidly while breathing heavily, his exhausted and wounded posture clearly indicating he had just experienced a fierce battle. It's been a quarter of an hour, and my body is still a bit numb. The power of these guys' lightning release is too abnormal. Are they ninja from Kumogakure? No choice, I can only use this trick to escape. He guessed something, and as if he had made up his mind, his fleeing footsteps sprinted even faster. The fog in the canyon was thick, and visibility was less than 5 meters, but for ninja, as long as it wasn't thick fog deliberately created by ninjutsu, they could still travel at high speeds without causing too much obstruction to their actions. Just then, a large number of kunai and shuriken poured down from the sky like a rainstorm, the sound of piercing the air sharp and ear-piercing. Although the fleeing ninja dodged in time, his thighs were still hit by several shuriken, which plunged deeply into his flesh. He groaned but didn't stop, instead rolling to the side without hesitation to dodge. Boom. Lightning wrapped around several figures as they descended from the sky, appearing precisely at the spot where the fleeing ninja had originally stood. The lightning impact from the sky blasted the ground into spiderweb-like cracks, dust filled the air, and then quickly dissipated. Those were 5 ninja wearing black ninja outfits and black masks. They only revealed a pair of cold, sharp eyes, their gazes locking onto the fleeing ninja like blades. Who? Already in a wounded state, and now stabbed in the thigh by shuriken, the fleeing ninja's physical strength was nearly exhausted, and he could only pant heavily, his eyes staring unwillingly at the 5 black-clad ninja in front, as if he wanted to record all their expressions and gazes. Finally stopped running, little mouse. Give up resistance. It's better not to move even a finger, that way I might spare your life. Who are you people? Why appear here? Is it Kumogakure? The fleeing ninja sat on the ground, back against a rock, his hanging hands with fingers moving imperceptibly, wanting to act. Faster than him was the leader among the 5 black-clad ninja. The moment his fingers just moved, his figure immediately erupted. Wah! The fleeing ninja immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, a ninja sword wrapped in dark blue electricity mercilessly piercing his shoulder, causing his whole body to convulse continuously, letting out a painful scream. I told you not to move, didn't I? Now then. The leading black-clad ninja's pupils shrank instantly. He saw that the fugitive whose shoulder had been pierced by his sword suddenly swelled up like a balloon, blue veins bulging under his skin, blood vessels twisting and protruding like snakes, and even the eyeballs in his eye sockets began to bulge outward, covered with hideous bloodshot veins. Damn. This is, retreat quickly. Without the leader's reminder, the other 4 black-clad ninja also saw this scene and realized something, quickly using the body flicker technique to retreat rapidly. In the moment they retreated at high speed, the fugitive's body expanded to the limit. Boom. Blinding fire exploded, and the shockwave, carrying hot air, swept across the canyon. Gravel fell like rain, and even the surrounding fog was blown away quite a bit. When the fog cleared, what remained was not the charred remains of a human body, but a large number of unknown insect limbs and fragments scattered everywhere, green blood splattered on the rock walls and stones, looking unusually tragic. The 5 black-clad ninja reappeared, standing around the charred pit, looking at this scene. Explosive insects, and can even use this method as a substitute to attract our attention. Did the main body escape? The leader narrowed his eyes to scan the surroundings, squatted down, and looked at the broken insect body stained with green blood on the ground, not reaching out to touch, but confirming with his eyes. Those capable of this are likely ninja from the Aburame clan. In addition to the common destruction bugs, their clan has also cultivated many different types of strange insects. One of the black-clad ninja in the team immediately thought of something, clearly having a fairly deep understanding of the Aburame clan's secret techniques. The Aburame clan is a ninja clan that merged into the Land of Night, and this place is also very close to the territory of the Land of Night. Could it be, they discovered something? The leader nodded slightly, clearly agreeing with this point of view, and a dangerous killing intent immediately appeared in his eyes. If it was really as he guessed, this operation might have quite a few complications. Should we report it? This kind of thing is not for us to decide. Let's go back first and report the situation here to the adults. After speaking, the 5 figures disappeared into the fog, leaving only the unscattered smoke and insect limbs on the scorched earth. However, after a while, the 5 figures reappeared, their eyes scanning the surrounding rock walls sharply, not even letting go of the ground, as if they wanted to find something unusual. However, even after searching for a long time, they couldn't find anything wrong in this place. It seems they are really not here anymore. The leader took a deep breath and, with an unhappy mood, took his 4 subordinates and left using the body flicker technique. Chapter 61, New Jutsu End. Time had arrived at early April, a season of spring blossoms, yet a lingering winter chill still remained within Yomi City, not yet fully dispersed. Nearly a month had passed since the day Yaya awakened. The people in the shogun's manor had gradually grown accustomed to this black-haired girl who often accompanied Yayoi behind Yayoi when he went out. Although Yayoi did not explain in detail, merely informing them of Yaya's existence and giving her the close protection position of general's personal guard. However, those who knew Irori well could roughly guess that this newcomer, Yaya, likely possessed strength as formidable as Irori's. On the inner court training ground, Yayoi was developing a ninjutsu that could be used in conjunction with the chakra armament mode. That is to say, injecting nature transformation into the chakra armament mode. In the nearly 1 month prior to this, Yayoi had not directly injected nature transformation, but had instead first trained his earth release nature transformation to the level of proficiency. Among the various jutsu he had mastered, earth release and water release were the 2 attributes he had studied the most deeply. Among them, earth release was the jutsu he utilized most frequently. Earth release was not only capable of both offense and defense, but in terms of altering terrain, it was also the most convenient and easiest among the 5 elements. In the early days when he lacked other means, earth release had solved quite a few troubles for him in battle. Therefore, in the previous month, Yayoi first determined the first nature transformation he would carry out, and then created 4 shadow clones to train in earth release nature transformation together. Unlike the chakra armament mode, training nature transformation was much safer, allowing Yayoi to create more shadow clones for simultaneous training. It could only be said that it lived up to the name of a training cheat. With a solid foundation in earth release nature transformation, it took less than a month for Yayoi to elevate his earth release nature transformation to a higher level of qualitative change. Various earth release ninjutsu became more handy to use, and he could exert greater power with the same amount of chakra as before. Next, it is time to inject the nature transformation into the chakra cloak. Blue, flame-like tangible chakra emerged from Yayoi's body. It was the materialized chakra cloak, perfectly fitting his body. It looked light and weightless, but only Yayoi, who wore this layer of chakra cloak, truly knew that this cloak was by no means something an ordinary ninja could withstand. This technique had incredibly harsh requirements for chakra activity, control, and even physical fitness. Although it did not reach the level of an S-rank technique, it exceeded A rank, and his active chakra also played a significant role in this. Others did not possess such active chakra. The difficulty of training this move was as dangerous and fatal as an S-rank forbidden jutsu. The activated chakra possessed a strong will to live. If the user's conditions were insufficient, they would be counter-eroded and lose their life to the living active chakra. And this mode was merely the most basic skeleton conceived by Yayoi. Only by completing the nature transformation would the full form of the chakra armament mode be revealed. Yayoi took a deep breath and, quietly, began to inject earth nature transformation into the chakra cloak on his body. According to his concept, after injecting the earth release nature transformation, the offensive and defensive capabilities of the chakra cloak would be further improved. As for how much it would improve, that would require subsequent development. If everything went smoothly. Cough. The moment he injected the earth release nature transformation, Yayoi felt a terrifying, irresistible pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down on his body. His knees uncontrollably buckled, and he knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered on the ground. Without hesitation, Yayoi dispersed the chakra cloak on his body, and that unimaginable pressure slowly faded from his body. However, the residual feeling of pressure still made all the muscles in Yayoi's body tremble and ache with sluggishness, and his bones were creaking as if they might fall apart at any moment. It failed. Not only the body, but the control was also severely insufficient. It collapsed rapidly before even 1/3 was injected. Yayoi wiped the blood from his mouth. Under his self-healing ability, the internal injuries recovered quickly, and a feeling of ease washed over his whole body. This result was, arguably, within Yayoi's expectations. Unlike the wind style, Raisin Shuriken held by Uzumaki Naruto, he was wearing the Raisin Shuriken directly on his body. The difficulty and danger involved could be imagined. He had not expected to succeed in one go, but he had not anticipated such a clean and swift collapse. According to his plan, it should have lasted until 1/2 was injected before collapsing, but his body could not support it at less than 1/3. This was no longer a question of whether it could be completed, but that even attempting it carried enormous, unbearable risks. It seems I can only find another way. Let's try this. Yayoi was not discouraged. He quickly changed his mindset and stopped banging his head against a wall. Instead, he used other methods to gradually pry open the door to nature transformation for the chakra armament mode. Thus, Yayoi extended his right hand, and a tangible pale blue chakra airflow began to appear in his palm, quickly condensing into a perfect, solid sphere. Rasengan. However, although it looked similar on the outside, in reality, it was the complete opposite of a Rasengan. Because the chakra sphere Yayoi condensed would not rotate at all, it remained stationary in his palm, as if time had stopped. At first, Yayoi did indeed want to create a Rasengan, but after studying it for a long time, he could not fully manifest it. He had specifically done the balloon and rubber ball training, but his Rasengan would suddenly explode at the final formation stage, leaving him in a very sorry state, as if many critical steps were missing. Even mimicking the tailed beast cloak was based on his own understanding, and it took him several years to figure out a chakra armament mode that suited him. If he continued to bang his head against the wall with the Rasengan, he would certainly be able to create it in the end, but he had no way of estimating how long it would take. With no other choice, he could only create a chakra sphere similar to a Rasengan. Since rotation was difficult to handle, why not just let the chakra not rotate? Injecting nature transformation into a non-rotating chakra sphere and throwing it out like a cannonball, although the power was indeed reduced, the stability was higher. Sure enough, after Yayoi injected the earth release nature transformation, the chakra sphere, which was much more stable in structure than a Rasengan, was instantly dyed with a layer of dark gold, archaic luster. It neither exploded nor caused a burden on his body, it was just much heavier than a pure chakra sphere. Yayoi could easily lift this kind of weight. Therefore, after being slightly surprised, Yayoi regained his composure, then grabbed the dark gold-colored chakra sphere and smashed it fiercely into the ground. Bang! The ground shattered. But the destructive power was severely insufficient, barely smashing a small pit less than a meter in diameter. This feeling, it's like holding a solid iron ball. Yayoi picked up the dark gold chakra sphere again. Due to its excellent stability, combined with his active chakra, he could keep this kind of chakra sphere maintained for a long time, and it would not quickly disappear after a single attack. If it has this property. Yayoi was not disappointed with the attack capability of the dark gold chakra sphere. On the contrary, in Yayoi's view, this kind of ninjutsu with an incredibly stable structure that could maintain its form for a long time might be able to derive powerful moves different from conventional attacks. In his view, this might even be his own authentic Rasengan. For example, if I carve the 7-star seal on this sphere, and then expand this chakra sphere to be larger. Yayoi began to have preliminary associations. Imagine if the chakra sphere could expand to be larger than a house, and then combined with the sealing jutsu carved on it, not only could he use the super large mass of the chakra sphere to physically suppress the enemy's movements, but even the target's chakra could be suppressed as well. Wouldn't this be equivalent to a kind of physical sealing jutsu? If he could successfully complete this move, perhaps in the future, he would be able to suppress tailed beasts on his own without borrowing Irori's ice release ability. After all, it was very difficult for the simple 7-star seal to suppress a tailed beast, and it could not maintain the suppression effect for a long time, requiring coordination with other means. Having the idea, Yayoi wanted to put the feasibility of this move into practice. He even had a ready-made target for practice. Just as Yayoi intended to carve the 7-star seal on the dark gold chakra sphere, a message suddenly came into his mind. What is it? Okay, I know. Yayoi patted the dust off his body and did not continue training. Just now, Irori had conveyed information to him. There was an important matter that required his prompt decision. As long as it was within 5 kilometers, he could have real-time telepathic communication with Irori and Yaya. Once there was something important to convey, Irori and Yaya would report to him in this way. Yaya, let's go. There is something Irori needs to handle. Arriving outside the training ground, Yayoi called out to Yaya and walked quickly towards the Tenchikaku. Yaya did not hesitate either, knowing it was not the time to cling to Yayoi, and quickly followed in his footsteps. Arriving at the Tenchikaku, as Yayoi expected, Orochi, the minister of the intelligence department, was also there. The important matter Irori spoke of was clearly some important information that Orochi's intelligence department had obtained. What happened? Yayoi sat on the chair behind the desk, while Irori and Yaya stood on his left and right like two gatekeepers. Seeing the look in Orochi's eyes, which was much more serious and solemn than when he reported the intelligence on the star of the land of bears, Yayoi got straight to the point. There is a problem with Shima. Half a day ago, he used insects to send a distress signal to the intelligence stronghold in the land of fields. As he spoke, Orochi handed over the intelligence file for Yayoi to decide. After listening, Yayoi knew why Orochi was so serious. Abirame Shima was Orochi's eldest son. At nearly 20 years old, he could master many insects and was a genius jonin whose aptitude was not inferior to his father, Orochi. At the same time, he also held an important position in the intelligence department. Due to his outstanding combat power and information-gathering ability, Yayoi had sent him to the land of fields to manage the intelligence station there and transmit all information about the land of fields to the land of night in real time. Yayoi also knew that time waited for no one. He browsed through the intelligence at the fastest speed, and then frowned deeply. The intelligence stated that more than half a month ago, in a mountain forest in the land of fields, someone witnessed the back of a giant creature in the dark, suspected to be a tailed beast. In addition, a large number of unidentified ninjas began to be active in the land of fields, with unknown purposes. Because this group of ninjas was numerous, with at least 200 people, and their tracks were very suspicious, Abirame Shima, as the captain of the intelligence unit there, decided to personally investigate the true identity of these ninjas. As a result, he was accidentally exposed and chased. After leading the enemies to a canyon, he only managed to escape by relying on the complex terrain and his insect secret arts. The terrible thing was that he was seriously injured at this time, and he did not know if there were enemies lurking outside, so he could only hide in the canyon and dared not act rashly. The intelligence conveyed by Abirame Shima also emphatically mentioned one point: among this group of ninjas, many were powerful experts proficient in lightning release. Giant creature. Tailed beast. Yayoi's heart stirred, and he quietly took the back of the giant creature in the intelligence to heart. The land of fields, Yayoi was no stranger to this country. It was a small country in the east adjacent to the land of night. In the original work, the Oda established by Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, was in this country. Its territory was considerable among small countries. Although there was no ninja village in the country at this time, there was a private armed group under the command of the daimyo of the land of fields used to stabilize his rule. The domestic situation was not considered stable, but there were no major disturbances, and it could barely stand in this era. In fact, in the past period, Yayoi had considered conquering this small country and incorporating it into the rule of the land of night. It was just that it was already a bit too late, and coupled with the fact that Konoha village was about to be established at that time, Yayoi did not want to cause extra trouble, so he interrupted the military action against the land of fields. However, Yayoi had always been closely watching the situation in the land of fields. He even had the elite of the Abirame clan lead the intelligence stronghold there to lay a solid foundation for the future annexation of this country. "General, do you need me to go there and investigate personally?" Orochi volunteered. The information transmitted back by Abirame Shima was relatively brief, but the fewer the words, the greater the seriousness of the matter. The dangerous existence suspected to be a tailed beast, and a large number of unidentified ninjas proficient in lightning release, this was no longer a top-level mission that ordinary ninjas could touch. To understand the situation further, only sufficiently powerful ninjas could be dispatched for a second investigation. No need to rush, Orochi. You have also seen the intelligence. Shima is not in mortal danger right now. Yayoi first comforted Orochi, knowing that he was somewhat worried about his son's safety. After all, that was not only his son but also the most outstanding genius of the Abirame clan, the designated next clan chief. Irori, go and contact Uchiha Hokuto. After the hiring mission I gave him 2 days ago was completed, I remember he should not have left Yomi City yet. Yes, father. Irori nodded and walked out quickly to contact Uchiha Hokuto, who had had many collaborations with the Land of Night. In less than 5 minutes, Irori brought Uchiha Hokuto, Uchiha Mira, and Uchiha Yayoi to arrive. I won't waste words. I need you to cooperate with our people and go to the land of fields to carry out some tasks. Yayoi quickly explained the situation and then issued the hiring mission to the 3 of Uchiha Hokuto. There was no other way. Kakuzu and Kurobi both had important work and could not get away. He, the general, also needed to sit in the center. Before determining the authenticity of the tailed beast, it was impossible for him to rush to the land of fields rashly because of some rumors of unknown truth. Don't worry, General. We will definitely handle this mission well and guarantee that there will be no mistakes. Before Hokuto could speak, Yayoi had already agreed impatiently, as if afraid that Yayoi would go back on his word. She did not want to go and do any more boring archaeological treasure hunting missions. This kind of job of killing and fighting was what she liked the most. So much so that she looked at Yayoi with much more satisfaction. Okay, let's set off now. Hokuto also did not refuse. Although they had just returned from archaeology a few days ago, the archaeological work was not tiring, and their energy was in a peak state. Moreover, he knew the matter was urgent, so he quickly agreed. After accepting part of the deposit, Hokuto took Mira and Yayoi and followed Orochi out, heading towards the land of fields. Chapter 62, the plan to capture the Nine-Tailed was formulated by Hidden Cloud Village. Land of fields, canyon. Orochi, Beidou, and 2 others appeared in the canyon filled with dense white fog. It's in this direction. A black bug flew over from the distance, landed on Orochi's fingertip, and transmitted information that only the Abirame clan could understand. After reading the intelligence, Orochi called out to Beidou and the others, and they sped toward the destination. Beidou and the other 2 followed closely behind Orochi, faithfully fulfilling the principles of their mercenary mission, prioritizing the employer's demands above all else. Orochi stopped in an open area surrounded by tall, narrow rock walls. On the ground, there was a large crater caused by an explosion. The originally green blood and the remains of numerous bugs were starting to decompose, emitting an extremely foul, fishy stench. Yayoi covered her mouth and nose, her brows knitting together. The smell of these bug corpses was truly disgusting. Orochi, with a calm expression, walked to a rock wall and stood still, saying softly, "Come out, Shima. It's safe now." As he spoke, Orochi released the bugs hidden in his sleeves, which emitted a buzzing sound and transmitted a chakra signal. This kind of chakra signal would resonate with the bugs of the Aburame clan and was also an important means for Aburame clan ninjas to distinguish friend from foe. Sure enough, the rock wall began to squirm, transforming into a large number of black bugs that flew off in all directions. A young man in sunglasses, wearing a black high-collared ninja outfit, walked out from a crevice in the rocks, panting, his sleeves opening to retract the surrounding black bugs. During this time, he had used the bug's secret technique to forge a rock formation and hide within it. This secret technique could be maintained for a long time with a small amount of chakra and could isolate the enemy's sensory ninjutsu. The drawback was that the user could not move. The injuries on his body did not look very serious, and the bleeding wounds had been treated so that they would not reveal a bloody scent, but Orochi could feel that the young man in sunglasses was almost out of stamina and chakra. This young man in sunglasses was his eldest son, Aburame Shima. A young jonin of the Aburame clan and the next clan chief designated by the Aburame clan. Dad. Don't speak. Rest for a moment first. Orochi handed over clean water, dry rations, and some special military rations to help him quickly recover his stamina and chakra. Shima nodded weakly, sat down regardless of his image, and began to eat and drink unhurriedly. To avoid the enemy feinting a departure while actually hiding nearby to wait for him to appear, he had used the secret technique to hide in the rock wall during this time, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Although it turned out he had been a bit too vigilant, he would still do the same if it happened again. As an intelligence operative, one could never be too cautious or meticulous. Seeing that Shima was indeed unharmed, Orochi finally felt completely relieved. The next thing to do was to determine the truth of the tailed beast's existence, as well as the background of that large group of unidentified lightning release ninjas. After Shima recovered some stamina and chakra, Orochi and the others set off again, arriving at the exit on the other side of the canyon. Orochi let the ninjas and samurai of the Land of Night who had come to provide support take Shima back, while he continued to execute the reconnaissance mission with Beidou and the others. Or rather, this mission only truly began after the successful rescue of Shima. However, considering the high difficulty of the mission, the four did not act immediately, but instead planned to rest first and deliberate carefully before investigating the abnormal situation occurring within the Land of Fields. In a cave. Ninjas dressed in black ninja outfits were gathered, all of them wearing masks. They neither wore the forehead protectors that a ninja village should have, nor were there any particularly obvious markings. There were dozens of black-clad ninjas in this huge cave. Leading them were three ninjas with incredibly deep auras, each of them had a physique that was exceptionally robust, far exceeding that of an average adult male. Even though they had deliberately disguised themselves, they could not hide their powerful, well-honed physiques. The other ninjas stood in the distance, responsible for vigilance and patrols, looking at the three leading ninjas with awe from time to time. This mission is really troublesome. I didn't expect the Nine-Tailed power to be so terrifying that even Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku couldn't suppress it, and it even caused us heavy casualties. Not only that, now Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku have both been swallowed by that beast. The situation is very unfavorable for us now. If anything happens to Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku, the Raikage will blame us. The three of them shivered at the thought of the Raikage fury. Although their Raikage was a loser to Uchiha Madara, that was not a disgrace, on the contrary, many people considered it an honor. Because when dealing with the Raikage, that Uchiha Madara had dispatched his true form. It can only be said that there is always someone stronger. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were the two insurmountable peaks of this era. Below these two peaks, their Raikage was ranked among the four strongest ninjas alongside the other three first Hokage-level figures. Further down were the personal guards of the first Kages, such as Iwagakiru's Mu, Tsunagekyu's Shaman, and Konoha's Senju Tobarama. It's not just that. According to the intelligence from the fourth squad, the Aburame clan ninjas from the Land of Night appeared in the Land of Fields before and discovered our traces. The news has likely leaked out. The puppeteer general of the Land of Night. That's a quite terrifying ninja. I heard that the puppets beside him can use ice release ninjutsu and can act autonomously like living people. With our current troop strength, we would probably be quickly crushed. It's impossible for us to be opponents of that puppeteer general. Although as ninjas of a great nation, they look down on ninjas from small countries, the puppeteer general of the Land of Night, General Oda Yayoi, was an exception. That was a powerful existence who had fought side by side with the Land of Earth's dust release ninja, Mu, and had even been tested by Uchiha Madara. They did not believe that the troops gathered in the Land of Fields could pose any threat to such an existence. This powerful strength, whether acknowledged or questioned, was an ironclad fact. Let's quickly confirm the status of Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku. Although the sensory unit has confirmed that the two lords are in the Nine-Tailed stomach and have not died, if time drags on, even those two lords might. The three looked at each other, seeing the hidden worry in each other's eyes. It had been almost 2 weeks since the Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku they spoke of were swallowed into the Nine-Tailed's belly. An ordinary ninja would have died long ago. But those two were different. They were descendants of the legendary six-path sage, naturally possessing powerful physiques and incomparably terrifying chakra. In Kumogakure, only their Reikage could suppress those two lords. Although it was hard to imagine how those two survived in the nine-tailed stomach, as long as they were still alive, it meant that even if the mission to capture the nine-tailed failed, this loss was still acceptable. Report. Just then, a black-clad ninja rushed in using the body flicker technique. What is it? Speak quickly. One of the three leading ninjas spoke in response. Yes. After a pause, the black-clad ninja reported the situation at top speed. The 6th, 7th, 11th, 13th, and 18th squads deployed on the border of the Land of Fields, near the Land of Night, have just been confirmed to have lost contact entirely. Damn it. Are they acting that fast? It's only been a few days since that Aburame clan ninja escaped. Are you sure that Puppeteer General made a move? Unclear. No residue of ice-release substances was found at the scene. The situation is really tricky. We can't drag this out any longer. If it really doesn't work, we can only retreat. Originally, the losses for capturing the nine-tailed were already a bit too heavy. If the Puppeteer General of the Land of Night intervened, even if they were unwilling, they would have to give up and flee. They could not lose all their manpower here. Before that, let's go confirm the situation of the nine-tailed first. It would be best if Lord Kinkaku and Lord Ginkaku can escape safely. Alright, everyone, there's no time to rest. Let's move. Under the call of the three leaders, the black-clad ninjas in the huge cave flickered away one after another. In less than a second, only some abandoned supplies remained in the huge cave, and the figures of the ninjas disappeared completely, as if they had never been there. Land of Fields. In a quiet forest. Uchiha Yayoi and Uchiha Mira were taking dry rations and water to replenish their energy. Unlike the ease and comfort at the beginning, both of them now showed rare signs of fatigue on their faces. Especially the fatigue on Yayoi's face, which was even greater than Mira's, and there were even scratches on her clothes from the fighting. However, her pair of black eyes were clear and translucent, revealing a rare sense of excitement. Obviously, this mission involving bloodshed had left her very satisfied. Previously, they had followed Orochi to find several unidentified ninja squads that had appeared on the border of the Land of Fields, and then quickly launched attacks, annihilating or capturing all of these ninja squads. As the weakest in the team, she had also personally taken down one Jonin and several Chunin. Compared to archaeology and treasure hunting, this was the kind of mission a ninja should be doing. Don't get too excited, Yayoi. Activating the 3 Tomo Sharingan to take down that level of ninja can only be called barely qualified. Mira did not want Yayoi's ego to inflate, so he dampened her spirits a little, then pointed out the shortcomings in Yayoi's recent combat. Of course I know that. I just haven't fought anyone in a long time, so I couldn't help myself. Yayoi muttered, taking a hard bite of a soft flatbread. Just then, rustling footsteps came from the grass, and Beidou and Orochi returned. Both of them were stained with fresh blood. Clearly, the survivors who were captured had very tough bones. Even with the genjutsu of the Sharingan, the resistance of these captives was very intense. Having no other choice, they had to combine genjutsu with some extreme measures to obtain information. Is the interrogation finished? Mira turned his head and asked. Beidou nodded. The interrogation is finished. What's the result? Are they ninjas from Kumogakure? Yayoi also asked. Most of the ninjas in the squads they annihilated were proficient in lightning release, and one Jonin even used a powerful lightning release nintaijutsu, which took some effort for a ninja like Beidou to successfully resolve. Yes, they are ninjas from Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning. They discovered the Nine-Tailed traces within the Land of Fields and wanted to capture it secretly. Leading them are the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers from the Land of Lightning. Beidou succinctly stated the intelligence obtained from the interrogation. His expression, however, was not relaxed. Clearly, the intelligence he learned was somewhat extraordinary. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, those two monster brothers. I heard they hold the Six Paths ninja tools and are descendants of the Six Paths sage. Mira's expression became serious. Clearly, he had heard the fame of the Land of Lightning's monster brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Did they succeed in capturing the Nine-Tailed? Yayoi asked the key question, more concerned about the answer to this matter. No, it was a complete failure. Kinkaku and Ginkaku were swallowed by the Nine-Tailed and are still in its stomach. It's unknown whether they are dead or alive. Orochi replied. In his estimation, he felt that the Kinkaku and Ginkaku brothers should have died in the Nine-Tailed's stomach. Haha, what a case of stealing a chicken only to lose the rice. Yayoi mocked them viciously. She had no affection for the ninjas of these great nations. The reason was that after the mission systems of these great ninja villages were established, ninjas like them who retained old customs found it difficult to get any decent work. Although she always complained about Yayoi giving them messy archaeology and treasure hunting missions, she always cursed while working with all her might. Not every employer was as generous as Yayoi, who paid quickly and never bargained. Before this, many times they had to negotiate with employers, bickering over everything, which wasted a lot of time, and there was also the possibility of not getting satisfactory compensation. This situation became even worse after the establishment of the Ninja Village mission system. It made her want to go on a killing spree several times. Before the appearance of ninja villages, these bastards didn't have this attitude. Truly, the inherently evil Senju clan created such a crooked product. What do we do next? Beidou looked at Orochi. The other party was the employer, so his opinion was the highest priority. I have already sent someone to ask for instructions from General Yayoi, and I believe there will be a reply soon. Orochi replied, then sat aside and began to recover his stamina. Beidou and the other two stopped speaking, sat silently to the side, ate their food, and waited together for the reply from Yomi City. Chapter 63, The Roaring Nine-Tailed. In Tenshikaku, Yayoi sat on a wide chair, one hand holding the report, the other tapping the table, lost in thought. This intelligence was sent back by Orochi directly via special ninja birds trained in the Land of Night. The abnormal situation recently occurring in the Land of Fields was written on the intelligence scroll for Yayoi to understand in detail. Cloud Ninja. Nine-Tailed, the Gold and Silver Brothers. No matter which matter it was, in Yayoi's view, it was very troublesome and exceeded his expectations. Although before this, Yayoi had guessed that the unidentified ninjas appearing in the Land of Fields would most likely be people from Kimogakure. But he didn't expect that Kimogakure's actions would be closely related to the legendary strongest tailed beast, the Nine-Tailed. Irori, Yaya, prepare to move out. The incident is happening on the doorstep of the Land of Night, so we cannot just let it be. Kimogakure has stretched its hands a bit too far. Yayoi didn't deliberate for too long and quickly made the decision to take the initiative, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. There was no help for it, the Land of Fields was too close to the Land of Night. As long as Kimogakure put in a little effort, they could completely succeed in diverting the disaster and lead the Nine-Tailed to the Land of Night. At that time, Kimogakure could just walk away, but the Land of Night would have to pay an incomparably heavy price for it. After all, that is the most powerful tailed beast, one cannot apply the experience of dealing with the seven-tailed to the nine-tailed. Perhaps Kimogakure might not have this idea, but what if they did? Handing the initiative of the matter to others is too dangerous a behavior. Kimogakure is not Konoha, it does not have the qualifications to make him remain silent. Several hours later, at 3 in the afternoon, Yayoi brought Irori and Yaya and successfully met with the 4 people, including Orochi, in the Land of Fields. They were currently standing in front of a huge circular crater, dust filling the sky, revealing a bleak and desolate scene of ruin. Such a massive crater had an unimaginably terrifying and stimulating visual impact on people. The center of the forest was completely hollowed out, barren of grass, with yellow sand flying everywhere, as if all vitality here had been stripped away. There is no mistake, it was caused by a tailed beast ball, and it was not even the largest-scale tailed beast ball. Yayoi crouched down, touching the loose soil at the edge of the crater, and with a gentle pinch, it turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. Having already had a deep understanding of tailed beasts, Yayoi immediately concluded that this huge circular crater was caused by a tailed beast ball. Moreover, it was far from a full-power tailed beast ball. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the distance, a pitch-black cloud of insects flew over and was retracted by Orochi. The information collected by the insects made him feel a chill. Even though a long time had passed, a terrifying aura still remained here, making the insects he had dispatched to search everywhere feel heartfelt fear and dread. Cold, evil, despair. It was the first time he sensed his insects cowering in fear to such an extent that they didn't even dare to search for information. Uchiha Hokuto and the other 2 were also silent about this. This level of destructive power was no longer something conventional ninjas could rival. For most ninjas, the existence of tailed beasts was a desperate natural disaster and a grim reaper, unmatched. Kimogakure ninjas actually provoked such a terrifying monster. What are they trying to do? Hokuto couldn't help but speak up, unable to understand the purpose of the Kimogakure ninjas' actions. Although tailed beasts can be made into Jinchuriki and committed to war, the risks are too great. In the past, many ninja clans had researched this, but every time the clan declined, the tailed beast would seize the opportunity to go berserk, leading to the extermination of the entire clan. When the risks far outweighed the benefits, he did not believe that the high-level officials of Kimogakure would be so unwise. They are probably capturing it to make a Jinchuriki. Unlike the era of ninja clans in the past, today's ninja villages have a higher fault tolerance and can stably utilize the power of tailed beasts. Even if a tailed beast goes berserk, they can quickly assemble troops to suppress it. Yayoi stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his hands, and gave a concise explanation. In the past era of ninja clans, although there were precedents for Jinchuriki, due to the low fault tolerance of ninja clans, the risks of tailed beast power outweighed the benefits, so they only treated tailed beasts as a nuisance. Ninja villages are different, they are a coalition of ninja clans. They not only have top powerhouses who can make the final decision but also countless high-ranking ninjas as backup, so the power of tailed beasts can be utilized efficiently and stably. In other words, tailed beasts are no longer a burden but a weapon of war that can stably increase combat power. After the high-level officials of Kimogakure realized this, they immediately took action to capture tailed beasts, and they targeted the most powerful nine-tailed right from the start. Hokuto was thoughtful after listening, obviously not expecting that there was such a way to interpret Kimogakure's capture of the nine-tailed. Subsequently, he glanced at Yayoi intentionally or unintentionally, he almost forgot that this was also a powerful ninja who could subdue tailed beasts. Compared to most ninjas who fear tailed beasts, Yayoi obviously considers more things and looks further ahead. Perhaps he noticed this connection between tailed beasts and ninja villages earlier than Kimogakure. Just as Yayoi continued to speak, wanting to say something. Boom. That was an explosion sound from far to near, dull and thick. Immediately following, a storm from an unknown source crossed over more than half of the huge crater and blew onto Yayoi and the others, making them subconsciously squint their eyes, their clothes flapping, and sand and dust swirling along with it. Vaguely, one could still hear bursts of roars, shaking the heavens and the earth. Click, click. The air froze. Irori released ice release ninjutsu, quickly creating a huge ice wall in front of everyone to block the terrifying storm that was blowing over. After the storm subsided, Irori withdrew the ice wall. Nine-tailed, let's go take a look. Yayoi was silent for a moment, then set off. Irori and the others did not hesitate and followed behind Yayoi, rushing towards the location where the battle was erupting. Roar. The closer they got to the battlefield, the clearer the roaring sound of the beast became. Along the way, Yayoi and the others intermittently saw a large number of corpses of black-clad ninjas. The death state of each person was extremely tragic, most of the corpses were incomplete, with severed limbs and broken bodies scattered everywhere, and scarlet blood staining the surrounding land. The strong smell of blood could be smelled from far away. These were the Kimogakure ninjas who had infiltrated the territory of the Land of Fields. Judging from the scene, their battle with the nine-tailed had been a one-sided slaughter. Over there. Izayoi shouted loudly, pointing in one direction. Everyone subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked up at the distant sky. That was a terrifying giant beast like an ancient demon god, its massive size made the surrounding trees look as small as roadside weeds. 9 thick, sharp tails covered in red fur danced and swayed like giant pythons. Every lash caused the earth to crack, blowing out red wind pressure that made an entire mountain forest tremble. The shining scarlet vertical pupils were overflowing with fierce and malevolent colors, making every strand of air around contain malice that made the soul tremble, causing people to have something stuck in their throats, making it difficult to breathe. Hokuto, Mira, and Orochi, the three of them, had comparable strength. Facing this terrifying pressure that made even heaven and earth change color, their faces were covered in cold sweat, and their blood felt as if it had been frozen. As the weakest in the team, Izayoi was even worse, her face pale as paper, losing all color. She deeply regretted why she had rashly approached such a dangerous battlefield. Just being on the edge of the battlefield, she felt she couldn't breathe and could see the miserable scene of her own death. Among the group, only Yayoi, Irori, and Yaya could remain calm and were qualified to face the powerful aura of the nine-tailed directly. Seeing the Kimogakure ninjas swarming up, the giant beast's honed claws and teeth were sharper than blades. With a forceful wave, the atmosphere was torn, and the resulting shockwave directly destroyed a large area of the forest in front, clearing a vacuum zone of at least 100 meters. The sky changed color, and dark clouds pressed down on the earth. This massive giant beast with 9 tails was the strongest tailed beast that had existed since the ancient era, the 9-tailed demon fox. The Kimogakure ninjas surrounding it couldn't even stand steadily, let alone resist. But they didn't just sit and wait for death. They formed seals with their hands, releasing countless lightning bolts capable of piercing iron and stone, pouring them onto the 9-tailed. The 9-tailed didn't even deign to glance at them, it just violently shook its tails, knocking all the surrounding Kimogakure ninjas back the way they came, plowing narrow gullies of varying depths into the ground, with screams rising one after another. The earth cracked, rocks flew, and every time the 9-tailed moved its body, it was more unexpected and impossible to defend against than any advanced earth-release jutsu. The outcome could be said to be very clear, this group of Kimogakure ninjas posed no threat to the 9-tailed at all. It really is exaggerated, the power of the 9-tailed. Yayoi watched from afar this giant fox with 9 tails that shook the sky and the earth, marveling at the power it displayed. Compared to it, the aura erupted by the 7-tailed was simply as powerless as a child of a few years old. These two guys, are they really the same species? At first, Yayoi even thought that the 7-star seal he had painstakingly practiced could at least suppress the 9-tailed a little. Now it seems he thought too much. He would have to be prepared to die at any moment just to get close. Father, do you want Yaya and me to go over? Irori's expression was solemn, the chakra in her body began to churn, ready to strike at any time. Yaya was also prepared to strike, with chakra flowing at high speed in her body. Facing such a powerful monster, even the two of them had to use their full strength from the very first moment to be able to fight it. No, not for now. Yayoi shook his head, choosing to watch coldly from the sidelines. His main purpose in coming here was neither to capture the Nine-Tailed nor to expel Kimogakure, just to ensure that the Nine-Tailed would not head in the direction of the Land of Night. Capturing the Nine-Tailed was already beyond his capabilities. Of course, if he could incidentally collect a little bit of the Nine-Tailed's chakra to take back for research, that would be even better. Chapter 64, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Wait, the Nine-Tailed's condition isn't right. It seems to be in some pain. Is it injured? Suddenly, Beta seemed to have sensed something. His scarlet three-tomo Sharingan stared fixedly at the rampaging Nine-Tailed in the distance. As if to verify Beidou's words, the Nine-Tailed, which had been sweeping through and crushing the Cloud Ninja, suddenly let out a howl of near fury. It suddenly opened its blood-stained maw and spat outward violently. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two black shadows were ejected from its mouth, slamming heavily into the ground. They skidded over 100 meters across the terrain, knocking down numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures stood up unsteadily from the ground. Something was writhing on their bodies, emitting an incomparably evil and cold aura. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. After the two figures stood up and exchanged a glance, they simultaneously burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. The Nine-Tailed seemed to hear this laughter, which it found incredibly detestable. It cast a disgusted glance at the two figures in the dust, ignored the surrounding ninjas attacking it, turned around, and ran deep into the forest. Lord Ginkaku, you. Seeing the Nine-Tailed flee, the Cloud Ninja breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then, looking toward the slowly dissipating dust, two familiar, tall figures appeared in their field of vision. It was none other than the Kinkaku and Ginkaku they had been longing for. 2 full weeks had passed since the two brothers were swallowed by the Nine-Tailed. They had assumed the two brothers were on the verge of death. The Cloud Ninja here had even prepared themselves for their sacrifice. They hadn't expected them to be able to escape safely from the Nine-Tailed's stomach. Finally out, Kinkaku. I thought I almost wouldn't see the sun outside again. The tall man, wearing the Cloud Ninja uniform, had long silver-gray hair, 2 upright black horns on his head, and 6 fox-like whiskers on his cheeks. It was Ginkaku. The man standing next to him was also tall, with long yellow hair and 2 horns. His cheeks, like Ginkaku's, had 6 whiskers. He was Ginkaku's older brother, Kinkaku. Haha, in the end, our brothers still came out on top. Now, we might even be able to challenge that guy, eh? Kinkaku grinned, revealing a cruel smile. Although I don't really want to discourage you, Kinkaku, that guy is a monster. Uchiha Madara, who is even stronger than him, is a monster among monsters. We still have a very long road ahead to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world. Ginkaku was somewhat speechless. Although he and Kinkaku had indeed become stronger, wanting to challenge the strongest ninja of Kimogakure was still a bit too much of a stretch. Lord Ginkaku, it's truly great that you're alright. The chakra on you too, is it? A Cloud Ninja walked up, cautiously approaching the two brothers. You mean this? This is a gift from eating the Nine-Tailed's chakra meat. Ginkaku looked down at the red, tangible chakra on himself and Kinkaku, which was writhing as if it had a life of its own. It was the Nine-Tailed chakra they had obtained by eating its chakra meat while inside its stomach. The chakra meat they digested wasn't simply absorbed, it fused with their bodies, allowing them to create Nine-Tailed chakra anytime, anywhere, without the Nine-Tailed inside them. How about it? This power is super awesome. I can't wait to find a powerful opponent and have a brutal fight. As the older brother, Kinkaku was intoxicated by the thrill of his newly acquired power. The red chakra cloak on his body seemed to hear his command and began to ripple in response. Why yes, congratulations to you both, my lords. The Cloud Ninja forced a smile, his eyes filled with shock and horror at these two monster brothers. Not only did they survive for 2 weeks in the Nine-Tailed stomach, but they also ate its meat and obtained its powerful chakra. Were these two still human? Who's there? Get out here. At this moment, Ginkaku seemed to have suddenly noticed something. His expression turned solemn, and his sharp gaze swept toward the dense forest not far away. Upon hearing this, the nearby Cloud Ninja, who were already exhausted, immediately tensed up and entered combat mode again. After the turmoil with the Nine-Tailed, they were covered in wounds, most of them couldn't even hold a kunai steady. For a time, only the sound of the breeze rustling through the leaves remained in the forest. No one moved first. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's expressions were cold and stern, but the Cloud Ninja behind the two brothers had hands trembling slightly as they gripped their kunai and ninja swords. Cold sweat gathered along their cheeks toward their chins, dripping incessantly. Just as the Cloud Ninja's nerves were on the verge of collapse and they couldn't help but want to launch an attack, a light, slow sound of footsteps emerged from the shadows of the forest. Yayoi led the group out, appearing in the field of vision of the Cloud Ninja, led by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Why you are. The Cloud Ninja who recognized Yayoi's identity had their pupils shrink violently, and even more cold sweat streamed down the sides of their cheeks. This situation was truly terrible. The thing they had been worrying about had happened precisely when they were exhausted. If things went wrong, all of them would be wiped out here. Good afternoon, everyone from Kimogakure. Don't mind us, we're just passing by quite coincidentally. Yayoi spread his hands, signaling that he posed no threat and wasn't here to fight. But to the heavily wounded Cloud Ninja, this posture of his was malicious. Whether it's a coincidence or not, let me weigh you first. Kinkaku snorted, his eyes revealing a chilling coldness as he launched the first attack. Wrapped in bright red chakra, he turned into a crimson bolt of lightning, charging straight toward Yayoi. I've got you. Just as Kinkaku laughed rampantly, thinking he had succeeded, Yaya, who was standing beside Yayoi, suddenly moved. Swoosh. Her figure flashed like a ghost in front of Yayoi, slightly lowering her center of gravity, and without hesitation, she struck out with her fist. Boom. The atmosphere emitted a terrifying sonic boom. Arg. Kinkaku felt unbearable pain in his abdomen. The violent power contained in the fist surged into his limbs and bones, producing the crisp sound of shattering bones. He spat out a large mouthful of blood violently, and a blood-red object was even spat out from his mouth. Then, his entire body was sent flying backward uncontrollably, plowing a deep, long track into the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. What is this? Not paying attention to Kinkaku, who had been punched away by Yayoi looked with a strange expression at the blood-red thing on the ground that Kinkaku had spat out. This blood-red thing looked like the flesh of some creature, and it was writhing with a sense of life. Kinkaku climbed out of the crater clutching his stomach, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The look he gave Yaya didn't show fear, instead, it became increasingly fierce and excited. Possessing nine-tailed chakra, Kinkaku had powerful self-healing abilities. Little girl, your fist really has power. There aren't many ninjas who can send me flying with pure strength. Yaya is not a little girl. Yaya's eyes became dangerous. Haha, block this move, and I'll admit you're not just some yellow-haired brat. Hey, Kinkaku. Are you trying to? Ginkaku seemed to know what Kinkaku was going to do, his expression changed, and he wanted to stop him. However, Kinkaku had already fallen into extreme excitement due to the battle and couldn't listen to his younger brother Ginkaku at all. His aura began to erupt, and a crimson chakra burst forth from his body, shooting straight up through the atmosphere, forming a pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. The bright red chakra on Kinkaku's body began to transform into a dark red chakra cloak that possessed the substance of flesh and blood. Supporting himself on all fours, the violent dark red chakra airflow emitted bursts of sonic booms, and six tails appeared one by one behind him. Lord Kinkaku. The surrounding Cloud Ninja were blown away by this power, rolling out, they couldn't get anywhere near Kinkaku. Many of the Cloud Ninja screamed in fear, wanting to make Kinkaku stop his attack. They didn't know what Kinkaku was going to do next, but seeing Kinkaku's dark red, beast-like posture that was no longer human at all, a shadow of death suddenly shrouded their hearts. This lord was being far too reckless. Roar. That was a roar that absolutely no human could emit. Having turned into a dark red beast, Kinkaku stomped his four limbs on the ground, continuously releasing chakra airflow and inciting a roaring storm. Except for his younger brother Ginkaku, there were no Cloud Ninja left around him. Kinkaku's current posture was extremely similar to the scene during the Jinchuriki's tailed beast transformation, the partial tailed beast transformation form. His whole person was like a miniature nine-tailed, possessing powerful chakra that transcended common sense. The tangible chakra airflow just randomly spewing out could instantly critically injure a Jonin-level ninja. He roared at the sky, and blue, purple, and black chakra spheres began to converge above his roaring, open mouth. Then, through fusion, compression, and condensation, it finally formed a perfectly round, black chakra ball. The highly dense chakra ball, concentrated to the extreme, exuded an evil aura that could destroy everything. Lord General. Let me. Orochi's voice revealed an unprecedented caution. He reached out his hand, wanting to do something to stop Kinkaku's action. Once the chakra ball exploded, no one present would be able to escape. Yayoi reached out, grabbed Orochi's arm, and stopped his action. You can't stop that thing. Immediately, he looked at Yaya. Yaya. Yes. Receiving the order, Yaya's face, which was as exquisite as a work of art, turned completely cold, and she entered a serious combat state. Taking a light breath, Yaya lightly kicked off with her wooden sandals, her figure already like an arrow released from a string, carrying a piercing sonic boom as she charged straight at the partially tailed beast-transformed Kinkaku. How foolish, charging at Kinkaku in this state without any defense like this. Ginkaku, who had retreated to the side to watch the battle, seemed to see the miserable scene of Yaya being blasted into smithereens, his mouth revealing a cruel smile. Kinkaku, having entered this state, could already utilize the signature ability of a tailed beast, the tailed beast ball. Although its power and volume could not be compared to a real tailed beast ball, being a small-scale tailed beast ball, in terms of the quality of chakra, it was on the same level as a tailed beast.